never stopping sliding inside me. "It's time you come, little Billy." That name. I was writhing underneath him, the frenzy coming back over me. "Are you going to run, little Billy?" He was almost taunting me, but he wanted to come. I heard the need in his voice. He was barely holding on to his own restraint. "Billy," he snapped. "Are you going to run?" I didn't answer. I didn't want to. I couldn't give in for some reason. Feeling that, he paused, in everything. "No," left me in a succumbing sigh. And also feeling that, he held himself above me. "Are you going to run, Billy?" We both held still. This question between us. This moment hanging there because it meant everything somehow. We were both sweating. We were both breathing at once, together. Fear slipped out, breaking through some wall inside me. He saw it, and his eyes grew tender. His touch softened. He said again, gently, "Are you going to leave me?" Then he began moving again, slowly pushing in, going to the hilt and grinding against me, but he dropped his head down, his lips finding mine in the softest, the most loving kiss, as he breathed against them. "Little Billy." That did it. I flooded over him, coming, and I cried out, "No!" "No what?" My climax was exploding inside me, but I panted, "I won't leave you." "Good," he growled, and then his mouth dipped to my throat and he began fucking me. He rode me through my tremors, and this time it was for him. It wasn't long before his hand found my throat, resting there as his eyes found mine, and he grated out, "Because you're mine, Billy. Mine to protect, mine to pleasure, mine." He pushed one last time inside me, before he groaned, "All mine." I was his, but as I ran a hand down his back, I thought, "You're mine too." 33. Billy. They were scared in the days that followed. I didn't know if Brett said anything. I doubted he did, but they were still scared. Brett too. After that night, the floodgates were opened. We had sex multiple times every night. When we went to bed, in the middle of the night, sometimes in the morning before he left for the stadium. A few times, as soon as he got home, he was reaching for me. There was something insatiable in both of us, like we were both starving for the other, needing to reassure each other that we were still there, that we could still touch each other. That the other wasn't gone. But I knew Vicky and the rest were also scared. Scared of how I'd react. Scared that I'd shut down. Scared I'd run away. Scared I might collapse. Vicky, Howard, Lo, Roger. They all watched me. I supposed I'd do the same in their shoes. It was the worst during Dee and Martel's funeral. Martel's daughter and both of their extended families wanted to have their funerals together. Identical closed caskets were at the front of the church, and Martel's daughter married them in death. I lost it. It was my fault. No, it was the killer's fault. It was the Midwest butcher's fault. Martel's daughter didn't blame me. She made that clear to me. But it didn't matter because my mind knew where the blame should logically go, but my heart didn't. They died because of me. Brett slept at my place that night, and I just wanted all the emotions to go away. Every single one of them. I wanted no memories. I wanted no feelings. I wanted no thought. He helped erase them by fucking me until I was either burning from his touch or I was sleeping, passed out from sheer exhaustion. Today was Sunday, and Vicky had decided to have a couple friends over, Travis and a few of his cop buddies. Roger was in heaven. Howard knew how to instantly manspeak to them, so there was a lot of that happening outside. As I washed the dishes, I watched them from the kitchen window as they walked down the driveway, poking in the dirt. "What are they doing?" I asked Lo, as she was helping dry the dishes. "They're laying down wires for sensors." "Sensors?" "Yeah. You know, in case someone comes during the night. I think Howard's just trying to get better security." "Mom!" a voice yelled from the other room. "Hold on, baby, 1 second." "Mom!" "Okay, I'm coming." Lo gave me a look. "I love my children. I love my children. I love my children." She kept repeating this to herself as she went into the other room. That had to be the 40th time either Charlotte, Cynthia, or Luna had called for her. They'd been fighting since they got here, and I was pretty sure I saw Luna put Cynthia in a takedown hold at one point. Lo had called me yesterday after Travis had been over to question Luna and the others about whether they'd seen anything that day last month when they were riding bikes outside. According to Lo, Luna had seen the guy in the truck, but being questioned hadn't bothered her. She just thought it was a fun new game of testing what she'd noticed at random times, and she was convinced Travis was going to question her again about other things. So all day she'd been studying every person, dog, child, and vehicle they came across. I still couldn't help but wonder if the girls subconsciously knew something was wrong. That would explain their behavior today. Feeling a presence come to stand next to me, I assumed that Lo had come back. "Are we overreacting? Could it just be a coincidence?" "Not one fucking bit," came a low voice in response. It wasn't Lo. Travis stood there, his back to the counter and a dish towel in his hand. His eyes were hard, his jaw tight, and even if there hadn't been those tells, I would have felt the tension coming off him. He reached for a plate to dry. He was here to check on me. I knew it was going to happen, and considering it was his job, I went back to washing. He continued drying until we heard the girls scream again from the other room. The screen door banged shut, and the girls spilled out into the backyard with Lo following. Vicky was out with the chickens, so for the moment, Travis and I were alone in the house. The television had been left on in the living room. The Kings were scheduled to play in the 7 o'clock Central Time slot, but a different, earlier game was currently playing. "I'm not supposed to officially tell you this, but we found a trail," Travis said. "Similar families. An engaged couple with an adult child out of the house. All murdered in the same fashion. All with the telltale signs of the Midwest butcher." I went still. "Here?" "The first was a small town outside of Kansas City, starting a path down here." "No." "He's been doing a murder a day, but he took his time." "No." Travis kept his voice low, and he turned toward me. "They're watching to see if he'll keep going. Maybe this was just a stop on the way." "Was it?" His chest deflated. "No. There's been no one since." "Right," I said dully. This was his destination. "How many murders?" "Does that matter?" "How many?" His lips thinned. 17. 17. My blood ran cold. "Families or people?" I whispered. "People. 10 families. He's crossed state lines, so the feds are coming in. But since you're here and there's no sign he's moved on, they're thinking he's staying put." "Because of me?" I wanted it not to be true. I wanted it all to be a coincidence, even though I knew better. Even though I had already planned to run because I knew it wasn't a coincidence. "What if—" "We're not overreacting," he said gently. "We're being cautious." He paused. "I gotta tell you some other stuff. And know that if this gets out, it could be my ass." A curse slipped from him. "A profiler did a workup. She met with Cameron Fowler on Saturday after all the murders came to light. We got her preliminary report today." I'd stopped washing. "Feds know it's bullshit what Fowler's lawyers are saying. He is the Midwest butcher. His DNA was found at 4 other murder sites. He was smart, but messy in how he killed. He made a mistake. Your witness account was the one thing the feds needed to catch up to him. I've looked at all the evidence. There were other things. Too much to add up for a wrong guy in the wrong place situation like they're saying. They also analyzed the new DNA his lawyers found, and it matches his. Just not enough markers for an exact match. What does that mean? That means the unidentified DNA belongs to someone related to him, which the state's attorney will annihilate by saying it was more than likely DNA he had on his person that transferred to the hatchet he used. I ground my teeth. I liked when they were vague about what he used to kill people, and about the other details. According to the profiler, she thinks he's a young male, white, someone who was affected when the Midwest Butcher was captured. An event correlated in his life, bringing trauma as a result of the Midwest Butcher or because of an event that happened in his family, like a divorce around the same time. The profiler is leaning that way, thinking his mom was engaged, and there was another older child out of the house, or that he was the older child out of the house when his parent and their significant other were murdered or died somehow, which left lasting effects on the boy. I was still standing there, but my hands went to the counter. I held on. Travis was gauging my reaction, but I wasn't giving him anything. She thinks he's alone, with few or no friends, he continued. Probably attractive. People say he's a nice guy, but not charming. They say he's nice as a courtesy, but if they think about it, they'll realize there's something awkward about him. She thinks he has a job that requires travel, like the Midwest Butcher did. Or maybe he lost a job and that spurred the beginning of these murders. They're looking for him to be originally from Kansas City or somewhere in Missouri. Considering the details he knows about the Midwest Butcher, what he did with the bodies, he's been in either direct or indirect communication with Fowler. Like maybe he was Fowler's apprentice. What did she say about me? My nails scraped against the tile on the counter. There was a reason he was sharing. With the rate of his acceleration, she thinks he's working in a frenzy to an ultimate goal, one he needs to get off his chest before he can feel freedom. She thinks it's as if he's been tasked with a job, and he's not enjoying himself. These murders aren't for him, but for the Midwest Butcher, and the end goal is you. He hesitated. She thinks he has his own method for killing, and you're not going to be killed the way the Midwest Butcher did his murders. She thinks he's going to take his time with you and use his own method, like you're a gift to Fowler, but also a fuck off, too. Letting Fowler know that he's going to start doing things his own way. My nails sank down, and one broke. I didn't feel it. I'm a breakup gift? In short, yes. And I am a target? They asked 10 profilers. 10 out of 10 said you were a target. Why are you really telling me all this? He snorted a laugh, eyeing me. You're taking this remarkably well. He had no idea. I slid my hands into the water so he didn't see any blood from my nail. I've been under threat and a magnifying glass since I was 12. 2 men tried to kidnap me before I landed with Vicky and Howard. What? Being threatened is nothing new to me. Hiding and living a very solitary life is not new. It's the other way that terrifies me. Brett, his spotlight. I'm not going to ask about Brudeau. Travis's voice went flat. He's protecting you? I thought of how he'd held me Saturday. How it was the first Saturday he got permission not to stay at the hotel with the team. How his cock sank into me that night, claiming me over and over again. Mine. How he'd continuously slid inside me through the rest of the week. A tingle raced through me, up my arms. We're fine, I told him. I don't need to be coddled. I may look tiny, and at times I get triggered, but I'm not going to fall apart. I stared at him, hard. This is the warm-up. The announcers are still talking about each team's chance at winning the game and giving their predictions. It's not even kickoff. I will fall apart when the last touchdown is made and that buzzer goes off, when I'm still standing and holding the fucking football. I need you to be my teammate, not my coach or my babysitter. And I need you to stop looking at me, wondering when I'm going to fall apart. I can't. You need to understand that. I needed that from everyone because we had so much farther to go. No one understood the full ramifications of everything happening. There were secrets. More would come out. You're still on the investigation team? My voice was hoarse. Travis nodded. Local asset. I know you and your family. I'm on the in-the-know team. He'd not said anything to give this indication, but I had to ask, do you know who he is? Shock showed before he masked it. You do. They do. How the fuck? He shook his head. There's a person of interest, yes. Who? His jaw tightened. I can't tell you that. Funny. That seems like the only information I should be told. Billy. I changed tactics, hearing the resolve in his tone. He wasn't going to budge. They can't find him? He didn't reply, but I got my answer. They had a person in mind. That was good. That was great. A laugh bubbled out of me. I couldn't stop it. What? I shook my head, unable to hold back. There was hope on the horizon. What if I was wrong? Maybe this was going to end soon. Maybe, just maybe, my heart would still be pumping when it did. What? He pressed. It's just, if I'm his breakup gift to the Midwest butcher, he's already lost. Fowler lasted so long because authorities had no idea who he was. He was only caught because I saw him. This guy is second best, and for a serial killer, that'll piss him off after he's caught. I almost can't wait to see his face when he learns he lost. He lost. I picked up the dish towel again. All serial killers are in competition with each other. You know that. Maybe it didn't make sense to others. Maybe my words were insensitive, but they were true. This guy was already known, and he'd be caught. He'd be beaten.
34. Brett. One of the coordinators came over after the game. They're asking for you in the press room. Coach said to go in and answer a few questions. We'd lost against Chicago, and even worse, we'd lost because they got an extra field goal. We were lined up to either score or get our own field goal to tie, but our kicker missed. Still, the loss wasn't his fault, though he'd be blamed. It had been a team effort that got us into that position. But I was not the one to go in there, especially after a loss. What were they thinking, sending me in there? Reeves saw me frowning in the direction the coordinator had gone. You okay? The fuck they want me in there? Stone Reeves and Colby Dubard were much better suited for this. It wasn't uncommon for me to still be on the field doing those interviews, while they'd shower and go to the press room. They were the better team spokespeople, though Reeves was hands down better than Dubard. Colby typically gave shit answers, and the sports channel spent half the next week deciphering whether he was being sarcastic or whether he truly felt donkeys could play better than we had. Colby burst out laughing. Oh, damn. You pissed Kim off lately? She decides who does the press room. Reeves glared at our quarterback before shaking it off and lifting his chin toward me. The kids are with my parents this week, so Dusty is hoping to do a dinner Tuesday night. Want to come? I shook my head. Dubard groaned. No, man, you gotta come. And we told Dusty you're seeing someone. You gotta bring her too. I can't. Things are going on right now. Reeves smirked at me. Yeah, I'm going to tell my wife you're coming, and when you don't show up, I'll play dumb. That's on you, buddy. I growled. Colby laughed, patting me on the back. Can't wait to meet your woman. Well, fuck. No one wanted to go against Stone's wife. I was trapped and everyone knew it. I'd headed for my area of the locker room when I heard my name shouted. It was the same coordinator as before. He held up his arms, a clipboard in one hand. What are you doing? I was going to shower, check my phone, and then go in. No, go in now. You're up first. Why? There had never been this urgency before. And also, we lost. The winning team went first. He turned, shrugging. Just go, I don't know. I'm only told what I'm told. Get it done, and then you can take off. I still had my helmet in hand, but knowing Lawson, he'd yell at me if I ever tried to put it down, so I headed out with it still with me. Just as I left the locker room, Foreman, one of our running backs, was checking his phone. He looked up at me and froze. His eyes bulged out. Shit. I gave him a look but kept moving. I'd decipher that later. When I got to the press room, a spokesperson was at the microphone but waved me over when he spotted me. Come in. The room felt eerily quiet as I approached and took my seat. I was still in full uniform, sweaty as fuck. As the spokesman stepped down, he gestured to my helmet. Would you like me to hold that? No. That was only for me or the people whose job it was to handle our equipment. I scowled at him, putting the helmet on the table. A guy shouted from the back. Brett, can you take that down? We can't see you. Another reporter smirked. Yeah, Brett, they want to see your pretty face. I mean-eyed the second guy and glared at the first before I put the helmet at my feet. Some laughter rippled through the crowd before a tiny beat of silence. I wasn't saying shit until an actual question was asked. How'd you feel about the game, Brett? I leaned in and shrugged, then gave a polite response. We obviously didn't do our best, but we put ourselves in that place as a team. Other players would go further and remark on how we'd learn from our mistakes and make the appropriate corrections for the next game. I stuck with the first reaction. Do you think your relationship with Willow Harm had anything to do with how you played today? I froze, my insides snapping to attention. What the hell? I searched for who'd asked the question, but the reporters themselves were looking around. A bunch of phone alerts went off. A buzz rose. Shock, then hunger. I saw it on their faces, felt it in the air. Anger rose in me, swift and fierce, but I was not going to lose my control. I needed to repeat it 3 more times before I could focus on the next question. A woman on the right side of the room asked, Are you worried about Willow in light of the revelations that the Midwest Butcher is back? What the fuck? I sat back, scowling at the entire room. The questions came in a flurry after that. Are you confirming you're in a relationship with Willow Harm, the Midwest Butcher's only survivor? How long have you been seeing each other? Did this start after the tripping incident? Is Willow in danger? Does this mean Willow helped put an innocent man in prison? Is the Midwest Butcher not Cameron Fowler? Has he actually been free? Has he been murdering this whole time? Why did he start up again? Have you talked to law enforcement? Are you worried for your safety? How do you think this is going to affect the Kings? Kim shoved inside the door, her face pale. Her eyes were wide, panicked, but as she hurried to the platform, I shoved my chair back. We bypassed each other. Grabbing my helmet, I left, and I could hear her speaking into the microphone before the door shut behind me. No more questions will be answered. We'll have a statement within the hour. What the fuck? What the fuck? Brett! Someone hollered after me. I sent whoever that was a death look. A few others had started to follow me, but they took one look at me and scurried backwards. I stormed farther down the hallway. My blood was pumping, and it was vicious. It was out. Billy and I were out. That wasn't supposed to happen. We'd been discreet except for the first couple public outings, only once on purpose, and the other 2 by accident. Kim came running down the hall after me, the sides of her blazer flapping. Brett, I didn't know. I stormed past her, ignoring the looks from the team's staff, and went into the locker room. A lot of the guys were still there, glued to their phones, but at seeing me, they snapped to attention. Most took off. Brett, I swear I didn't know, Kim called from behind me. I never would have sent you in there if I had. I rounded on her. You think I give a shit about you right now? This shit's out. That was just a taste of what Billy's gone through, and it's only going to get worse. I ain't giving you 2 fucking seconds of my attention right now, Kim. She stopped in front of me, her chest heaving, her hair coming loose from her bun. Move, I snapped. She jumped, darted backwards, and cursed before taking off. She went toward the elevator that went to administration. Reeves, Bilson, Dubard, and Olvander were waiting for me near my locker. I skimmed the room. The guys who hadn't taken off were watching, silent, waiting. Olvander was the biggest of the guys, his bald head still gleaming from the game. Hey, man, this is the chick, huh? Bilson glanced his way. Yeah, man. He held up his fist. I'm real sorry about what she went through. Dipping my chin up toward him, I met his fist with mine before I began changing. The shower would need to be bypassed until I got to Billy and got her home. Reeves was waiting for me to finish. He tilted his chin up as I shoved down my shirt and reached for a ball cap, yanking it down over my head. "What do you need from us?" "From us specifically or from the whole team?" Bilson added. "Tell us, man. We'll do whatever you need." Dubard ran a hand through his hair, flicking his eyes in the air. "Obviously, we'll all shut the fuck up about this situation because none of it is our business. But..." My eyes shifted to the back to whoever had said that. Foreman, the running back who'd probably just seen it on his phone when I was leaving the locker room, hesitated before rolling his shoulders back, thrusting his chest out. "There's a serial killer involved. This guy, whatever the fuck they're saying about him, is sick. He's connected to Brudeau's woman, and she's connected to him. We're connected to him. Could we be targets? Let's be real here. We got families." "You engaged?" Colby snapped. "No," Foreman frowned. "Anyone in your family engaged?" "Not that I know of." Dubard turned all the way around to face Foreman. "If you'd read the full article, you'd see engaged couples are being targeted. Now you just look stupid." "Hey, man, that's uncalled for." Reeves raised his voice over some of the other guys. "Right now, as a team, we gotta support Brett. The rest of your worries go to fucking PR. That's their job." He turned back to me. "What do you need from us?" He raised his voice, purposefully letting the team know he was also speaking for them. While they'd been arguing, I'd grabbed my phone and checked the notifications. The world had gone mad. That's how it looked on my phone. I ignored all of them, finding Billy's name and hitting call. She answered after the first ring. "Hey." God damn it, her voice said it all. She wasn't sad, she wasn't falling apart, she was regretful. She was thinking of me. "You okay?" "Yeah," she sighed. There was noise on her end, but she moved somewhere. I heard a click, then the sound faded away. "One of his lawyers leaked everything. Feds are also here. They showed up an hour ago." "What?" "I'm sorry for what happened to you. We saw the interview. Roger got all pissed on your behalf. Said it wasn't an interview, it was a press drive-by. He'd had 2 glasses of wine. To let you in on a family secret? That's not a secret at all. Roger will use any excuse to have wine. You may now get to experience what we've lovingly nicknamed Wine Roger." My lips twitched. Jesus, she was joking. She was thinking of me, feeling bad for me, and watching me on television. Her world was breaking wide open, and she was focused on me. "I really want to say some things to you right now, but considering I got a decent portion of the team listening in, I better not. I wouldn't want to make their ears burn from embarrassment." Dubard snorted before moving away. "That dude's joking. He's making a crack." Olvander's big hand came down on my shoulder. "Tell your girl we're thinking of her. She's got our support." He left too after that. Reeves stayed. He lingered until Billy and I ended our call. She was fine. She was going to be fine, but I needed to get to her because that was my job too. No matter how she sounded, what she said, how she seemed, I needed to be at her side. Reeves moved in as soon as I put my phone away and started filling my bag. "Bring her Tuesday." I stopped. "Are you fucking serious? That is the last thing we're thinking about." He held up a hand, a stubborn look on his face. "Bring her. She needs friends. She's got family. She's got a sister. She's going to need friends among the football wives and girlfriends. You know the deal. They have a group. Not the fucking time, Reeves. Christ." I shoved aside my impatience with extreme effort as I let go of my bag. "I'm not saying this to be a dick, but fuck off right now. The last shit she needs is dealing with what that group scoops out on a daily basis." "Not that group. Dusty, Kayla, Emma." Emma and Kayla were Jake and Olvander's women. He held up his hands in surrender and took a step back. "I'm talking about them. They'll rally around her. She can bring her sister, and if she's got a husband, bring him too." My chest burned. The need to get to Billy's side was the only thing I could feel in that moment. "I can't make any promises. This is a different scenario than anyone in here has dealt with. I get that, I do. We can be here for you and her, if you want us." I stopped, studying him. I studied him hard, pushing aside getting to Billy because this was important. Drinks with Olvander was the most I'd done with the team since joining. It had been the same deal with my other team. I had acquaintances outside of the team too, but it was mostly buddies I could call on for a favor if I needed something. Vice versa as well. Getting friendly with the team just wasn't something I did. But Reeves had been trying, and he'd been trying for a while. There was a different look in Stone's gaze today. I slung my bag over my shoulder. Maybe. It was the best I could give him, and Reeves saw that. He jerked his chin before leaving. My phone buzzed the whole time as I went to my truck. For the entire drive to Vicky and Howard's farm, my phone didn't stop making sounds. I was used to getting greetings, messages of support after a loss and that kind of thing, but this was different. This was insane. This was just a glimpse of what Billy dealt with since she was 12. The thought of that almost brought me to my knees.
35. Billy. For all the chaos in the world, there was also magic. I didn't know how to explain it, to understand it, but as Brett drove up the driveway, it was there. Magic. A calm in the storm. I'd felt it swirling around me with Vicky and Howard's concern, the way Roger took the kids to their house and Lo stayed behind because she didn't want to leave my side. When the news hit, the storm that was already brewing was just compounded. Seeing the beams from Brett's headlights turning onto our driveway, a tranquil feeling settled in me. Over the week, I went through all the emotions. Numb, being scared, grief, trying to run. Today, I was okay. I was dealing. I was good. It was Brett. He wasn't the detective like Travis. He wasn't the one with military training like Howard. He was an athlete, but he'd grown up hard. He was like me. I went out into the darkness with the house lit up behind me. Everyone was up. Cops were still here, and a couple FBI people. They were all talking to each other, leaving me alone. I knew they were watching me. I wanted to get away from their eyes, but it was also Brett. He drew me to him like a magnet. As he pulled up right in front of me, he held my gaze through the window. He'd not showered. He'd warned me about that, but he still looked delectable. His lips curved up. His eyes warmed, and when he opened his door, I flew to him. He caught me, and in the blink of an eye, he lifted me and his mouth fused to mine. It was like this with us, every time. The same insatiable need for each other. We'd been starved of something that only the other could give. He turned and sat me down in the passenger seat next to him. His lips never left mine. Moving his hand to the back of my neck, he anchored me as he took charge. Tendrils of lust pushed away any worry. Need pulsed through me, building with each throb, growing, rising. That hunger was almost its own entity, taking me over. I surged up, wrapping my arms around his neck, pressing as close to him as I could get. He groaned, resting his forehead to mine. I panted a little, my heart racing. "Hi." He flashed me a grin back. "Hi." A light flashed behind him as the door to the house opened. Lo was coming our way, her head down, her hair tucked behind her ears. She glanced over her shoulder to the house, her bottom lip tucked between her teeth. Brett rolled down his window. "So they sent me out since you two were necking like teenagers," she announced, rolling her eyes. "And also, is that what I have to look forward to with my girls? I don't think I'll be able to handle it. Roger most certainly won't. He'll be pressed against the door every time the girls come back from the date, a fake rifle in hand. He's not a real gun guy at all, though that makes me love him even more. But anyway," she stopped, probably trying to remember her original message. "Right. The 2 FBI agents are freaking out. They say they're stationed here to protect you. They want to know if you're going somewhere." "I'm going to Brett's," I told her. She looked over her shoulder. "I think they're going to argue with that." "No. There's been no threat against me." Lo shook her head. "There have been, and you know it. The normal ones, right? There's one they're worried about. The feds are still combing through the rest of Dad's computer. They wanted to take everything in with them, but he raised hell since he still needs that for work and stuff. So they're copying everything, but yeah, there's one standing out from the normal lunatics. I might have overheard all of that. She frowned. Why are you fighting this? You know you're a target. All the profilers are saying you are. You yourself have said you are. Could they park outside your place? I asked Brett. His eyes narrowed, studying me. Lowe snorted. They're going to have a conniption fit at that. Is that what you want? He asked, but I knew that wasn't what he really wanted to ask. I nodded, sighing. Not in the house, outside. Brett turned to Lowe. They can walk through my place, see my system. I talked to Howard earlier. My place is safe. She looked ready to argue, but saw my face and swallowed the protest. Okay. She stepped back. I'll tell them. Is it safe to send them out to talk to you, or are you two going to keep necking like you're teenagers? Brett chuckled. I glared. She noted my expression, the ends of her mouth turning up in a slight grin as she went back inside. I want to leave. Brett's eyebrows rose. Let's wait and talk to them. We can get a police escort to my place. Being safe isn't... No! I felt heat rush through me. He paused, seeing my reaction. What's going on? I shook my head, frustration settling in my chest. I knew what I should do. All the proper steps, knew what they'd say, knew their worries were valid. I'd lived this already. But there was a restlessness inside me now, and I was suddenly so madly, so furiously sick of being this way, of being scared, of hiding, of not living, of not being in the sunlight. Brett brought me the sunshine. I just wanted to feel that warmth, his warmth. What would that world feel like? If I'd not gone to JoJo's, if my mom hadn't... I couldn't go there. Just go, I whispered. Please. The screen door opened again. The feds were coming out. Brett saw something on my face and clipped his head in a nod. He turned and yelled through his window, I'll text you my address. We can talk there. The first agent frowned. What? Brett threw his truck in reverse, gunning the engine and swinging the front around like a drag racer, handling it as if he'd done this 1,000,000 times before. He shifted gears, slammed down on the accelerator, and we were racing down the driveway. A sense of freedom swept over me. The speed, his carefree handling of the truck, the wind from his window still open. It was irrational, but in that moment, it was a morsel of food after a lifetime of starvation. A thrill sparked through me. Brett was waking me up, in more ways than one. We came to the road, and as if he was a pro, he braked and swung his end to the left. Almost without stopping, we zoomed straight ahead. We were out of sight before any headlights came following us on the driveway. Brett watched in the rearview mirror, one corner of his mouth curved up. He wasn't reckless. It might have looked that way, but his face was calm. His eyes were steady. He handled his truck with restraint, everything calculated for maximum control. We've got another 3 miles before cops will clock us for speeding, he warned me. While I'm enjoying the random burst of teenage rebellion, I'll need to slow down. Getting hauled in after a car chase would cause a certain publicist to have an aneurysm. I grinned. I know. Thank you for that, though. Not a problem. Care to share what B got in your pants? Just so I'm on the same page. I shared what I could, trying to explain it the best way possible. After a little bit, he nodded. I can get that. You've driven like that before. He grunted. It's called a controlled fishtail. Most have to rev their engine for maximum effect, but I figured a way to do it faster. I did a lot of crazy shit when I was a kid. Yeah? Yeah. I'll tell you about it. Actually, I think there's a documentary that kind of covers where I grew up. Really? We were coming to the outskirts of the city, so Brett slowed to a normal speed. Once we hit the interstate, the phone started ringing through his dashboard. Willie calling. Brett cursed. I gotta take this. He hit accept. If this is about the news, I don't want to hear it. The person on the other end was quiet a moment.
"What are you talking about?"
"Nothing. What's up?"
Okay.
An update for you. The judge granted Shannon visitation." Brett's mouth tightened.
"Supervised?"
"Unsupervised."
"Shit. How?"
"Because we can only prove neglect, no abuse."
Brett's hands tightened around the steering wheel. "You told them about Sammy's protocol?"
"We did. And while the judge said he was also alarmed by that, there was no proof anything of the sort had happened."
"What the fuck does that mean?"
"They asked Sammy if a man had ever come into her room at night, and she said no. She said it was just a caution. Of course, she pronounced it as a Kaddish."
Brett shook his head, a slight grin showing before it was gone again.
"When does that start?" "Immediately. Judge said there's no reason to wait. Shannon's been acting like a good little parent. You know how she is. She's thinking of this as a long con." "Yeah, but I'm also calling on behalf of Stevie. You guys play the Orcas in 3 weeks?"
"At San Diego, yeah."
"They want to come. Stevie, Georgie, Sammy. And they want my family to come with them."
"No Shannon."
"Of course not," the guy scoffed. "Georgie and Sammy might want their mom there, but Stevie has refused to have anything to do with her. Good girl."
The guy, who I was assuming was the half-brother, bit out an abrupt laugh. He wasn't sounding happy.
"She's smart. I could see Stevie growing up with the mission of destroying her mother when she's older, and she's got the means to do so. And if Shannon does ever change and become a good person, Stevie may still move forward with her plan of destruction, just out of spite."
Brett shook his head.
"She's got good reason. She's endured Shannon more than we ever had to. You going to tell me what you're talking about with the news? Is there something going on I should know about?"
"Nope." Brett raised his voice.
"I'll have someone from the team reach out with tickets, and we'll figure out travel." "No, we'll cover travel expenses. We'll be bringing them. The tickets will help. It's almost impossible to get tickets to your games."
Brett's eyes narrowed.
"You're going to stay and see me afterwards?"
There was silence on the other end. Brett let out a savage growl.
"You're not fucking coming to my game, bringing my nieces and nephews, and not seeing me afterwards. You try that shit, Will, and I'll rip your head off." "That went violent fast."
Brett growled again, his hands tightening over the wheel once more. A sigh came over the line.
"Yes," he agreed, but sounding peeved. "We'll stay so you can see everyone. We're doing a meal."
Silence again.
"God damn it, Will. Fine. A meal. But we'll have to get a hotel room then." "Even better. You can get a room at the same hotel the team uses. I'll have someone reach out to you with all the details." "You don't need to do that." "I don't care. It's done. Do not make other arrangements. We'll talk later in the week about the tickets and shit."
Brett ended the call, rolling his eyes.
"That was my half-brother. He's moving forward with trying to get custody of them so she doesn't keep fucking them up."
"She's out of prison, I take it?"
"She was in county, and yeah, she's out and raising holy hell. Will seems to be handling her."
We were almost to the exit for his neighborhood. The closer we got, the more relaxed I became. I rested my head against the headrest and turned his way. "You've not said much about this to me." His eyebrows pinched down.
"I haven't thought about it, to be honest. I'm just used to shouldering my shit and moving forward."
He glanced my way.
"You want me to share this stuff with you more?"
"I want to know everything about you." His eyes were warm when he looked over at me again. I smiled back, feeling the sunshine again.
"I need to get some gas," he said,
hitting the turn signal as we were nearing a gas station.
"This place is lit up. There's usually cops hanging out there. Don't know why, since I know they're usually busy. If they're not, would you feel okay stopping? Or I can take you to the house, come back myself. It's just easier for me to fill up at night than in the mornings." I could see a squad car parked to the side. "We can stop now. We've deviated from our schedule, so I'm sure it's okay, even if he's watching us." He, the killer. At the reminder, Brett's face turned to stone. "Where I go, you go. You stick like glue." I nodded. He made my heart flutter. 36. Billy. Other vehicles were filling up when we pulled in. As Brett got out, I went around to where he was and leaned against the side of his truck, watching as he fit the nozzle in the right place. He glanced over, the corner of his mouth lifting. I mirrored his half grin. Would it always be like this? Where the world melted away? Where I felt lighter the second I saw him, like I could fly when he touched me? Like I was off the planet when he kissed me? My chest squeezed. God, I hoped so. "What are you thinking?" My cheeks warmed, and I bit down on my lip. "Nothing." He grunted, his eyes darkening, falling to my lips. "You're lying." My grin turned into a smirk, but a teasing one. "Maybe." He laughed, reaching for the window washer and going over to do the windshield. I tracked his every move, hunger lighting inside me. His t-shirt was a little too small for him, and I was not complaining. No way. It showcased his stomach muscles, his bulging biceps, the thick black band that went around his bicep. His beard was a little fuller. He'd told me once that he usually trimmed it before every game until playoffs. After that, he let it grow as long as they lasted, only shaving it after their last final game. I liked the beard and loved how it felt, but a part of me wondered what he looked like with it gone. I kind of hoped he'd never fully shave it off. The gas pump clicked off while Brett was still doing the other side of the window, so I returned the nozzle and closed the gas tank, following the directions and twisting so it clicked once. I was closing the outside shield when someone asked from my side, "Excuse me, ma'am, do you have the time?" The voice was polite but a little muffled. I reached for my phone, pulling it out right before a dark shadow fell across me. A hand grasped my hand, and I froze, my eyes lifting. He had a mask on. It was translucent, but it blurred what he looked like, eerily. His eyes were clear. They were so cold. An emotion flashed there in that split second as we stared at each other. Then, we both burst into action. I opened my mouth to scream for Brett, and at the same time he twisted my hand down and around, bringing my back against his chest. He clamped a hand over my mouth, muffling my scream. The smell was horrible, whatever was under his gloves. I gasped, letting my phone go and grasping for his wrist, trying to get free. But I couldn't. Black dots started to dance at the edges of my eyesight. I was going to fall unconscious. No. God, no. Brett! He had me against his chest, pulling me backwards. My body started to shut down. I couldn't hold on to him any longer, and my hands fell. My feet stopped moving. My body was going limp. "Hey!" He stopped. A curse came from him, and then I was free, but falling to the ground. There was a thud. Another. They were fighting. "Call 911, Brett yelled, his voice savage. I'd never heard that tone from him. It was animalistic. I struggled to wake up, to see better, to help if I could. Brett needed me. I tried sitting up, but everything swam around me. My hand scraped against something and a dull pain pierced me. I fell all over again. I tried calling for Brett, or for help, anything. I needed to wake up. "You're safe, baby." I heard a soothing woman's voice inside my head. "Mom?" Someone came up to me, a dominant presence. Male. Definitely male. Strong arms swept me up, and I curled against a chest. Brett. Something inside me uncoiled, and I gave in, surrendering. "You can sleep, baby. You're safe. You've always been safe." That was my mom. I wanted to talk to her, to hear how she was, but also why. After so many years, why? Darkness took over. A hand smoothed over my hair, a low voice crooning to me. I knew that voice, knew that smell of lilac and lavender. It was the lotion she used. Mom! I opened my eyes. She was sitting beside me on the bed, so beautiful. Smooth skin, her eyes so clear and blue, a loving smile on her face. She looked healthy, glowing. Her skin wasn't dry anymore, the reason she used that lotion so much. There were no stress lines under her eyes, around her mouth, no bags either. She had laugh lines instead, like all she did was laugh. All she did was smile now. Even heaven couldn't keep the happy lines from forming. You're safe, Billy. He didn't get you. I reached for her hand, but I couldn't touch her. She could only touch me. I closed my eyes as she ran her fingers through my hair again before drawing away. Mom. Her eyes were filled to the brim with love. I'm so proud of you. You've endured so much, but you don't have to keep it to yourself anymore. I frowned, not wanting to go there, not wanting to have this emotion with her. Not now. She'd been gone for so long. Mom, you need to wake up, she told me. Muffled conversation rumbled from somewhere. Dark, angry, worried. Not angry, furious. That was Brett. I like him, but he's worried about you, so you need to wake up. You can tell him, honey. Mom started to leave. I reached for her hand, my fingers sliding through hers. Mom! Billy, wake up. You need to tell me why, Mom. I have to know why. She was fading. She couldn't go. Mom! Why did you leave me? She just shook her head, love shining from her face. Wake up, Billy. She said it again and again, her voice growing more firm, insistent. Wake up, Billy. Wake up, Billy. The voice changed, shifting so it was deeper, more masculine, and I jerked upright, trying one last time to reach for her. I crashed against a hard chest. A rough hand cupped the back of my hand, holding me close. God, Billy, you're awake. Brett was holding me, talking to me. I clung to him, a deep sob working its way out of my core, up my throat. I let it out as I tipped my head into his chest. She'd been right there. The answers were so close. Billy, you're okay. You're safe. You're safe. It was Brett's voice, but they were my mom's words. I could hear her speaking through him, and I shuddered against him. Blinking, I pulled back, seeing more clearly. Feeling more clearly, too. What happened? It flooded back. The gas station. Do you have the time? I repressed another shudder. The stench of death had clung to his hands. He used chloroform on you. I was almost too late. Did you get him? I grasped both of his arms. The regret appeared even before he shook his head. I didn't hear a thing. I'm so sorry, Billy. The music from the gas station was so loud. He'd parked just behind us, to the side, so we couldn't see his vehicle behind the post. He was starting to pick you up when I slammed him. You slammed him? His face was grave, his eyes haunted. He reached up, framing my face with his hands. His thumbs rubbed over my cheek so softly, as if he thought I'd disappear. I got him, but he dropped you, and I was worried you hit your head. There was a squad car there. He shook his head. Empty. It all happened so fast. By the time I'd checked to make sure you were okay, he'd peeled out. Another guy came running over, so I yelled for him to call 911. I didn't know the cop was just inside. Did they do a search? Yeah. He was gone by the time anything was organized. Shit, Billy, I'm so fucking sorry. There was a knock on the door. Brett turned to stone, his face hardened. What? I looked at the door as it opened. We were in a hospital room. I could hear beeping in the background, a stale stench of disinfectant in the air. Travis came inside, along with a woman I didn't know. Dressed in dark slacks, a blue coat. Her eyes were bland. She held up her badge, FBI. "Willow," Travis began, giving me a long and detached perusal. He was here to ask me questions. I understood that, but I spoke before he could start the interrogation. To her. "Why weren't you at the house with the others?" Travis stopped mid-stride. The woman's eyebrows jumped up, and the two of them shared a look before she cleared her throat. She had dark hair pulled back in a wicked tight hold, dark brown skin, maybe 5 feet 8 inches tall, slender build. Her blazer was tight against her body, showing the definition of her arms. She either lifted on a regular basis or did enough cardio to define her muscles. When Travis didn't say anything, she pressed her lips together. "I'm Agent Cardiman. Or Nikki." "This is the profiler, Billy," Travis added. "The one I told you about." She threw him a look before masking it. She wasn't pleased with him. As she stepped closer to the bed, her head tilted to the side. "I'm here to try to get as much information as possible about your experience." Her eyes turned inspecting, trained on me. I shifted on the bed, drawing my legs up so I could turn and lean back against Brett's chest. She noted the sequence of movements, her eyes narrowing and her lips softening. They didn't smile or frown. They just weren't in a hard line anymore. Her eyes dropped to Brett's hand on my thigh, a strong and possessive hold. Her gaze lifted back to my face, seeing that I was also watching her. A brief smile flashed over her face before it was gone just as quick. "You're comfortable around law enforcement." It was an observation. I considered not correcting her, letting her have the wrong assumption, but instead I said, "I'm comfortable with Brett." That was all I'd give her, though the truth was that yes, I was familiar with law enforcement. That was it. That was only it. She shared another look with Travis before her shoulders rolled up, back, and down. "With your permission, I'd like to take you through an exercise. You were so close to—" She hesitated. "To our suspect. And while we've watched the security—" My heart lurched against my chest. "There was a camera? There's footage?" Travis nodded. "It's not super clear, but we got details." "His license plate?" "Out of range. He knew the camera was there. He waited until he was in the blind spot of Brett's truck." "He knew Brett was doing the windows?" Brett's body tightened. My hand dropped to his, turning it and lacing our fingers. Travis watched that happen before he answered. "Yes." "He didn't think I'd gone in to pay?" That question rumbled from behind me. "No." Travis's eyes narrowed, the corners of his mouth turning down. "He watched you pay at the pump. He had a narrow window of a few seconds, and when Willow went to remove the nozzle, he moved in. It was his only opening, and he knew it." "What does that mean?" Brett asked. "That means," Agent Nikki answered, moving so her feet were planted and slightly ahead of Travis, "he's smart. He probably figured he wouldn't be able to get to you again. That also tells us he was watching, most likely waiting for an opening. When he saw it, he took it. And he was willing to risk going against a professional defensive end." "The slam was—" Travis started with a grin, but Nikki skewered him. He coughed. "I mean, he was willing to go against Brett." "That means he wasn't worried," she continued. "He was willing to risk trying for you. That tells us he's confident in his abilities and that he could get away, which he did. He more than likely had an escape route planned ahead of time." "Planned for the gas station? How would he know we'd stop there?" Travis stepped up beside her, answering me. "Because we think he's been watching Brett as much as he's been watching you." "And," Nikki said, "we think he either knew it was Brett's pattern to get gas in the evening or he has the ability to plan ahead. Serial killers usually only strike if it's within their script of planning. They control everything. The fact he couldn't have controlled what Brett would do means he's not a normal serial killer. He's either desperate or he's adaptable. A serial killer who's adaptable is even more dangerous. What were you saying about earlier? About taking her through an exercise? Brett asked. Yes. We have the footage, and we'll get your statement. But there are more details we think you might remember if I take you through this exercise. It's to help open your other senses. An undertone of a smell you might not remember initially, or the fabric of his shirt, stuff like that. My mind was going back there at just her mention of it. He's white. Nikki nodded. We assumed, but that's good to have confirmed. All sorts of details flooded me now, things I'd picked up, but didn't want to remember. I didn't want to go back because somehow I had a feeling that while she meant to take me back to that gas station, she'd end up taking me back to a bedroom, where I'd crawled under a bed. I really didn't want to go back there, but I sighed. When do you want to do it?
37. Brett. You're going to need police escort when you go to practice tomorrow. Fuck that, I growled at Travis. Detective Dickhead and I were now at my place, out at the guest house Callie usually used to study. We left the hospital once Billy was released. They'd checked her over, and because Billy wanted to do this while everything was still fresh, or most likely to get it over with, she'd insisted the 2 law enforcement stiffs come to my place with us. Billy was now lying down inside, working with Nikki, while Travis and I were on the porch. There were a couple other officers waiting in the entryway so I could walk them through my place and show them the security system and upgrades I'd had done since meeting Billy. Travis tried a different tactic. Howard said you're getting a dog? I'm still waiting on the dog. What the fuck does that have to do with the police escort? Dickhead bit back something before rolling his eyes. You're in this now. He knows you're with her. He could try for you to get to her. You know she'd give herself up in a heartbeat if it meant keeping you safe. Again, how does that translate to me getting a police escort? Fuck, I could hear my old high school buddies cracking up over this, me being followed by police for my safety. I'd been on the other side of something like this back then, the one doing my brother's dirty work until he took it too far one time. You want to go to your job tomorrow? You'll be doing it with a police escort, Travis confirmed. Otherwise, you won't be going. I was almost ready to throw down on this, but Billy made a sound from inside, something between a cry and a whimper. It was loud enough to penetrate the glass, and my attitude died instantly. Travis turned to watch her too. Do it for her, I growled. God damn it. What if I got my own security? That would work, but I got a call on the way over here. We've already reached out to the Kings, and they agreed to let police shadow you if that means you can make all your practices. They also approved having extra police around the stadium through the week. My growl just got louder and deeper. Frustration pulsed through me. Should have slammed the fucker better, knocked him unconscious. Travis bit out a laugh. For what it's worth, the slam was impressive. You were worried about Billy. That's the only reason you didn't get a better hold of him. Also, don't be surprised if that gets leaked. It was epic. I tossed him a dark look. He needed to shut up. Sobering, his eyes cooled. I'm just saying, if you want to be there for her and also there for your team, you need to expect some extra police around, at least until we catch him. Or until he fucks up. That too. Billy made another sound, and every inch of me wanted to burst through the door and go to her, either stop the exercise or just hold her. I wanted her to feel safe, and only safe. Nothing else. No fear, no worry, no more ghosts, because whether she knew it or not, I could see them. She was one of the most haunted people I knew. She's safe in there, and Nikki knows what she's doing, Travis said. If there's something Billy can remember that will help us find him faster, she'll get it. She's a profiler. This is what they do. This is what she did before specializing as a profiler. And because at her core she's FBI, she'll do what she needs to find this guy. And a heads up, we got your statement, but you were fighting him. She's going to press you again for anything you might have left out. I didn't leave shit out. He knows how to take a hit. You didn't mention that earlier. Just thought of it. See? That's why she's going to press you again. Tell me what you mean when you say he knows how to take a hit. I came at him hard, trapping his arms so he couldn't hit me with anything. After the initial contact, he loosened his body. He averted his head so I couldn't see his eyes. But it was more. He didn't want me reading him while we were fighting. Dickhead nodded. For a guy to do that kind of thinking, he's a fighter. Or a quarterback. He grunted. Doubt he's a quarterback. Me too. So he has fighting experience. Real fighting. That guy learns how to maneuver like that if he's gotten hit 100 or more times. Mind and body are both conditioned by then. Shit. I scrubbed my hand over my face. Yeah. He sighed and turned away. After a moment, he indicated that I should follow him. Come on. Show us this fancy security system you got. Wow us so we don't need to be inside the house. He'd thrown that my way as a challenge, but impressed or not, there was no way they'd be inside the house. My system was flawless.
38. Billy. After Travis and Agent Carterman left, Brett and I made a round of calls. The news would break in the morning, and we didn't want everyone to hear about it that way. It was decided that I'd stay at Brett's while he went to work. His place was almost a fortress. Vicky, Howard, and Lo would take turns coming to me, and Roger and the girls would stay away until everything was sorted. Lo had the first shift, bringing me everything I'd left at my place. My laptop, my printer. She also packed a large bag of my clothes in case this lasted a long while. The next morning, our phones started buzzing at 4 a.m., and they never stopped. Brett got a call from the Kings, so he went in early, but only after making sure there were 2 squad cars outside. Lo returned, and we sat in Brett's giant living room watching TV. I'd propped myself in the corner of his couch with pillows, my laptop, and a blanket over my legs. Every channel was covering the attempted kidnapping. Lo was riveted, not by the terror of me almost getting taken, but like most everyone else in the world, she was riveted by the slam Brett Boudreau had given the guy to thwart the attack. I had to admit, I was too, though I winced every time I saw my body lose consciousness. The stalker had been about to lift me up, the back door of his truck open. It was idling there, ready for him. Then, mid-bend, Brett tore in from his side of the truck, a blur because he was moving so fast, and then wham! The news slowed the video down, focused on how Brett was coming in, his head low, his eyes right on my attacker. His arms opened and slam. He hit the guy square in the side, trapping his arms like he'd explained last night. My attacker was forced to let me go. Brett's eyes followed me as I slumped to the ground, but he somehow managed to get enough traction to lift my attacker in the air before slamming him down. That slam was everything. It was violent. It was savage. It took my breath away, and something deep in me, dark in me, stirred, because that had been by my man. Mine. I wanted to watch it on repeat. Brett had almost broken the guy's head open on the asphalt. I wished he had, but the attacker tucked his head down so his shoulder took most of the brunt. In the video, Brett wavered, seeming torn between going after the guy and checking on me. When I tried to sit up, he went to me, and in that opening, my attacker got away, though he was clearly hurting. He was gone in a second. God, I wish Brett had broken him in 2. Lo shook her head. I shivered, but it had nothing to do with temperature. She glanced over and then did a double take. You okay? You want me to turn this off? She raised the remote. I'll change the channel. She clicked, but the next one was another news segment, and they were discussing the same incident. She muttered a curse, skimming through more channels, stopping on the sports network, which was also analyzing Brett's hit at the gas station. Lo cringed. Well, at least they're not showing your tripping clip. That seems to have finally gone away. Until Dateline does a show on me. Right. Lo cringed again. I should try to make friends with hackers. She was serious, and I started laughing. After a second, she started in with me, And then we couldn't stop. There was just so much tension to release. Finally, wiping our eyes, we were able to breathe again. "I'm sorry about that," she said. I swatted at her, chuckling. "Stop. I won't be able to do any work today." She made a face, glancing at my laptop. "How are you working today? I mean," she thrust a hand toward the television. "Because I'm not Willow Harmon here. I'm Melanie Morning, and my clients think I have a normal life, which means no kidnapping attempts, no serial killer Shit. I was going to say serial killer fate, which doesn't make sense. Fate? You think you coming across the Midwest Butcher was fate?" My throat burned. I refocused on my screen. "I need to work before something new happens and I really do fall apart." Lo jumped to her feet. "This isn't your fate. This isn't some destiny shit. You lived. You survived." God. I stared at the screen, my throat scalding now. Lo quieted. "Billy?" I shook my head, my fingers shaking as I tried to type my password in. I was denied. I typed again. Denied. The burning sensation was spreading, moving down my chest, my stomach, my legs. I shoved my computer to the side and jumped up, starting to pace. "Billy?" Lo stood too. I never fell apart. There were tears some nights, but when I was alone, when no one could hear, that was it. That was all I gave him. This new guy, he would get less than that. I couldn't control whether my arm would shake, or my fingers, but if I fell apart, I could control that. "I'm fine," I said through gritted teeth. "You can take a day, you know." "No, I can't," I yelled. "I can't, and you know it. If I take a day, then he got that day, and he might get another day and another. If he's watching, he's never seen me cry because of him. He's never seen me scared. I won't let him get off on seeing that power over me. I won't give it to him." Lo's eyes were focused on my hand, and I looked down to find it completely shaking. Cursing, I tucked it under my arm. "I can't control that. Maybe if you gave yourself a day, your body wouldn't react like that." I stopped, but a surge of dark and nasty anger rose in me. "Fuck you, Lo." "Excuse me?" "You heard me. There's a hole inside my chest." I wanted to tear it out as I started toward her. "It's in there, and it's as big as an ocean. I can't take a day. I take a day, and I'll feel everything. I'll fall into that ocean, and I'll never come back out. I'm at the top, still hanging on. I am refusing to fall because there's no lifeboat for me there. There's no ladder to climb back out. I fall, and I'm there alone, and I'm never coming back." I stared at her a moment, feeling my emotions rage. "He took my friend," I continued. "The only friend I was able to have. He took her dad, her mom, her siblings, and 2 days later, 2 days, my mom and brother were gone too. I had to stop and catch my breath. My lungs were spasming so tight. "I don't know why it happened. If she was so shocked that she couldn't control the car..." My voice broke, but I forced it steady. I forced everything in me steady. That week was the worst in my life, taking me into this new nightmare world. And in some ways, I've never left. This is just the latest shitty thing to happen to me. Except this thing is shitty enough that the entire world once again knows how shitty my life is." Lo stood silently, listening with tears falling down her face. I made myself breathe in some calm. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to unleash all of that on you." Lo opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Her head dropped. She walked straight over and wrapped her arms around me. "Oh." She held on tight as she whispered, "I'm so fucking terrified." I reached up, putting my arms around her as best I could. "I'm scared someone will kill Mom and Dad," she continued. My hands flexed, holding her to me. I have nightmares that someone will find our house, and Roger will try to defend us because you know he will. But he's not a fighter and he'll get killed instead. And my baby girls..." Her voice broke. I squeezed her as tightly as I could. This was why I should have planned for this. Why I should have run, no matter what Brett said. That was all too late now. The only thing I had was regrets, and the only thing that could have stopped any of this terror from touching them was if I had left as soon as I legally could, if I had lived with no family, no friends, and no loved ones that he could take away from me. I ached at just imagining that life. I'm so terrified of what could happen to them. If I'm taken, if I'm killed, if they're... She hiccuped through her tears. I can't go there. If I do, I will lose my shit in a way that I'll never be able to unlose it. But Billy... She pulled back, still holding on to me. I am absolutely terrified of losing my sister. My hands trembled against her back. Her sister. Brett called Charlotte, Cynthia, and Luna my nieces. My family. I'd fought so hard from letting them in that last wall, but it was all for nothing now. I loved them. They were my family. Lo kept going, not knowing my train of thought. I don't want to imagine what your life has been like. And I'm saying that because I've done it. All of us have. Mom, Dad, Roger. You have to do what you have to do to get through this shit. I understand that. But don't push to the point where something in you completely breaks and I lose my sister a whole different way. I'm not worried about some sick psycho trying to hurt you. You're a survivor. You're going to survive whatever comes at you. But you need to survive yourself, too. I sucked in a rattling breath and whispered, I just told you. I can't fall into that dark ocean world. I won't climb back out. She shook her head. That's bullshit. I'm obsessed with you. If you go, I go. And if I go, Roger comes. Then the girls. Howard. But Vicky will be the last, and she'll hold out. She won't go with us. A slight laugh escaped me. You're right. She'd find a boat. Totally. She'd bring the Coast Guard to save all our asses. She would. See? If you go into that dark ocean, we'll make sure you'd come back. And we didn't even consider what Brett Brudeau would do. Knowing him, he'd dive in under you to quickly make a raft so you never even touch the water. I barked out a laugh. I don't know about that. Or he'd try to punch into a different dimension, maybe a different ocean, a pink ocean. I shook my head. You still call him Brett Brudeau? She blinked at me. I do? I nodded. Oh. She finally let go of my arms, stepped away, and shrugged. Well, I mean, a guy who slams your sister's would-be kidnapper to the ground is kind of legend in my mind. He was kind of legend already. Her eyes sharpened. Don't let him know I said that. She turned toward the hallway. Where are you going? I need to do my sisterly duties and, check out the place. I didn't get the chance after the hospital. You're going to snoop. She raised her chin in the air. Checking the place out, snooping, it's all the same. Now, you going to be okay while I'm gone, or do I need to stay and make sure I'm a life jacket for you? I grinned, some of the tension easing, but that ocean was still in me. I didn't think it'd ever seep out. No, I'm good. I need to work. Okay. Have fun working. I'd just settled in when my phone buzzed next to me. Brett. How's the day? Me. Good, actually. Lo is snooping around your place. Brett. Ask her to keep an eye out for a Mustang's jersey. I got that signed by Cutler Ryder, and after the move, I can't find it. I smiled. It was easier and easier for me to do that. Smiling, grinning. I hadn't done a ton of it before Brett. Me. Will do. Is everything okay with the team? Why were you called in so early today? Brett. They're worried. PR is having a meltdown. but the coaches and players are rallying around me. Reeves invited us over to his place for dinner tomorrow, if you want to go. I'm assuming no after what happened last night." I gasped, almost dropping the phone. Me. "Stone Reeves?" His text came in a few seconds later. "Brett. So you do want to go?" Me. "Yes! OMG, yes!" Brett. "Now I'm wondering whether I should mention that Bilson and Ole will also be there with their wives. And Dubard might be too." I was almost choking by now, but in a good way, the ocean long forgotten. Me. OMG! Brett. "I should just always know this is how you're going to react. When push comes to shove, you're always going to be a football fan geek, aren't you?" Me. "Yeah, duh." We texted a little more, and I was smiling almost stupidly wide when we said our goodbyes, but I needed to be Melanie Morning for a while still. After refilling my cup of coffee, I checked my emails. That's when I saw it. Everything went cold again. The most recent one's subject line read, "You got away last night. You won't next time." I clicked on it, and there was only one more line in the email body. "I know who you really are." 39. Billy. I was sitting at the kitchen table, the email pulled back up on my laptop, when I heard the garage door lifting. It was a little after 7 p.m. The door to the house opened a second later, and Brett called to me before he'd even entered the kitchen. "Babe." He stepped in, saw me, and swallowed whatever he'd been about to add. He flashed me a grin, carrying a bag. "It smells delicious. What did you cook?" He went to peer into the pot on the stove. "Lo-made chicken and vegetables." He inhaled a whiff. "God, that smells good. Where is Lo?" "I asked her to leave since you were on the way back." I watched him, waited until it clicked that something was wrong. He turned to me. An alertness clicked into place. "What's wrong?" My tongue suddenly swelled, but I shoved the computer back so he could see it as he came over. As he did, his body tensed. "What the fuck does that mean?" God. My stomach was doing somersaults. "I don't use my real name for my work as a graphic designer," I told him. "I'm Melanie Morning to my clients." "Okay." His eyes cut to me. "How does that work?" "Most of my clients have found me through word of mouth. But he found me. He knows who I am." Frustration was building, threatening to seep out of me. Work was the one area he'd never touched, that they never touched. I could be a normal person this way, but that's gone. He knows. "Babe." Brett's hand came to my shoulder. I shook my head. "I don't want to tell Travis. The more people who know, I'd have to give up being Melanie Morning to my clients. I just know it. Somehow they'd ruin that for me. Travis told me they think they know who he is. It wouldn't even matter." His eyes were fast darkening, filling with rage, but I was only half paying attention. My own panic blinded me. "They just have to find him." "Brett?" He was gone. There'd been a swift curse, and then he was gone. It happened so fast. "Brett!" Panic replaced everything else as I shoved out of the bench, running after him. By the time I got to the door, he was already through his main gate. I ran across the courtyard to see him being held back by one cop while he shouted in the face of another. 2 more cops came sprinting from another car. One was on the radio, the other had a gun pulled. God, no. I ran to get between Brett and the cop. "Don't shoot him! Don't!" Brett bit back a curse, but swept an arm around my waist to lift me up and around him. "They're not going to shoot me. I don't have a weapon." He raised his voice so the cops could hear, would get the message. One snorted. "You're a weapon by yourself, Bruto. Get in my face again and we'll put you down." Brett snarled, his face filling with rage, and he started for the guy again. Now the other cops had their weapons out and pointed. My heart threatened to stop any second. If even one of them pulled their trigger, "Don't! No!" I pleaded on a scream. I got between them again, my back to Brett's front. He bit out another curse, but again swept an arm out in front of me. He didn't move me out of the way this time. He held me in front of him. "You shoot him, you shoot me," I said. Brett started to try to lift me clear once more, but I held firm, staying between him and them. A female cop made a frustrated snarl before yelling, "Holster your guns. Jesus, put him away, or switch to stun." She took charge, her voice rising. "What is this about, Bruto? You came tearing out of the house looking to attack us. We're trained—" "I want to talk to Detective Dickhead." Brett had stopped trying to lift me away, but he was barely contained. His arm was like cement in front of me, and I held on to it, my fingers tightening around him. "You mean Officer Dove? You have his number." "No. You call him. You can get his ass here quicker." "And if he's in the middle of something?" "Then I'm taking Billy, and I'm making some phone calls to old friends." His tone was ominous. "I'm not fucking around. Get him here, or I'm returning to my roots." She frowned, not understanding that last statement, but Brett didn't care. He twisted, lifting me in a surprisingly gentle hold as he carried me back through the gate, hitting the button so it'd lock. When we got back into the house, he put me down, but only to bend in front of me so he could throw me over his shoulder. "Brett?" "Just easier this way." He took the stairs 3 at a time, going into his bedroom, where he set me on his bed. He disappeared into his closet, bringing out a bag. "What are you doing?" He put the bag on the bed, unzipped it, and went to his dresser. "I meant what I said. These fucks know who this guy is, and they haven't told you?" He waited 1 second for me to affirm. I nodded warily. "He wouldn't." He pulled open the top drawer, taking out my clothes. He tossed them onto the bag, opening the second drawer. "That's what I figured." "Brett." I reached for the bag, holding it to me. "What are you doing?" He stopped, his gaze wild, his jaw clenched in a way I'd never seen before. He was livid. "We don't need their protection. I know people. You can disappear, and if this fucker wants to get to you, the only way is through me. If they don't share, which one are you going to call? Channing Monroe or Mattis Nevaeh?" A voice asked from the doorway. A strange voice that I'd never heard from Travis. His gaze was hooded, his jaw clenched. Brett's eyes narrowed. "Maybe one, maybe both. I know others, too." "That's right. You know all sorts of people. What did you say to me again? I'm in the NFL honors. Guys like to talk to me. Or something like that. Am I getting that wrong?" Brett grew still. The tension in the room thickened. "Who's the guy trying to kill Billy?" Brett asked. Travis's jaw could cut glass. "That is information I cannot share. Nor should I have said in the first place." "Bullshit. You wanted her to know. You told her all about the profile. You wanted to share the details about the theory on who this guy is. Profiles work. That's why we use them. So Billy gets to know all about this guy's fucked up head, but not who he is? She's not given a picture in case something happens and she sees him before he sees her? Does he have computer skills? Is that in the profile?" Travis's eyebrows dipped. His head tilted to the side. "Why would you ask that?" "Is that in the profile?" Brett ground out. He didn't answer at first. "Yes. We believe he has, or used to have, a high-level computer job." "I thought you knew who he was." Travis's face was like stone again, giving nothing away. His eyes flicked to me as he answered me. "We have a name. We don't have anything else. It's not enough, even to you." Brett seemed to know what that meant, but I didn't. His eyes closed, and his hands balled into fists, one of them still holding a pair of my leggings. "What?" I looked between the two of them. Neither would look my way. "What does that mean?" Travis grimaced, raking a hand through his hair before he turned toward the hallway. Brett! I waited. He wouldn't look at me. Brett! His eyes lifted, and a tsunami of anger, regret, and fear mixed in there together. My voice quieted. Tell me what that means. Don't, Travis warned, still not looking at me. Means he's government, or he was government. My heart lurched. What specifically does that mean? That means, Travis rejoined the conversation, his head turning to lock eyes with me. He has skills that we're probably not accounting for. Thought you said he was a fighter, Brett remarked. It fits, he shot back. He knows how to fight. He didn't engage with you because he didn't have time. Also accounts for why he was comfortable enough to even try at the gas station with such a short window. Brett wanted to hurt Travis. I could see it in the way he watched him. That darkness was there, needing violence. I knew it now, seeing it on his face when he slammed my attacker to the ground. It was there on his face again, but lurking, hidden. I saw it because there was a part of me that could feel him inside me. My own darkness stirred, rising up, matching what was already in Brett. It was more than knowing how to handle himself or how to shove against a guy on the football line. This was deep. Did it come from his childhood? Or his own brother? He'd not gone into great detail, and I wanted to know. I wanted to know so badly that I could taste it. But yeah, whatever had created the darkness in him, I knew it was there because I had it too. Who is this guy? Brudeau, Travis clipped out. I can't. It could be my job. Brett went to a whole new level of scary. He didn't move a muscle, but somehow everyone in the room knew it. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. A reminder here, he said quietly. You guys want to find him. That's your job. Her job isn't being kept in the dark. She does not need to adhere to any of your rules. She has done nothing wrong. He wants to kill her. No shit. So give her a fucking fighting chance. Give us a name. Give us a picture of this guy. And if we're wrong, we could be destroying some guy's life if we're wrong. We won't say shit. I can't a picture. I can't. I don't even know his name. I just know we have a name. That's it. I could barely breathe from the pressure in the room. It was almost crippling, but I was with Brett. We needed a name. We needed a picture. I started talking. I used to help out around the neighborhood when I was younger, before I came to the Mitchells, but after that, too. I wanted to make money, knew I needed to make money. Wherever I stayed, whichever foster home I was at, I'd go to the neighbors, offer to mow the yard, do dishes, walk the dog. This one lady paid me to play cards with her granddaughter. Mostly it was that they took pity on me, I think. But I helped. Odd jobs. They paid me in cash, and no matter how nice they were, there was still a look in their eyes. Maybe at first they didn't know who I was, but it always got around. Foster kids whispered. That got to the parents, to the neighborhood, and then they were either scared of me, like what happened to me could happen to them, or they pitied me. They never took me seriously. Because of the way I grew up, I never really got treated like a normal person or a normal kid. Before JoJo's, people looked down on me and my brother. We were poor. Mom didn't want us to make friends. She said the less people who knew us, the better. I never understood it back then, but now, thinking back, I know some of that was because we were poor. She worried that because sometimes our meals were a little thin, someone would decide to take us away from her. She never gave herself credit for the love she had for us or how she made sure we had food in our bellies at the end of the night. She'd always sing to us. She had a real good voice. The way we grew up wasn't normal. I didn't know normal until I worked with Deandra. She didn't care about my past. Martel did, and he was cautious. Deandra always took up for me. My voice shook just a little. I took a deep breath before I continued. She got me thinking I could do more than working in the grocery store. She noticed that I liked doodling on paper towels for my breaks. That was before we had all the technology available that we have now. And when we did, Deandra bought me an art tablet. It was over for me after that. Central Grocery were my first clients. It helped their business, so other businesses asked for my information. I chose at that moment not to be Willow Harm. I wanted a simple name, so I picked Melanie Morning. I paused. Both guys watched me with such intensity. I've enjoyed being treated like a normal person. Travis's eyes sharpened. What are you saying? He took that away this morning.
40. Brett. She wouldn't sit still. I wanted to stay home from the Reeves dinner, but Billy wasn't having it. Once she found out about it, it's all she thought about. The FBI had taken her computer, so she'd spent the rest of yesterday and today using my computer to email all her clients, informing them she'd be changing all her contact information. She even took her website down just to be safe. I'm nervous, Billy exclaimed now when I looked her way after the third time she'd shifted in her seat in the car. Nervous bad or nervous good? We should have brought chili. Babe, we'd had this conversation 3 times today. I asked Stone, and he said no on the chili. He's just happy we're coming. Okay, that's good. She expelled a sudden and dramatic breath, pressing her hands to her stomach. What if they're scared to be around me? That's a thing, especially now. They won't be scared. But what if they are? Billy, I said softly. She steadied her hands at her stomach. What? They're just happy I'm coming. If there's any weirdness, it'll probably be about me. Wait, what? I told you, didn't I? I don't have a lot of friends. And? I inclined my head, not really wanting to go there, but she was nearing the edge of inducing her own panic attack on something that didn't warrant any of that kind of stress. So Reeves has been asking me over a few times. I went a couple times, but that ended this summer. Why? The reluctance was still there, unmoving. I tightened my hold on the steering wheel for a beat. How about we can get into my shit at some other point? I slid a sideways glance her way. It worked. She was fully invested in me, her cute little face puckered in concern. Her own worries were cast aside. She was fucking adorable. She said, her eyebrows pinched together, her nose wrinkling up. How about we get into your shit now? Why don't you have friends? I thought I told you this before. Not having friends doesn't mean actually having no friends. There's always one or two, right? She was watching me, waiting. I sighed, my hand relaxing on the wheel. I got a few buddies, but I wouldn't call them friends. They're guys I know. We call each other if we need a favor. What about your half-brother? Or that guy who called you? I thought I heard you laughing. I frowned. Monroe? Whoever he is, what about him? And your brother? The mention of my brother wiped everything out of me. I was void inside. My brother was a monster. He wasn't a friend to anyone. Billy's head moved back, hearing my flat tone. She said hesitantly, No, I meant... We're here. We were pulling up to the Reeves gate. Before I could roll my window to press their buzzer, the gate was already opening for us. Well, there you go. Perfect fucking timing.
41. Billy. Olvander was the first to approach us in the Reeves' backyard, and normally I would already be in full geek moment. I wasn't. I felt off. I couldn't get Brett's words out of my head, that he didn't have friends. He had buddies who he called for favors and vice versa. That was... I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all, and he didn't want to talk about it. After he said it, I knew why he said it. He wanted to distract me, and he had, but he hadn't meant to say what he said. It slipped out. But Olvander had an arm around a very beautiful woman, dark brown skin and an angular face with high cheekbones, kind eyes. Her braided hair was up in a bun set high on her head. Kayla, this is Billy, he said. She let me cry on her shoulder one night about how I thought I'd messed up with you. Billy, this is my wife. Sigh. This was totally a woman that I would have a girl crush on. Not in a sexual way, but in a friendship way. I'd crush on becoming a friend with her. I beamed at her, holding out my hand. Hi, it's so nice to meet you. A wide smile stretched over her face as she shook my hand. If I'm to believe what Ole said, he received sound advice from Bruto's soon-to-be woman. That'd be you, then. Brett moved more firmly into my side, his hand on the small of my back, and I felt how the last of his tension melted. He was okay for now. I glanced up, sharing a look with him. We'd continue our conversation, but later. Not now. Now, as I caught the amusement in his gaze, he was letting me know that I could fully go into my geek-out moment. I plunged into that, and my stomach acted like a rooster let loose for the first time in the hen house. I didn't know where to go, what to say, how to act, but I was giddy happy. I also had a slight urge to hump Brett. Kayla frowned at my silence, glancing to Olvander. Is she okay, Bruto? He asked. Brett let loose a hearty laugh, his hand pressing more firmly against my back. She's a football geek at heart, so she's the opposite of okay. This is her adorable quiet because she's bouncing around inside of herself like a kid eating ice cream in a bouncy house. Give her 20 minutes before she remembers how to act normal again. Kayla's smile was blinding. She linked her elbow with mine. Then, on that note, I'm taking over with Billy. You guys go and discuss how the grill works. Brett and Ole shared a look. Brett commented, Beer. Ole grinned. I'll show you. I was sitting at a table with Jake Bilson's wife, Dusty Reeves, and Kayla. I was dying. Not only was Kayla nice beyond nice, she was funny. She was smart, and she wasn't fake. Neither was Emma, Jake's wife, or Dusty. I knew about Dusty, since I'd followed her on social media, knew the effect she was having for ocean conservatorship and rescuing marine mammals. Dying. I was so dying, in a good way, a great way. I was still geeking out 20 minutes later, too. Full on. I couldn't stop smiling and saying, to every question they asked me. At first, they were confused, and then they found it endearing. Now they thought it was funny. But because I had a lack of social skills while I was in my geeking out phase, the three women had been talking amongst themselves. Dusty finished telling a story where her little boy bulldozed into a neighboring football game, somehow got their football, scored on their end zone, and how both teams went with it. The one team tried defending against him while the other team, the one whose end zone he was running for, began helping to block him. His own team stood stupefied on their field, but the kids began cheering him on. It had been a whole thing, according to Dusty. Kayla's eyes began shining with extra wetness, so Emma changed the subject, the first one cluing in on her reaction. She looked Dusty's way. Is Colby coming tonight? Dusty reached over after noticing their friend's reaction and patted Kayla's hand. You know, I don't know. He mentioned he might, but I'm not sure. Is he bringing... Shh. Kayla nudged Emma, glancing at me under her eyelashes. Oh, right. Kayla nodded. Me. They were not saying something because of me. Oh no. I had to leave my geek-out phase. I'd been mute for too long. Taking a sip of wine, I stuffed all my ridiculousness down inside of me and coughed. I could be normal. I could. Don't worry about me. I didn't want to interrupt the conversation, but I'm good now. What were you saying about Colby Dubard? All three stared at me. They didn't respond for a moment. I looked around. What? Oh, no. I'd let my geeking out go too long. It was weird now. Weird in a way where I couldn't come back from that. I'd messed up. But Kayla flashed me a smile, the wetness in her eyes gone. She teased, She says what? after sitting here for over 20 minutes when we've been forced to converse with each other. What? My neck got hot, and I knew my cheeks were probably flooded with color. I just had a bit of fangirling to manage over all of you and your husbands, but not in the way you're thinking. I know all their football stats since they were in college. They shared shocked looks. Yeah, I sighed, looking down at my lap where I curled my hands together. That was too much. Their football stats? I looked back up. Yes. God. I hoped they didn't think I was geeking out over their husbands for other reasons. That was my worst nightmare. Or, well, maybe not my worst nightmare. Stone had 613 yards after catch. He was targeted 184 times last year with 128 receptions. That was last year. I bit down on my lip because I could say more. I could talk all night long. The women shared a look before Kayla leaned forward. Billy. I was still mortified. What? This was embarrassing. Dusty cracked a grin. You're the one we're intrigued about. I frowned at her, blinking. What? Kayla was trying not to laugh and failing. We've been trying to bring Brett into the group for so long, but you're the one who got him here. I gave each a long look. What? All three dissolved in laughter once again. Kayla was shaking her head and trying to smother her mouth in her hand. Emma, who I'd not spoken directly to yet, leaned forward across the table. Brett wasn't going to come to dinner. Stone asked him more than a couple times, and all the guys have tried befriending him. Olvander's the only one who had success, but that's because they played together in Kansas City. Brett's a good guy, and the rest of the guys want to keep him here. They don't want him leaving, but it's not just about the game. They want to get to know him, too, and he has a wall up. Even now, he's got it up. Her eyes flicked behind me. I twisted around. Brett was standing next to Ole, both holding a beer, and both talking. Stone Reeves and Jake Bilson were also there, but they were talking to each other. They weren't talking with Brett. I kept watching, seeing how Jake and Stone both would talk with Olvander. Their eyes touched on Brett, but he had shifted backwards. He wasn't totally in the group. He was putting himself in that position. A pang went through my chest, and I reached up, touching the back of my chair. My fingers curled around it. No one should not have friends, even if it's by their own design. I'd know. That was a kind of loneliness that no one should know. Feeling my gaze, Brett looked over. Our eyes caught and held, and I saw the unspoken question from him. He was asking if I was okay. My cheeks pinked again, and I gave him a little smile before nodding. He gave me the slightest bit of a nod back and lifted his beer for a sip. Olvander said something to him, and Brett's attention returned to his teammate. I turned back around, lost in thought. Dusty cleared her throat. We just want him to know we care, that's all. There was another note in her eyes. What? I asked. She blinked, frowning slightly before saying, We... She glanced to the other women as if drawing strength from them. We know, obviously, about your situation. She rushed ahead, seeing me sitting straighter in my chair. We don't want you to feel uncomfortable, but... Her eyes closed, and she lowered her head. She lost her nerve to say whatever she was going to say. Emma said it. Are you okay? Dusty and Kayla shot her grateful looks. Emma added, I can't imagine how people react when they recognize you, but we're not like that. As a human being, we want to make sure you're okay. Are you? The other two quieted, all waiting for my response. An old conversation came back to me, one I had with Brett. People can get weird when they find out about me. You know about some of the more unhinged reactions, but there's other reactions too. Like what? I once had a psychic who could feel him, and she ran away from me, literally, She yelled over her shoulder that she couldn't handle the feel of death that hung over me so prominently. Imagine hearing someone say that in the mall. The looks I got. I didn't even know a psychic was there. That was the last time I went to a mall, no matter how much Howard likes their food court. Of all people that could understand the price of fame, and in some circles I was famous, it was these people. I could tell them stories. They'd understand. They'd probably nod in understanding or sympathy, but I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to talk about myself. Tonight was meant as a reprieve from my normal life, where the roles were switched and I could be a nobody around these new and very cool and very beautiful people because their fame wasn't like my fame. They'd earned theirs. They had adoring fans, people like me. They hadn't gotten notoriety because a serial killer didn't kill them when everyone else died around them. It wasn't fun. Dusty leaned over, her hand touching my arm softly. You don't have to say anything, because in a weird way, we get it. I didn't know what she saw to prompt her to say that, but a knot swelled up in my throat, and I jerked my head in a nod. She gave me another smile before her hand dropped away. I caught it with mine, not thinking about what I was doing until her eyes lit up with surprise. I only squeezed her hand, the same softness that had come from her before I let her hand drop. I liked these women. A lot. I wanted to be friends with them. My voice cracked, but I still said, I'm okay. Also, I don't just know football stats. I know chicken stats, too. You know, if you ever want to learn about chickens. I pointed both of my thumbs toward my chest. Consider me your hen lady. There was a brief moment of confusion. I asked, Do you know who Sylvia Rivera is? That's when someone yelled out behind us, We're here! At the same time, all three around me stiffened with varied expressions of tension. I took in their reactions. Then I heard, Oh my God! Say that's not who I think it is! My heart dropped. I turned around and two things happened at the same time. One, I was rocked. Colby Dubard had arrived. A part of my inner geek wanted to start buzzing because he was the Kings' first-string quarterback. He threw the football 4,838 yards last year, with 37 touchdowns. Oh yes, I was buzzing again, or starting to, but he wasn't alone. The second thing that happened was that after the woman who accompanied Colby Dubard said what she said, she followed that up with, Holy shit! It is Butcher Girl! I thought no way, but it is way. It's a sign from the universe. Kayla had begun to stand up from the chair beside me, and this new arrival rushed forward, dropping into it, even before Kayla fully vacated it, and she gawked at me, live and in person and 3 feet from me. Her hand went to her chest, to her heavily tanned skin that was showing because she was in a strapless dress, and she dramatically hunched forward. You have no idea, but you and I were sisters from a past life. I swear to Mother Gaia. 42. Billy. The night had only started. Dusty tried to intervene, but Dubard's date ignored her, shooting her hand instead toward me. Goodness me, where are my manners? I'm Brandy. How are you? Well, maybe don't answer that one. We all know how you're doing. Not good, right? I wouldn't be good if I were you. She was beautiful. All the women here were gorgeous, each in their own way, but Brandy's beauty was forced. It felt brittle. She didn't have the natural glow like Kayla or Dusty. With long legs and slender arms, she was thin, but it wasn't healthy. Not like with Emma, who was also slender, but whose skin was a lovely cream. Both women were similar weight, but one glowed from the inside out, and the other's glow was forced. Brandy's voice was husky, a sexy, deep-throated sound that teased a slight southern accent. Curly brown hair, green eyes. She had a little bit of a round face, and her makeup was done flawlessly. At first glance, There was nothing that made her stand out from the other women. At a second look, she was nothing like the other women. Scanning around the backyard, it seemed everyone was aware except Colby Dubard. He was holding tightly to a beer and scowling in the distance. I shook Brandy's hand. "Yes, hi. I'm Billy." "Billy?" Her lips drew into a wide smile. "God, I love it. Not Willow? Billy is such a heartwarming but hick-sounding nickname, isn't it?" She looked to Kayla and Emma for confirmation, but didn't wait for it. "Tell me everything. You were, extremely poor, right? That's what the last documentary on the Midwest Butcher was saying. Did you interview with them? Do you get paid for that? How much do you get paid for each interview? Though I suppose it's different with each one. I really liked the last documentary done on your life. They went more in-depth about you and about, God forbid, what happened with your mom and brother. And no father? They never mentioned a father. Didn't your mom drive into a river? Were you in the foster system ever since then? Do you think your mom went into the river on purpose?" "Brandy!" Dusty shoved to her feet, glaring. I stilled. She didn't notice. "The documentaries always say it was an accident, but they imply there was more to it. Was there? She was probably in such shock from what her daughter went through and wasn't paying attention. And your brother, too." "Oh, my God!" Kayla got to her feet. "Stop talking!" So still now. I was almost a statue. She wouldn't stop. "I grew up with my grandmama. My mom, bless her heart, she gave me up to meth when I was 12. The same age when you went through all your stuff." "My stuff? My stuff?" Dusty yelled, "Shut the fuck up!" Brandy wasn't reacting. Like this sort of reaction happened all too often. "I've always felt that we were connected. You and me. We both went through similar things at the same age, losing our moms." This was another reaction that I got in foster homes, at school, from neighbors. I felt Kayla and Emma's horror. When I looked up, they were shell-shocked. And the old Billy, the person I'd been able to be when I got here, the fangirl, the awkwardly shy one, and the one starting to feel like maybe she'd met some new friends, that Billy shifted to the back. I became Willow Harm. I hadn't wanted to be Willow Harm tonight. Then Brett was moving my way, and my body warmed, needing him, knowing he was coming to help in some way. His eyes were stormy, his jaw tight, but Brandy preened as he stopped behind me. His hand went to my back. I leaned into him. I couldn't have even stopped myself. My body jerked toward him, and he shifted, moving so his side was against me, and I rested all my weight into him. Brandy paid no attention to any of this, but she should have, because Brett spoke, his tone flat. "Dubard." Their quarterback's head snapped in our direction. He'd been in the back with the others, and they were all now taking in that something had happened. A dark look flickered in his gaze, but he stomped it down as he made his way to the table. "What's up?" He was eyeing the other women. Brett's hand was solid on my back. A little trickle of awareness spread down my back from his touch. It was pooling at my spine. It was waiting. Stone moved closer. "Babe." Dusty seethed. "We're okay." He still went to her, and after a second she leaned against him. He smoothed some of her hair back and pressed a kiss to her forehead. "I'm aware this is more your friend group, but if you don't get your woman to stop talking to mine, I'm going to fix this situation my way. I don't think anyone wants me to do it my way." Brett's voice was low, but the warning in it got everyone's attention. His gaze went to Brandy, and his voice matched his eyes as he said, "When I shut women up, I don't tend to be nice." Dubard stood taller, his eyes filling with anger, but that glare was for Brandy. "What did you say?" "Nothing," she clipped out, giving Brett a chilling look. "No," Dubard barked. I jumped, but Brett held me still. Jake went to Emma's side, and Olvander stood next to Kayla, his hand on her hip. Brandy gasped, then shrank back in her seat. He rounded the table, coming to her seat. "I told you to leave her alone. I told you tonight was important." He took her purse, her phone, and he stepped back. "We're leaving." "But," she gaped, the blood draining from her face, before she looked around the group. Everyone was watching. "Colby, come on!" "No!" He held his beer out to Jake Bilson, who took it without a word, and Colby raked a hand through his hair. "I'm so sorry, everyone." "You don't apologize." He ignored Brandy as she shoved to her feet. He finished, speaking over her. "We will be leaving." He fixed her with a glare. "Let's go." She didn't move. The two were in a heated standoff. Colby only raised one eyebrow, another kind of warning flashing in his gaze, before she broke. Muttering curses, she reached for her things, but he held them out of her reach, looking over her head again. "I'm so sorry again." His gaze fell to me for a moment, and he winced, before giving Brett a stiff nod. Brett returned the motion. The tension in the room lifted, almost dramatically, but Brandy was still trying to grab for her purse and phone. "Give me my things, Colby, or I swear—" His gaze fell to her, and that same warning flared again. "Finish that statement and we're over." She pressed her lips together, a frustrated snarl slipping out. His eyes held firm and narrowed, that threat not lessening, until she gave in. The fight left her, and she warmed, pressing up against him. "Honey, what was it I said? I just wanted to get to know her, that's all." He barely controlled his eyes from flicking up, but his hand lowered. He shared a last look with Stone before striding out of the backyard. Brandy was right on his heels. Brett's hand stroked over my back. That trickle of awareness that had been waiting spread to my front, and it turned into an excited flutter. And that began to warm me all over, including moving between my legs, where I began to ache. A brief moment of silence followed in their wake, one that I paid no attention to, until Dusty cleared her throat. "Well then, I now need a drink, and since I'm not pregnant, I intend to get drunk. Husband?" Stone tilted his head towards her. "Wife?" "You got baby duty tonight." He chuckled, a promise of something else there that rang between the two, something loving, but also something exciting. "Sure, Dust. No problem." She tipped her head back, a deep laugh coming from her. "I know what that means, but you're not deterring me. I'm drinking." Her eyes found me, sobering. "I'm so sorry for everything Brandy said. She winced. It's her way with people. She thinks she's charming when she takes some of the darkest moments in your life and chucks them back at you as if they don't matter. I know I shouldn't say this, but I cannot wait until Colby moves on to the next girl." "Dusty," Emma also stood. "I've decided that I'm also drinking," she said to Jake. "You also have dad duty tonight." He grinned at her as she passed by him, her hand touching his chest as she followed Dusty to the bar. "I'll take dad duty any day if it means you're letting loose." She tipped her head back. A very sensual and confident chuckle trailed out. Brett slipped into the seat Brandy vacated, his arm resting over the back of my chair. He turned into me, blocking everyone else out. His eyes were heavy on me, making that ache start its own drumbeat. "You okay?" Silent, I nodded. His eyes darkened. "You need to go?" Silent, I nodded again. That ache was growing. His hand moved to my leg, sliding to the inside of my thigh, and held there. We were both transfixed by the other. My chest started rising and lowering, the need for him rising up, overwhelming me. I didn't understand it. I couldn't explain it. But it was there, and I was feeling it, and Brett had picked that up. His eyes fell to my mouth. I licked my lips, slowly. A deep, guttural groan escaped him. I was really hoping no one was paying attention to us. I had that fleeting thought before my leg twitched, closing Brett's hand between my legs, and that was enough. Brett shoved back his chair, grabbing my hand. "We gotta go." "But what?" I had no idea who said that. We were fast heading out. I was trailing behind Brett just as Dusty and Emma were coming back with their drinks. I noted the margaritas and gave them both a thumbs up. "Those look delicious. Where are you going?" Brett looked over his shoulder, squeezing my hand. "We gotta go. We have a thing." "A thing?" she repeated, confused. "Yes." We were at the door in their fence, and he reached for the knob. Turning so his back pushed open the door, he pulled me against him and spoke over my head as I was trying to still wave goodbye. "We got a text, and we have to go. Thank you for the invitation. It was fun." Her eyebrows shot up. "Fun?" Emma started laughing, understanding. She elbowed Dusty, giving her a meaningful look. We were stepping through the fence, just as I heard Dusty exclaim, "Oh! Oh!" Then Brett slammed the door shut. I was pushed back against it, and his mouth was on mine. Explosions. Those explosions were happening inside me at the same time a barrage of fireworks were let loose. And there was the whistle of another bomb falling because I knew in that moment, as Brett was trying to devour me, as he lifted me in the air, his hands under my legs, and as I was molding every part of my body against him, that the bomb was me. I'd been launched in the air. So totally and so completely because I was in love with Brett Brudeau. 43. Billy. As soon as we were home and in the garage, Brett hauled me out of the truck. I was drenched, needing his mouth, his touch. I wanted his cock inside me, and he pressed me against his truck, my front against it. I gasped, my pulse pounding as he shoved his body against me. His mouth was on my throat, sucking me in deep, a desperate hunger coming from him, as his hands ran down my body, sliding to my front. My dress was shoved up to my waist as his hand dipped down, moving to my clit. I moaned. God, that felt so good. A deep breath left him as he bit down on my neck. "You like my touch." His beard scraped over my skin, a torturous caress. I pressed back against him, which made him moan. His other hand caught my hip, slamming us both back against the truck, and at the same time, his other finger slid up inside me. My thong was just moved aside. He worked me over, his finger thrusting up. He kept going, a slow but steady rhythm, and he continued teasing me, his mouth making little nips at my throat. An inferno rose inside me, taking me over. A hot, passionate twister made of fire that was hungry. I wanted all of it. Everything. I wanted every inch of Brett deep inside me, moving, claiming. A second finger slid inside, and my legs clamped tight. My hand moved down, wrapped around Brett's wrist, but I only held on to him, needing a hold on the havoc he was creating in my body. But he only chuckled against my neck, his tongue continuing tasting me, until his fingers were moving so fast, digging in so deep, that my entire body seized in spasms. Desire, pleasure, lust, all of it was mixing together in my body, creating the perfect sensual frenzy that took over my body. My mind was gone. It was only able to concentrate on the sensations Brett was giving me. I broke, my entire body lifting up as my back arched. A guttural groan left my throat, hoarse and raspy. God. I panted, shivers wrecking me. But then Brett's body was gone. He dropped to his knees. His hands clamped on my hips. "What?" I gasped, lifting up all over again as his mouth found my pussy. His tongue slipped inside, and the first climax hadn't even dissipated before he was building another all over again. "Brett!" I cried out, my legs unsteady. My whole body was shaking. His tongue slid out, only to trace around my other hole. I froze, but he just lightly licked around it before he moved back to my cunt. He thrust in. One of his hands held my hip firm, keeping me in place as I was beginning to lose control of myself. "Brett, God!" I cursed and moaned at the same time. He pulled out of me, long enough to say in a deep command, "Hold, baby." Baby. Another shiver went through me, so delicious and addicting. His tongue was back, and his other hand slid to my front, his thumb rubbing over my clit. Another storm was building, rising, surging up, and I yelled out as my body exploded. My release tore through me, and I was a mess, unable to do anything except pant as the waves pounded over me. Brett was moving in the background, but I wasn't paying him much attention. I couldn't. I was still recovering from 2 mind-blowing orgasms. He picked me up, and we moved fast into the house, through and to his bedroom. My dress was whisked off. My thong was long gone. I had no idea when that happened. Brett was undressing, and then he gripped my ankle. I was tugged to the edge of the bed. "What?" I lifted my head. The lights remained off, so it was dark, but I could see Brett wrapping something around my ankle. There was a crackling sound as my leg was suddenly yanked toward the bedpost and held tight. "What are you doing?" He moved to put a binding around my other ankle. The same thing. Both of my legs were now spread wide for him. I tested it out, but there was no give. I was laid out for him, and I sat up, my chest heaving and my heart still racing from the garage. I eyed him. As he stood in front of me, his own hunger coming out as he was breathing me in. All of me. All of my nudity. He reached for his cock, fisting it, and he stroked it, a low groan leaving him. His eyes met mine, and his flashed with intent. Dark promises. "You were turned on at the dinner. What did it exactly?" Surprise leapt in my throat, keeping me silent. I'd never seen this side of Brett. His eyes were so dark, so alpha. He climbed onto the bed, still stroking himself, and he knelt over me, rising so he was arched over me. Billy. Little Billy." A tingle raced through me. I gasped lightly, not understanding my reaction at that name. He noticed it, his eyes dipping down, trailing over my body. They darkened even more, sinful desire emanating from every pore in his body. His one hand reached out, cupping my breast, his thumb rubbing my nipple as his other hand continued to work himself. He bent down, his mouth falling on mine. I expected a hot, demanding kiss. He was gentle instead. My body began to tremble once more, but from the promise of what he was going to do to me. A part of me was suddenly awake, suddenly alive. I was feeling in a way that I'd never experienced before, as if every part of my soul was spread out, wide open, claiming any and every bit of pleasure there was to experience. I wanted it all. Whatever Brett did to me, I would thirst for it and more. I would yearn for this touch from him. His tongue slid inside, rubbing slowly, purposely. He was taking everything from me, making it his own, branding me. He grazed against my lips, his beard brushing against my skin, before he lifted up so he could see me better. "Was it when I stood over you and threatened that woman for you?" My body started to vibrate, low but steady. He saw it, his eyes lighting up. "Was it that I moved in to protect you, help you?" Bending back down to me, he moved to my neck, tasting me, slow and agonizing. I couldn't contain myself. My body was continuously quivering, shaking. His words, how he was drawing everything out, how he had tied my legs apart, all of it was too much for me. I was close again, so close, just from all of this. Brett lifted his head again, sweeping over my body. "I think I need to tie you up a lot more, Billy." His eyes flashed back to mine, and a slow grin spread. Little Billy. The tremors went up another level. God, I was going to come again. I'd never felt this before, not to this extent. Brett, I groaned. What, Billy? He stopped stroking himself and moved between my body. One of his hands ran up the inside of my leg, ending between them, and he dipped a finger inside me. He was watching what he did to me, how my body was responding to him, and he cursed. I wanted to feel your lips wrapped around my cock, but I don't think I can hold out anymore. A second finger thrust inside, and he ground them as deep as he could go, his palm also pressing against my clit. Please, I panted, writhing on the bed, my legs unable to move anywhere. That was tipping me over, knowing I was powerless to him. I was here for his enjoyment, his viewing pleasure, whatever he wanted to do to me, but knowing he'd only make me explode, knowing we were doing this together, that I could trust him explicitly. Please what, baby? But he pulled his fingers out of me and took his cock. He shifted up, closer to me, and ran the length of him between my folds, up and down, slowly. I moaned again, falling back to the bed, my back arched. What do you want, Billy? Tell me. I want to hear the words from you. I opened my eyes, and it took effort. This was sweet torture, and it was pure agony. I want you to fuck me, I snapped, sitting up, and he slid inside. I held still, holding my breath because that felt so good. He hissed, Jesus, you feel good. We both held still for a moment, adjusting to the feel of him finally inside me, before he fell back down to me, catching himself so his body didn't crush mine. He pushed me down to the bed from the motion, and his head turned, his mouth nipped my ear before he said into it, I'm going to do delicious things to you. I'm going to tie you up. I'm going to bend you over. I'm going to make you scream until you beg for my cock inside you. And then we're going to do it all over again. He began moving inside me, and I bit down on my lip, trying to control myself, but my body was trembling from another climax coming so soon, too soon. He kept moving, a smooth glide of his body and dick, and he continued speaking into my ear. That woman tonight was no one. No one, little Billy. She was a gnat to you, to us. If she wasn't getting fucked by my teammate, I would have cut her down the second she dared approach you. You are mine. There is no limit to what I will do to protect you. No boundary that I'll adhere to. No law or territory or action that will keep me from violating, breaking, shattering, or destroying if it means that you are safe and you are at my side. All his words, the intensity as he spoke, he was making promises that I was feeling in my soul. How all of that, with what he was saying, mixed with how he was thrusting inside me, branding the feel of him deep inside in my body, it was all too much, and I screamed, my entire body jackknifing against him as my third climax tore through me. Baby, you are mine. Brett kept fucking me through my release. There is nothing I won't do if it means taking care of you. I couldn't speak. The ability left me from the ferocity of my last explosion. Brett didn't seem to mind as his lips dropped to mine, and his tongue took control of my mouth at the same time. His cock began moving faster, deeper, rougher. All of a sudden, with a savage growl erupting from him, he rose, slid his hands under me, and he propped me up so he could hit at an even deeper angle. Holy fuck. He was going to the end. Brett, I gasped. God, baby. His eyes snapped to mine at my last word, and he unloaded, coming inside me. 44. Billy. A phone was ringing, and I didn't want to hear it. That intrusion was not welcomed. The cold blasted me as Brett rolled away, checking his phone, then cursed at whoever was on the other end. He was up and heading out of the room as he answered.
"What is it?"
I sat up, reaching for my own phone. Christ, an onslaught of memories came all at once. The dinner, Brandy, then Brett, the extreme need I felt for him, and the rest of the night. I looked at the bedposts, feeling those restraints all over again. I had loved it, loved the feeling that he could dominate me, that I would be in complete submission to him. He'd tied my arms down for the second round. A delicious shiver went through me. I was addicted to him. My body already longed for the next time he'd tie me up, and how he would do it. But it was more. My heart was bursting. He'd stamped himself on every part of me, mind, body, and soul. I was his, whether he realized it or not. I was his, whether he wanted me or not. I lay back down, letting myself remember the rest of the night. We hadn't stopped. Brett kept taking from my body, and I gave it, gladly, completely. I stifled another groan because, my God, he could come back in here, and he'd be able to just slide right inside because I was wet. Then again, this was probably from the last 2 rounds, as I lay on my stomach and he took me from behind. I'd tried reaching for him, tried bending down so I could suck him, but he wouldn't let me. He said last night was his feast. I'd get to eat another night, and I was looking forward to that. Images of our very last round flashed in my head as I rode him, rising up over him, and as we watched the other the entire time, neither of us spoke the whole time. And I cursed, knowing, feeling it in my chest, back to my regular programming schedule of terror and murder. I focused on my phone, seeing there were no new texts or calls. My family was still sleeping, no doubt, like normal people. Whatever had happened, though, I couldn't wait. There was an itch inside me, and it was growing, becoming more demanding. Something had happened. Something bad. I slipped out of bed, grabbing the sheet to wrap around me. Brett's voice was coming from his office, where he was sitting on his couch, one elbow resting on his knee and his head hanging down.
"What's he allegedly saying, then?"
His gravelly voice ground out. He waited for their answer before biting out a curse.
"Just fucking tell me. Should I listen to it and summarize for her or let her hear it?"
His head lifted, his eyes already guarded, his mouth turned down.
"I'll call you back."
Whoever was on the other end protested as he ended the call. He didn't tell me anything, just held my gaze, and after a moment, I could see his suffering. He was hurting for me. I crawled into his lap and took the phone from his hand. He leaned back on the couch, cradling me, as I went through his call history. Kim King's PR was at the top. Kim is public relations? Brett nodded. His neck was stiff. His whole body was rigid under me, but I hit call. "Billy." She answered immediately, her voice filling the room as I hit speaker. "Jesus Christ, Brudeau, I'm not calling to ruin your day or Billy's, but what affects her now affects you, and that affects the team. We've taken a stance to support you. I need to know how to proceed. I'm getting calls from the press about this leaked call." My heart had sank inside me, but now it swung like a pendulum. "What leaked call?" There was a beat of silence before she sighed. "Thanks for the heads up, Brudeau." Brett pressed his forehead to the back of my shoulder, his hand folding over my stomach.
"Just tell her what you told me."
She hesitated. "What leaked call?" I asked again. "There's a report hitting the news today that the Midwest Butcher took a reporter's call, and it's going to be leaked." My insides felt wooden. "Leaked?" "It's leaked. It hasn't hit the news yet, but it's out there." "Where?" I grated out. "Brett?" she asked, a pinch of impatience edging in. Brett reached around me to take the phone. He brought it closer.
"Just tell her, Kim. She's been dealing with this shit all her life. You're not going to be the one to break her."
She was quiet again, And I didn't know this Kim person, but I wondered how often people talked to her like that. "It's on social media," she said. "Take your pick. You'll be able to search for it and find it, and it's going to spread fast. Do you want me to tell you what he said, or do you want me to wait for you to listen to it?" Brett growled behind me. "Just find it and press play. You can listen to it with us." I closed my eyes, shutting down in preparation. I was going to hear his voice again. I'd see his face in my mind. But I wasn't going to let myself go back to that day, under the bed, seeing his bloodied boot stepping toward me. I shuddered. Brett's arms tightened around me. He placed the phone next to us and lifted me as he got more comfortable in the corner of the couch. Cameron Fowler's voice came over the phone. There was some static, but his voice was clear enough. I knew it was him. "I mean, this guy out there that's doing these new killings, he's not the real Midwest Butcher. I can say that because I know the real Midwest Butcher. He ain't me either. I've been talking to him since he reached out, since I'm in here for his crimes." A male voice asked, "You're saying you're in communication with the real Midwest Butcher?" "Yeah, sure am." He coughed, but I could hear his grin. He was enjoying this. "And yeah, he's got something to say to this new guy copying him." "He does. What does he think of this new killer out there? Is he the guy you're talking about? Is he the real Midwest Butcher?" Fowler started laughing, the sound high-pitched and grating. He was more than enjoying this call. "Oh, no. That is definitely not the real Midwest Butcher. This new guy, he knows some of the Butcher's secrets, that's for sure. But it's because he told the new guy." "So the Midwest Butcher knows who this new guy is? He's been in contact with him?" "He knows exactly who he is, and why he's doing this. He's angry at the real Midwest Butcher. Angry and hurt. He feels rejected, but he's going about it all wrong. You see, there's something everyone's got wrong. He thinks it's time to clear it up." "And what is that?" "Butcher had been in that house just before me. There's new evidence that backs it up, but, Mr. Fowler, what are you saying here?" I started hyperventilating. Brett held me tighter, a hand rubbing over my back in long, slow, soothing swipes. I focused on that, timing my breathing with his motions, and then I was able to hear again. "Real message from the real Midwest Butcher is that everyone got it wrong." "What did they get wrong?" Fowler didn't answer at first. "That the girl got it wrong. She saw me because I'd gone in there to check on the family. I was going to help them, but Butcher had already left. She must not have seen him. That's why she testified seeing me. She got the wrong guy. He's still out there and free. I'm an innocent man inside here, and since he's out there, if anyone were to do something on his behalf, he'd be real mad. It'd be his place to do something, not anyone else's. No one else's." The reporter was quiet. Are you talking about if something were to happen to Willow Harm?" No, he said sharply, before lowering his voice. "Just that if someone thought they'd be doing something for him, they wouldn't be. That's for him to do. He'd have to do something about them. And he said everyone could read between the lines with that one. He got a good laugh out of that." I shoved out of Brett's arms and ran to the nearest bathroom, emptying my stomach in the toilet. Brett said something on the phone before he came in, adding, "I have to go." I was still bent over the rim. "Do you want some water?" I nodded, holding on as another round came up my throat. He returned, setting the glass on the counter. He smoothed back my hair and sat behind me, his body blanketing mine. His head rested beside mine, a hand running over my hair and back before sweeping up for another circle. I lost count of how many times he repeated this motion until my stomach stopped seizing. He reached for my water, handing it to me. I sank backwards against him, taking the glass and my first sip. Then I waited. It felt good going down my throat, refreshing. When my stomach didn't clench up, I took another sip and another. But mostly, I just sat there in his arms until I lost track of time. His phone rang in the other room. Neither of us mentioned it until he cursed and hit the door, shutting it, muting the sound a little. I can take a day off. I shook my head. No, you'll get fined. Then I'll get fined. You're not taking a day off. Billy. His arms flexed. He was about to launch into an argument. No. I was so tired, so weak. No, I'm going to the farm. I want to be with Vicky and Howard. I want to hold Miss Sylvia Rivera. There was exhaustion in my voice, but also resolve. Brett heard it and didn't fight. His chest seemed to deflate behind me. Are you sure? Yes. That call was leaked on purpose. He's trying to tell the copier not to move on me, but it won't work. He'll be even more determined now. I'm going to spend time with the people who love me. I'll be there when you're done. I turned to look at him, but quickly moved away, conscious of what my breath must smell like. I leaned forward, hanging my head between my knees. Brett continued rubbing my back. We'll sleep there tonight. I didn't argue because as the nausea shifted aside, a new burn took its place. A scalding burn. Anger. The Midwest butcher. This new guy. Everyone else. They wanted to break me? Well, fuck them. No one was going to break me.
45. Brett. I was leaving the stadium when I saw the detective in the lobby area. This is where they put the unwanted visitors. You're not wanted. How's that feel, Detective Dickhead? He tensed, catching the extra meaning behind my words, before rolling his eyes. Such a class act, Brudeau. Like always. That's me. So classy and sophisticated, I've been to the White House 3 times. He shook his head, some of his real anger flaring for a moment before he concealed it. Does she know your past? Your real past? Does she know about your brother? This went serious real quick. I took one step toward him, knowing he'd feel the implied threat from it. It was one of the first things she found out about me. I waited, seeing some of his anger slip out again. Let's be clear here. Billy may not know every single bad thing I've done in my past, but she knows I have a past. She knows that if football hadn't come into my life, I might have ended up in a cell next to my brother. And guess what? I flashed him a hard smile, a cruel one. I still get to make her scream on my dick every fucking night. All the pretense vanished between us. He might have been here for his job or some other reason, but he still wanted what was mine, and he couldn't have her. Because she was mine. I raised an eyebrow. I got the girl, dickhead. When are you going to accept that? He scowled. I could see all the loathing, the disdain. It didn't matter what I did for a living, how much money I had. I was beneath him. I almost laughed. You just see me one way, don't you? Yes, he lashed out. His nostrils flared. I don't give 2 fucks what you've done with your life. You were a criminal growing up. It was in how you were raised. You were born to be a criminal, and that part of you is so far deep in you, that'll never come out. You might be legal now, but you are still and will always be a criminal. She deserves better than you. I stepped back, finally getting him to show his cards. He didn't say anything that wasn't true, and in a way, I respected that. It was honest. We can agree on that, but she's better than both of us. Surprise leapt in his eyes at my words, but they went flat again because I smirked, knowing it looked cruel, wanting it to look as cruel as possible. My tone taunted because by now, it was a conditioned response to this asshole. Still doesn't change a goddamn thing because, again, I got the girl. He bit back whatever he wanted to say, and it took considerable effort. He grated out. I didn't come here for this pissing match. I came to find out how she's doing. How is she? I narrowed my eyes, studying him. I wanted to see a crack, maybe a hint that he actually didn't care. But fuck this guy. He did. I wasn't sure when he'd finally detach from Billy. How do you think? It pissed me off that he was coming to me, but it also would have pissed me off if he hadn't. Before he could retort, I said briskly, "Let's walk." As soon as we got outside, I said, "She's at the farm today." "I know, I called Lo." So he'd checked up on her. "Why are you here then?" "I need to run something by her, and Lo said you'd be the one to ask for the most accurate barometer check on Billy." I stopped abruptly. Everything else instantly dropped. "You found something." He gave in. "Yeah, we found something, but it's not much. It's not enough." "What is it?" "The name we had is a fake." I waited. He didn't say any more. I raised an eyebrow. "That's it? Save your gas next time." I started walking. He let go, staying behind. I got 4 paces before he said to my back, "We got a picture." I braked. "You should have fucking led with that." He shrugged, unperturbed, coming to pass me. "I'm leading with it now." Before I could ask, he held a palm up. "We don't have the picture yet, but it's coming." "What the fuck does that mean?" "Traffic cameras at 4 of the murder sites and 1 near your gas station all picked up the same truck. Different plates, but the same guy. His face is covered in all the images except one. We're waiting for the last one to come through. It's got good quality, we've been told. I'm here to ask how to proceed with Billy. She made it clear she wanted to be in the know. Nikki approved that, so I'm asking your opinion. Do I tell her we have a picture coming, or wait and see if it pans out into anything?" He hesitated. I wasn't sure her mindset, considering the recent phone call leak. That's why he was here. That was maybe the real reason he sought me out. The call rattled her, but she's okay. Some relief hit him and his shoulders lowered a little. "And the other thing?" I chewed on it, but after seeing her reaction this morning to the call, I nodded. "Send the picture when you get it. Even if we can't get identification from it." I wanted to tell him no. I wanted to shield her from all of this, pretend none of it was happening. I wanted to pick her up, take her to bed, and not let her leave again until she was smiling and glowing and had that little giggle I loved. But I knew my woman by now, and knew what she'd want. "Even if you can't see shit, you send her the picture." My phone buzzed, and it was actually a name I wanted to hear from. "Anything else? Any other realizations you've had over the last 48 hours that you need to get off your chest?" He rolled his eyes. "Why are you such a pain in the ass?" I smirked and began walking backwards, hitting accept on my phone. "We already went over this. Catch up. Because you're a cop and I come from criminals. And also because you have a boner for my woman, which really pisses me off." Then I pivoted, the detective forgotten, and I raised the phone to my ear. "What's up?" "Who is that?" my brother asked, sounding amused. "Nice to know you'll always be a dick," Travis called from behind me. "At least you're consistent. Wait for your police escort, too." He motioned toward the squad car parked in the lot. I gave him the middle finger before unlocking my truck and getting in. As soon as I turned on the engine, I put my phone aside and waited for the escort dickhead mentioned. They pulled into position, and I eased ahead of them as the call switched so it was coming from my dashboard. I replied to my brother. "Just some local pests. What's going on?" Will was quiet. We'd had enough conversations over the last month for me to know he was going to bring up something I wouldn't want to discuss. "Listen, you've not said shit about what's going on with your woman, but brother, we get the news too. You've been great about helping with this fight against Shannon, but if you need something from us, I'm good. I know Bud's dead to you, and believe me, I'm learning how Shannon is the fucking Reaper. You kill her and she keeps coming back to wreak vengeance. But you're not alone. You and me? We aren't close, but I'm still family. Say the word and I'm there. You're helping Stevie, Georgie, and Sammy. You're already helping," I told him. "Can you imagine the alternative? Me having them here and all this?" He sighed. "Yeah, I get it." "What's the real reason you called?" He bit out a harsh laugh. "There was something, but we can talk after your game." "You sure?" "Yeah. Stay safe out there." I grew grim, but bit out. "That's the plan."
46. Billy. The knocking started at 4 the next morning. Brett and I were in my bed at the farm. It was warm, cozy, and small. I didn't want to move, but Brett was the one who got up and went to the door. There was muffled conversation, and I snuggled into his pillow, breathing the smell of him in deep. It was almost ridiculous how much just the smell eased any little anxiety twisters inside of me. His voice rose, saying, "Are you kidding?" And there went my momentary peace. It was time to get up. My hair was a mess, and I was yawning as I made my way to the front area. Brett and whoever was at the door were outside, so I took a second to find my sandals. I'd pulled on one of Brett's King's t-shirts and went back to trade my sleeping shorts for his giant King's sweats. They barely stayed up, but I loved them. The waistband rolled over a few times, hitching them at just the right place before I slipped out the door. Travis and Brett were on the patio of the guest house. Brett looked over at me, a slight grin tugging at his lips, his eyes trailing over my outfit. He liked when I wore his clothes, and he really liked when I wore them to bed. There was an extra thrill in his eyes every time he stripped them off me. This morning, right now, I focused on Travis. He looked as if he hadn't gone to bed the night before. He wore a police-issued jacket with a bulletproof vest underneath. Wrinkled jeans. His hair stuck up in all directions, but his eyes sparkled with bags under them. He was holding back a smile. I stopped in my tracks. "What?" "We got him." My heart jumped up, but no. "What?" He cleared his throat, his head dipping down. "We got photo identification. Then we got his real name and location. We moved fast. Had to because he was on the move again. But we got him. I was dispatched to tell you." The door of the main house opened. Vicky and Howard came out, both in their robes. Since Howard didn't have a shotgun in hand and because Vicky approached us first, he must have checked to see what was happening before leaving the house. "Travis? What's going on?" He turned to tell them, and they both blinked in shock. Brett moved to stand behind me, wrapping his arms around my front. I leaned back against him, my hands sinking into his arms as my knees threatened to buckle. It couldn't be over. There was no way. That was too fast, too easy. "Who?" I croaked. No way could this be done. Travis tilted his head to the side. "It's true, Billy. We got him. We can place him in 5 of the murder sites, and I've no doubt that if we keep looking, we can put him at the others. His cell phone has pinged out here 27 times over the last 2 weeks, and before that, we took apart his house. He had pictures of you plastered all over his walls, along with items taken from the other victims. There was a hair clip taken from Deandra, and another item from Martell Hibley. There's more that I can't disclose, but it's him." Deandra. Tears burned my eyes. Martell. "Did he have contact with—" He nodded. "We've found letters. He'd been corresponding with the Midwest Butcher for the last 7 years. There were details in those letters no one else could have known. In the last 3 letters to Fowler, this individual was becoming angrier and angrier. He wasn't receiving a certain approval that he thought Fowler owed him. That's how Agent Cartman explained it to me. I can't disclose any more." His eyes were intense before he blinked, and they softened. "You're safe. That's the important thing here." Safe. My hands tightened around Brett's arm, and he held me closer, kissing my forehead, brushing a hand over me. Travis faltered, seeing that. His face went blank. "Who was he?" Howard asked. Travis turned their way. "I'm unable to tell you his name, but it'll be announced later. The press finally named him. They're calling him the copier killer. We'll make an announcement this morning saying we believe that we've caught the copier killer." The copier. It was an insult to any serial killer. It got my approval. "Do you guys have any other questions?" Vicky let out an abrupt laugh. "My apologies, Travis. We're all just so surprised and relieved. I'm sure as we process this more, we'll reach out." He nodded. "You know my number." I could feel their eyes on me, but I didn't say anything. There was nothing more to say at this point, not until we could get more answers. But I did wonder, was this how it had happened for others? They were waiting, half living their lives, always waiting, and then bam! One day there was a knock at the door? Did it happen like that?
"You're uncharacteristically quiet, Bruto."
Travis frowned his way. A short bark of laughter came from the chest behind me, his voice rumbling deep there. His hand smoothed down my side as I was still tucked back against him.
"It's an abrupt change. Like Mrs. Mitchell said. Still processing." "Okay."
Travis skirted between all of us.
"Let me know if you have more questions. Otherwise, I'll get going."
His foot scraped over the gravel as he started back to his vehicle. A thought came to me, and I tore out of Brett's arm. "Wait, can I see the picture?" Travis nodded, his gaze locking on mine.
"I can bring it out later, but I'm sure it'll be released at the press announcement. Feds like their presentations. They'll do a whole show to assure the public that we caught the guy and they're safe. The families of the victims are all being notified right now as well."
"But you'll bring it?" I pressed.
"I'll bring a copy."
"Thank you, Travis." Vicky reached out, touching his arm. "We'll let Lo and Roger know. The girls have been worried."
"Maybe we'll do a Sunday dinner again, after Brett's game so he can join?"
Howard nodded in our direction.
"You're invited, Travis. And Agent Cardiman. She told me at great length how much she liked Vicky's pecan pie. I'll let her know."
He didn't linger after that, but there was a moment of silence once he was gone. I didn't know what to say. I almost felt bereft, like I'd been shorted from something. Brett reached for me, pulling me back into his arms, and at the touch, at his smell and his heat, some of that empty feeling soothed away. Howard spoke first, a slight laugh hitching out.
"Well, damn."
He scratched the back of his head as his robe started to loosen.
That's something, ain't it? It sure is something, all righty."
Vicky snorted, tying it back up and patting his tummy. "I think you could have said that better, but I know there's no going back to sleep after that announcement. Coffee? Brett? An early breakfast before you need to leave for the stadium?" 47. Billy. They announced the arrest. Billy Haskell. That was the name of the copier killer, and I noted the irony. His life was quickly uprooted. They found his social media, and suddenly people from his real life were doing interviews left and right. He fit Agent Cardiman's profile almost perfectly. A computer coder, time spent in the military, good-looking but also odd, according to what people were posting on his social media accounts. Caucasian. His father had killed his mother in front of him, and the timing happened when the Midwest butcher was caught, 3 towns away. It had been a domestic abuse situation, but it didn't matter. A tragedy occurred in his real life at the same time. There were too many similarities. It was him, and I was still in disbelief. More accounts were found from him that were dedicated to me. I'd only been able to stomach a momentary glimpse of them. There were pictures of me plastered all over those other accounts. Things didn't happen like this, where it was wrapped up with a neat little bow. Then again, because they knew me, I'd sentenced 2 people to death, so maybe this one wasn't actually wrapped up with a pretty bow. More would come out. It always did. There was a brief knock on my door at the farm, and I called, "Come in." Vicky appeared, carrying a mug in her hand. "Hey-o, how's it going?" She was being chipper, had been chipper all week, but she was also cautious. They all had been watching me, waiting for my freak-out, but it wasn't coming. Or it was, and I was in denial. I wasn't sure anymore myself. I was desensitized to all of it by now. I'd gotten a new computer with new accounts. My clients transitioned smoothly to the new ways to contact me, easily accepting when I relayed that there'd been a problem with my previous email. Vicky took in my laptop, sliding into a chair across from me. "Did Travis get back to you about how he found you as Melanie Morning?" I growled shortly. "No. He never brought over the picture I asked to see either." "Oh." She sat down across from me, sliding my mug over. "I made you a cappuccino. Got that new machine yesterday, and it's a delight to make these." "Thank you." Her eyebrows furrowed. "That's odd, right? Or maybe he wasn't cleared to show you a copy?" I shrugged. "I don't know, but he said I wouldn't get my old computer back. They're keeping it for the trial, just in case." "That's frustrating." "Yeah, but this time I'm not that involved with the trial. Travis thinks I'll only need to testify about the attempted abduction, and I could do that on video." "Well, that's something." "It is." I was aware of Vicky's scrutiny and knew she'd come over for a reason. Since the copier had been caught, we'd gotten back to a routine, and that included coffee in the mornings if Brett and I slept here. It was almost 4 on Friday, so this was something else. "What's up, Vicky?" She snickered, shaking her head. "You know me so well." I gave her a slight smile back, just waiting. "How's Brett with all of this?" My stomach tightened, but I shut that down and shrugged. "He's okay." My tone was light, but I was lying. Vicky would know I was lying, but I was still lying. The truth was that I didn't know. After Travis's early morning visit, Brett turned quiet. I hadn't noticed, not then. Too caught up in my own turmoil, it wasn't until a few days later that I realized his silence. "How's he really doing?" I sighed, sitting back. "He's there, in the background. He's being there for me." Which was the truth. But I didn't tell her how he held me in his arms every night with an extra tightness, or how there was a new edge when we had sex. Sometimes it was intense, sometimes rough, which I liked, which I needed too, but as he was fucking me, there was a wildness in his eyes that hadn't quite been there before. I flashed back to yesterday, how he'd taken me against the back of his kitchen door. My front was pushed against it, and he peeled down my sweats, his sweats, before he thrust up into me. Or how his hands braced against the door beside my head, pinning both of my hands underneath his as he pistoned into me. Or how he reached for me at 3 this morning, pulling me to sit on his dick. How he lay back, our eyes never breaking contact as he gripped my hips, watched as I rode him. How I felt he wasn't just looking at me, but he was seeing into me, seeing my soul. There was an extra frenzied emotion in every single one of those times, and a surge of adrenaline pierced me, just as I was remembering. It was a two-way street. He was addicted to me, the same as I was to him. My mouth started watering, and I needed to change the topic. "I'm sure he's processing, like me. Are you thinking about still going to the local VFW for Monday's game?" Her eyes were sharp. I had no doubt she was aware of what I was doing, but she went with it. "I think so. Howard is excited to see his buddies. He wants to tell them about the feds that were here. You're still planning on going to the game?" The Texas Kings were playing the San Diego Orcas for Monday Night Football, and the game was in California. Vicky and Howard were concerned, though Vicky had been more vocal about it. This wasn't our first talk on the subject. "Yeah," I confirmed. "Brett's got family coming. He's taking time to spend time with them afterwards. It's a big deal for him. I want to be there." "But it's so soon after—" She looked down at her lap, where I could see her hands wringing together. "What if it wasn't the right guy? What if he was framed?" She held up a hand before I could say anything. I know. That'd be a lot of details to frame because too many coincidences. But Billy, what if? Just, what if?" I moved my cappuccino aside and reached over, taking her hands in mine. "Lo and Roger are coming with me." "But—" Her chest rose. Her shoulders, too. Fear flitted across her face. I know they're flying with you and sitting with you and you'll be fine. And Brett's been so amazing and you're going to be there for him. I get that too, but I just feel right here. She pulled one of her hands away, forming a fist and pressing it to her sternum. Her hand was shaking. I just feel something still off. It was too soon. I felt the same. But the facts were starting to outweigh my fears. There was a very good chance that they actually had gotten the right guy, and with all the evidence, I needed to be there for Brett. We'll be smart, I promised her. Travis is coming too. Her chest rose again and held. Her eyes flicked up. She made the sign of the cross, which wasn't a motion Vicky made. I'd seen it happen 3 times since coming to them. She believed. She went to church, but she and Howard weren't ones to be vocal about their beliefs. They lived their values and preferred to lead by example. They weren't showy or pushy. We're flying there on Sunday, I told her. We're all staying in a shared suite. I'll take the farthest bedroom. Travis will be in a connecting room. I know Lo won't let me out of her sight. She'll even go to the bathroom with me. We'll be low-key, only venturing out to go to the game, and right after, I'll be with Brett. I'm flying back with him the next day. I'll never be alone. I know, and you have your training, but we almost lost you. He almost got you. If Brett hadn't been there... Her breath shuddered. We weren't expecting it, I countered. We're on guard now. And again, it looks like they did get the guy. Her hand lifted to her mouth, her fingers trembling. I still just have this fear. Both my babies are going. Both of her babies. She'd said it before. But there was a new shift inside me, and my heart started picking up speed. Should I? But Vicky was saying, No, you're right. Lo and Roger will be watching you like a hawk. Travis, too. And no one would mess with Brett. She laughed at herself before fixing a piercing gaze on me. You stay safe and come back. Do you hear me? I heard her. 48. Billy. Lo and I wore matching airport outfits. That's what we called them. We were both in leggings, sneakers, and tank tops. I broke the mold with wearing a flannel overtop. If I got hot, I could wrap it around my waist. I also kept a ball cap on, pulled low over my forehead, and sunglasses. No one seemed to recognize me, even though I counted 30 television screens covering the Midwest Butcher and the copier cases. My old picture flashed every now and then, the one they always used when I was 12. There were 2 basic images that were used on a rotation. My school picture, or the one where I was carried outside by a police officer, covered from head to toe in blood. My stomach churned every time I saw that one. I didn't understand why they used it. Wait, no, I did. Shock value. The press had no regard for sensitivity levels among other people who might get triggered by that image. The clip when Brett and I first met also had a surge in popularity. Me tripping, him catching me looking at him all starstruck and awkward. I still grimaced every time I saw it, but I was handling it better. Lo commented on that as we settled into our seats on the airplane. I shrugged. I kinda have to, you know. Considering Brett. Understanding dawned. She nodded before flicking her gaze to where the 2 guys were sitting, the row in front of us. That's part of the reason I was more pro-Travis. Part of the reason? I teased. It never mattered, which I knew. One glimpse of how he looked at you and you looked at him, and I knew nothing I said was going to make a difference. You 2 are supposed to be. Anyone with eyes can see that. I noticed Travis shifting around in his seat. I was going to ask if he was okay, but the flight attendant came over to see if we wanted anything to drink before taking off. Lo shot up her hand. Don't mind if I do. And also, thanks to the B-Man for giving us first-class seats. I'm not usually one where money makes a difference, but free booze? That's a whole different level. The people across from us snickered, but if I'd been worried about Lo bringing attention to us, it was baseless. By the time we were in the air and landing in San Diego, Lo got the entire story from the elderly couple across from us. They were going to cheer on their 2 granddaughters in a gymnastics competition. Lo lit up, sharing about Charlotte and Cynthia's gymnastics, and phone numbers were soon exchanged. When we got off the plane, hugs were exchanged. Roger got involved, hugging them. As soon as they separated from us, he asked, "Who were those people?" Lo filled him in, and I pulled out my phone to text Brett. Me. "We arrived. How are you doing?" Brett. "Good. You feel okay still?" Me. "Yeah. No one could recognize me. I don't think, anyway." I snapped a picture of myself, sending it to him. Brett. "You look good. Fuck, those leggings. The first chance I could get, I'd be rolling them down your legs, pushing you against the nearest counter, ripping your panties off, and sinking deep inside you. I'm fucking hard for you right now." My cheeks got a little warm. Lust fluttered in me. Me. Brett. Brett. "What, little Billy? Fucking what? Tell me." My mouth watered, and I shifted as we were standing, waiting for Travis to grab his checked bag. Seriously, my cunt started to throb for Brett. Me. "Where are you?" Brett. "I'm in a meeting with the team. If I wasn't, I'd be stroking myself and pretending it was your hand. Or better yet, your mouth. I want to feel your lips wrapped around my cock. I want to feel you taking me all the way, and as I sink down inside, as you'd lean down, relax your throat, and I could go even farther. I want to violate you in 30 different filthy ways, all dirty and all delicious." I shifted again, the throb growing. The back of my neck was heating up. Me. "I'd like that. All of it. I'd sink down to my knees for you, and I'd suck you inside my mouth. I want your taste right now." Brett. "Christ, I want you right now." Me. "Me too." "What are you doing?" Lo's voice came out of nowhere. "Ah!" I screamed, my hands and phone flying in the air. Then I screamed for a whole other reason. Because my phone. It was in the air, and I was watching it go down, where it was going to fall to the floor and it was going to break apart. And yes, I was watching it in slow motion, until a hand appeared and plucked it out of the air. "This yours?" Travis arrived, his checked bag in hand. I gaped, my lungs concaving. He frowned at me, his eyes glancing to my phone's screen. "No!" I rushed over to him, grabbing it away. God, had he seen anything? I quickly looked. Something happened and the texts were gone. All my apps were pulled up, but my shoulders relaxed. Thank goodness. I quickly pulled up my texts. Me. I almost dropped my phone. "We're in the airport, about to head to the hotel. Pause this for now?" Brett. "I was wondering if something happened. And yes, me and my dick miss you." Me. "I miss you too. How are you feeling about the game tomorrow?" Brett. "Guys are hyped. Everyone is saying Orcas will win. It's their revenge game from last year's Super Bowl, but that shit's not going to happen. We're heading in for meetings, then are doing dinner tonight and going to bed. I'll call you when I get to my room. Pick up where we left off. My dick's already excited." Me. "Okay, ... Brett. ... What's the ... Don't leave me and my dick hanging. Him, not so much. He's at a full salute." Me. "Nothing. It's nothing. I was just wondering if I could sneak into your room tonight or you into mine, but we shouldn't. You could get fined." Brett. "Don't think that I haven't thought of that. But they gave me a roommate tonight. I'm going to kick him out while we finish our sexting from earlier, so don't worry. We'll both end the night satisfied." I chuckled, feeling a little better. He'd been quiet all week, but this Brett seemed like normal Brett. Some piece inside me clicked back into place, the one that had been worried about him.
"Stop sexting your man," Lo hollered, waiting for me beside our Uber. "Let's go, woman. We got a hotel to explore and a bar to hit. This mama and her man are on holiday, and we're going to introduce San Diego to Wine Roger. They'll never know what hit him."
Me. I gotta go. Lo is on the fun bus, and I cannot miss this. I love when she and Roger both get on the fun bus at the same time. Love you. Kick ass. I thumbed it off, not thinking. It wasn't until later, much later, when I realized what I'd sent. He never responded. 49. Billy. We were in the stands the next day, slightly buzzed, and I was fully stressed from this game. Or we were very buzzed. Okay, extremely buzzed. Drunk. I was drunk. So were Lo and Roger. They got drunk first. Brett and I weren't able to finish our sexting conversation last night. He did reply later, but he didn't comment on the L message I'd accidentally and completely hadn't meant to send, saying his roommate refused to leave. The timing wasn't ideal, but Brett wasn't a liar, so I believed him, and some of the nerves there smoothed away. Some of them, not all. I'd told him the L word, and his response was no response. No matter how I sliced that, it wasn't good. But we were here, and the game was tied, and I was back to stressing. I couldn't handle this. The back and forth. They were up. We were. They kicked a field goal. We did too. Hence, I was drinking. Travis was our sober bodyguard. Lo deemed him that title since the rest of us were already 6 beers in, and these beers were big. Roger went off on a whole tangent relating the depth and girth of the Orca's beers to certain body parts. Lo couldn't stand she was laughing so hard. The people in front of us heard Roger's tangent, which turned into a lecture somehow, and that transitioned into a pep talk, and by the end, it was a motivational speech. Almost every person around us listened to him, and as he stood up on his seat, his beer raised, 23 other people joined him in a salute to the mighty Super Bowl defenders. We were kings. As the group chanted together, I got goosebumps. Wine Roger was now Beer Roger. I forgot how beer affected him. Someone from the Orca's administration found out I was here and offered a private box. I didn't think this was normal for the opposing team's fans. But then again, I didn't know. It was my first NFL game, much less the first one where I personally knew one of the players. Brett hadn't mentioned the use of a private box. I turned it down, to Lo's chagrin. It was for the best. Being in a box would have put more of a spotlight on me. Camera lenses would and did go there. I'd asked if Brett's family could use it instead of us, which quieted some of Lo's drunken whines. Pun intended, which cracked Lo up, so all was good. Besides Roger's motivational speech, I wasn't concerned about being recognized in the stands. My outfit was excellent camouflage. Leggings, ball cap pulled low over my forehead, sunglasses. My hair was in a braid. King's jersey. I'd wanted to wear Brett's jersey, but wondered if that was pushing my luck. But man, oh man, I was excited for when I could wear his jersey. As a football geek, I was salivating over the chance. Until then, I'd make do with sleeping in it, which I had last night. Roger was the one wearing Brett's jersey. His own, not the one I slept in. I'd never surrender that to Beer Roger. Let's go! Lo surged to her feet, her new beer in hand, and her king's foam finger in the air. Come on, Dubard! Make some magic happen! We were in the third quarter. Orcas now led 17-14. Our offense was having a hard time getting yardage. The Orcas' defense was one of the best, which showed that their shocking rookie franchise trip to the Super Bowl was not a fluke. The Kings were mostly running the ball. Their running backs were getting pounded, but they were inching the ball forward. We'd just gotten another first down. Dubard hasn't been able to connect to Reeves all night, Travis groaned. I know. I shook my head. They snapped the ball. Lowe started laughing as Dubard tried throwing again, but no one was open. He went out of the pocket, and I shot to my feet, holding my breath because he was scrambling. Combs, the Orca's defensive end, who was a nightmare, Brett's counterpart, went right at him. No one blocked him. I was screaming, my beer long forgotten. Dubard kept running, twisting, and he's going for it. Travis was up, yelling next to me. I could breathe again. The ball was passed to Foreman, and he got 3 yards. These plays gave me heart palpitations. All the crushing and roughness until a play worked, and then a magical opening appeared, and boom! The running back broke free and ran for it. I loved those plays. We were on our 3rd down, and only gained 2 more yards. If they didn't make something happen with the next play, Dubard got the snap, fell back, and launched it. I was yelling, Travis was yelling. It was gorgeous to watch, a perfect throw dropping to his chest like a baby to cradle. The defensive back assigned to him was behind by 3 yards. Stone had him. The guy wouldn't be able to catch him. 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! The Kings fans in the stadium erupted. Roger cried out, "Oh, hell yeah!" and launched himself at us. "Dude!" Travis moved in, grabbing Roger and hauling him off us. Lo was laughing, tears in her eyes, and she had to hold on to me. "I'm so sorry about my husband." Travis was irritated, but catching our reactions, he shook off the anger. It was almost mesmerizing to see how he could discard one facade and pull on a new one, like discarding a shirt and pulling on a new one. So easy. He puffed out his chest, shaking his head, and took hold of Roger's shoulder. "Let's not cause any injuries here. Maybe stop fucking your wife's foam finger with your foam finger. We're trying not to attract attention, remember?" Roger laughed it off. I glanced in Travis's direction, still grinning, but spying his face that faded. He was pissed. A darkness flashed briefly as he shook it off, a grin flashing to me. I was startled. It hadn't been the first time I witnessed that from him. There was something underneath his cop exterior, and my gut twisted together. I frowned, seeing him through a new lens. I rewound through my interactions with him. He was fine, protective, pissed when Brett had crashed our 2 dates, but the second one, I hadn't looked closely enough. Thinking back, remembering how he'd looked when he came outside and saw us, I now could remember darkness there too. I'd been too caught up in Brett. A bad feeling took root in my core. I wasn't able to shake it. I wanted to, as Travis now turned back to the game, cheering as we got the extra point. Then we sat down while the teams switched. This was my favorite part now. Not my favorite part before I started boinking Brett. Before boinkage happened, that had been when our offense was on the field. Post-boinkage, it was now. Brett was coming out. Travis checked his phone, reading a text, then leaned my way. "A buddy said the announcers keep talking about Brudeau, how he's dominating the game." They were right. Brett had sacked the quarterback 3 times. The Orca's QB was frazzled. I wasn't surprised they were talking about Brett. Good. "That's lit," I quoted Luna. Roger overheard and cracked up. Travis gave me a tight grin before focusing back on the game. A little voice began nagging me, sticking to the back of my mind. Neither team put any more points on the board. Brett had effectively shut down the Orca's offense, which wasn't an exaggeration this game. He got to their quarterback 3 more times. Only one was a sack, but the other 2 forced the quarterback to throw the ball away, which wasn't allowed, but it happened. We were moving with the crowd when a security guard and an Orca staff person appeared through the crowd. "Are you guests of Brett Brudeau?" one of them asked. Travis stepped forward. "Yes, we are." Both the security guard and staffer turned our way, noticing me. Recognition flared in the girl's eyes. "We were asked to extend an invitation to come to the family section," she said. "The visitors have their own area." Travis's hand came to the small of my back as he started to answer for us. I stepped to the side, raising my voice. "That'd be great. You'll show us?" She was eyeing Roger and Lo, who were... I wasn't sure what they were doing. They were giggling uncontrollably together, obviously intoxicated, but they'd stopped finger foam fucking each other. I'd stopped drinking after that last touchdown, so I was better. But the security guard edged toward them. I moved forward, taking both Roger and Lo's hands in mine. "They'll be fine, I promise. They don't get out much. They're parents." Lo whispered behind me to Roger, "Quick, do your donkey laugh." Oh, God. I closed my eyes, preparing. A second later, hee-haw, ha, ha. Lo and Roger dissolved in laughter. Hee-haw, ha, ha, hee. Ignoring them, I smiled at the security guard and staffer. "Let's go, please."
50. Brett. Brett! Callie found me after the game, after the interviews. "Hey, I just finished dressing after a shower, putting my things in my bag. I pulled out my phone. What's up?" She looked around, biting her lip, hugging herself. I'd told Callie a while back to steer clear of the house with Billy's stuff going on. It was for her safety, which she understood, but since then we'd not seen much of each other outside of the usual physical therapy conditioning. I straightened, giving her my full focus. "What's going on?" "Can I..." She raked a hand through her hair, whipping it around. "Can I stay at your place for a bit?" My eyebrows went up. She cursed, dropping her eyes. I got kicked out of my place. I've been staying with my friend, the one from Jack's, and well, that's not going so well." "You what? You were kicked out?" I know. She held her hands up. "I feel like such a loser asking, but would that be okay? I don't know what you've told Willow about me, but I can stay in just the one part so I wouldn't bug her. There's a small kitchen in there. I can totally make do. I need some time before I figure out my next steps." Callie made decent money. I knew she did, and she wasn't a big spender. She studied for school or she was working. That was her life, and I doubted she'd suddenly developed a gambling problem in the last month. This didn't make sense. None of this. But Callie was as much of a closed book as I was. Maybe more. Probably more. "Are you okay?" Her eyes jerked to mine, widening. Yes. It's nothing like this. I'm still trying to save up money. If it's a problem, I don't have to..." "Callie." She started to walk away, but I caught her arm. "Of course you can stay, but I have to ask. If something's going on, if you're in some kind of trouble, you can tell me. I might be able to help." Her eyes fell to my chest, and she gulped before gently pulling her arm away. "I'm okay. Really." She wasn't. She was as far from fine as we were from Texas right now. "You can stay, but you need to tell me what's really going on. You don't have to today, tomorrow, or even next week, but eventually just loop me in. You're in my house. You can trust me." She gave in, her eyes swimming in tears as she nodded. "Yeah," she croaked out, tucking some hair behind her ear. "Yes, okay, I will. Later." "Okay." My phone buzzed. Callie edged back, gesturing to it. "I know you have people waiting for you, so I'll leave you to it. Thanks, Brett, I mean it. You're a lifesaver." I threw her a look. I'd never go that far. "Willie. Where are you? Awesome game, by the way. We went back to the hotel." Brett. "It'll be a while. You're at the Rothschild, right?" Willie. "Yes. Kim from your team helped set up the family suite. She was very kind." Kim was kind? Kim? Brett. "Why don't you guys do dinner and plan to meet up after? I'll come to you guys." Willie. "Okay. They don't know you're coming. We didn't want them to get crushed if something came up and you weren't allowed to stay after. Your team travels together usually?" Brett. "Yes, but I explained the situation to Coach. He okayed it. Give me your room number and I'll text when I'm getting ready to head your way." Willie. "Thumbs up emoji." I wasn't far from the family visiting area and could hear the buzz when someone yelled out my name. Glancing back, I came to a stop. Mason Cade. Still tall, but slimmer than when he'd played in high school. Mason Cade was one of the best wide receivers in the league. Him and Reeves. He still was, even though we were both nearing the age where retirement was getting thrown around more and more. Most players at our positions retired long ago. As he got closer, I saw the exhaustion in his eyes. It was a look. I had it too. That's where our similarities stopped. Mason always played football. He's always been known in football, and he went to one of the top teams right off the bat. But he went free agent and decided to move closer to where we both grew up. He was Fallen Crest. I was Russo. The neighboring towns had been rivals, and it was the same with Mason and his brother with my brother and myself. Enemies. That changed after high school. Things had never been copacetic between Kate and me, but I didn't particularly hold anything against him either. He and I had just been on opposite sides all our lives. Except after the Super Bowl last year, we went to dinner. It had been a turning point, and since then we'd occasionally been in touch. I'd gotten a text from him a week ago letting me know they were thinking of Billy and me. "Hey, man, how are you doing?" he asked, holding his hand out. "That's twice you guys got us." I shook it, a nice sturdy handshake. Good, good. And you know it was a team effort. I smirked, which he saw and rolled his eyes while biting back a grin. "Did you have people here? Sam came. She's hoping to see you." "That'd be nice to see her. My half-brother came today, too." He nodded. "Will, right? He went to Fallen Crest, didn't he? He wasn't in Russo with the rest of your family." "No, different mom. He's still in Fallen Crest, actually." "He is?" I nodded. "Your wife's here?" He shot me a look. "You're playing. What do you think?" I grinned. If his wife had gone to my school, and if she'd never met Cade, there could have been a scenario where she and I might have had a situation. Beyond that, I couldn't say. She and Cade were meant to be, and that's how it was always supposed to end up. We began walking together. "Billy's up there." Mason ground to a halt. For the first time, maybe ever, I saw Cade at a loss for words. "She's here?" I inclined my head. "They caught the guy." "Shit, Brett. Fuck. Sam's been... You don't know. You helped her once, and she's never forgotten that. I've never forgotten that. Now your woman..." Emotion I never knew Mason Cade was capable of washed over his face before he blinked a few times and swept it away. He cleared his throat. "We're here for you. Anything. You name it, it's done. I mean it." I nodded. "I appreciate that. I mean it." Now I started to feel things I never would have acquainted with Mason Cade. "Tell the truth," I eyed him, half smirking. "This emotion is more because we spanked your asses for the second time, right?" He shot me a look, but the emotion was gone. His lip twitched. "Pretty sure I could still kick your ass. Pretty sure you never could. I'm twice your size, Cade. You're not that big, Broody. Speak for yourself." I countered, ignoring how conversations quieted when we walked into the family area. "I'm always that big." Cade snorted, but I ignored him. Billy was in the corner, and I only had eyes for her. I went right to her. No one else mattered in that moment.
51. Billy. I thought Brett was a little nuts when he offered to pay for our rooms. The Rothschilton wasn't just any hotel. It was the definition of luxury for all hotels, what those hotels looked up to. This place catered to celebrities and the uber-rich. So yeah, Brett was nuts. We were waiting for the elevator as two other guests joined. Both men were in business suits, and considering the clientele for the Rothschilton, I'm sure these two weren't normal businessmen. But it took 2 seconds for their football fanboys to come out. They asked for selfies, then autographs. When the elevator arrived, they rode with us and wanted to talk football with Brett. I tuned out, remembering the look on Brett's face when he came into the family section. Everyone had stopped talking because the image of Brett Brudeau walking beside Mason Cade stunned people. But in the midst of all that, Brett couldn't give two fucks because he only had eyes for me. He went right to me and hauled me in for the tightest hug, lifting me off my feet. It took me a second to react, and then I had my arms wrapped around him. He soothed something in me that I'd been ignoring, or trying to ignore. The booze helped today. It helped a lot. But there were still some nerves. I loved him. I told him. It was in a text, and it was said without thinking about it, but it was still there. He gave me no response, so was this my response? I tilted my head back, trying to see him better, and when his eyes met mine, my whole body came awake. His eyes were dark, stormy, and heated. A shiver went down my spine, knowing what he wanted to be doing at that moment. Feeling it, his eyes flashed. His hand moved to my spine, as if he could soothe that shiver away, but it was one of those delicious ones. Things happened after he set me back down on my feet, but it was all a blur. I was in a Brett daze. It was so strong that Lo and Roger were shooting me looks because I wasn't geeking out when Brett introduced me to Mason Cade, and then to his wife. Normal Billy wouldn't be able to talk. I'd be staring, geeking out inside myself, with the whole fangirl look on my face. Instead, I was cool, calm, and collected. I was normal by most people's standards. Totally not normal Billy. Which Lo and Roger picked up on, but comprehension clicked when Brett and I couldn't move a foot without touching each other. He kept an arm around my waist, or a hand looped in the back of my pants, or slid his hand down my arm to take my hand in his. If he wasn't touching me, then I was reaching for him, always in contact. At the end, my back was plastered to his front, and his arms were in front of me. One of my hands hung onto his arm with our other hands playing with each other. Cue another one of those shivers. I'd been having them the whole time we were in that family section. It was almost all I could concentrate on, barely hearing Lo and Roger excusing themselves when we got to the hotel lobby. They were heading for the bar. Travis said his goodbyes even before we got to the family room, saying he needed to get to the airport. He was needed back in Texas, so as Brett and I moved to the elevator, it had been him and me. We were alone until those two guests joined. The doors opened now on their floor, and when Brett didn't move, neither did they. He hit the hold button on the door and stood in front of me. I reached forward, my fingers slipping underneath his shirt, feeling his skin, his heat. His voice dipped low, the beginning of a warning from him. "Gentlemen, I believe this is your floor, not mine." They would have ridden all the way to our floor and accompanied us to our room, but Brett wasn't going to let that happen. The words were fine, but the tone was an assertive command. Get off on your floor. Both snapped to attention, reacting to him instinctively before they could catch themselves. They hurried off the elevator, but as the door was sliding shut, one yelled, "Do us a favor? Switch to the Orcas when you're out of contract." The other guy thought that was hilarious. But then the doors were shut, and Brett slowly turned to me. Oh boy. He dropped all pretenses of normalcy, and he was letting everything out now. If there was a beast in him, it was out. It wanted to play. It wanted to do dark, dark things to me. Big, burning, intense eyes. Ones that were back to smoldering and making my body feel all the sinful promises he had for me. "Brett," I squeaked, my body already vibrating with excitement. I took a step back as the elevator began moving again. He moved in, looming over me. His heat enveloped me. His presence filled up the entire elevator. The tension from him kept rippling out, multiplying, building on top of itself until I could see translucent tendrils curling in the air, making the tension spike. The feel of that elevator shrank until I was almost gasping, desperate for air. He moved close, a hand to my stomach, and backed me against the wall. Pine drifted over me, surrounding me, and my nostrils flared as I wanted more of that smell, more of him. "Are you okay?" The words came out soft from me. My entire body was writhing on the inside because I knew what he was going to do to me, and a part of me wanted that. But a part of me was scared at the same time. Brett was so much, so powerful. He filled the room as soon as he entered it, even if he didn't say anything. Everyone knew on a primal layer inside themselves that he was dangerous, that he could and would do whatever he wanted to. I'd gotten used to that pull from him in a way, but this was on a whole other level. There was an edge to him, a restlessness that he'd kept trapped inside himself, that beast, and he was letting that wild part of himself out. It was the first day that side of him was tasting freedom, and all that intensity was focused fully and solely on me. His eyes slanted, glittering with intent. Okay. You want to know if I'm okay? A new awareness trickled in, sliding down to pool at my feet. Something was wrong. What's wrong? I tried to shove aside the nerves, the flutters, the lust that was swirling in me. Wrong? His own nostrils flared, and he took a deep breath just as the elevator stopped. I'm going to show you what's wrong. The doors slid open, and Brett bent down in front of me. In the next instant, I was over his shoulder. Then the world turned upside down, and I gasped, "Brett!" He ignored me, stalking down the hall to our room. He used the key, and we were inside. The door slammed shut behind us as he didn't stop. He stalked inside the suite, to the bedroom, and ducked, throwing me on the bed. "Brett!" I sailed in the air before landing, then bouncing on the bed. What was going on? I needed to catch my bearings for a moment, but in that slight pause, his hand wrapped around my ankle. I held still. What was he going to do? I met his gaze as he was half-arched over me, his beast trying to control himself. I went still, a part of me knowing that in that moment, he was a predator. I wasn't scared in the way where I worried he would hurt me, but I was his prey. I knew it. He knew it. I was his to do with, to play with, to command, to give pleasure to become drenched with need, to fill with his release. I was his. But he was also mine. I was breathing so hard, my chest rising and lowering at a fast rate. And because of that, I rasped out, in a clipped tone, "What is this?" His eyes snapped. That had been the wrong thing to say. 52. Billy. "What is this?" He repeated my question, almost hissing. Then suddenly, he pulled on my foot, dragging me to the edge of the bed. His gaze bore into mine as his hand slid up the inside of my leg, all the way to the top of my leggings. He slipped underneath my jersey, and his gaze flickered down there for a second. He drifted closer to me, pulling me closer to him at the same time, where I was only a few inches from the end. My leg was still propped up on the end of the bed. He leaned down, draping his arm around my knee, holding me anchored there for him. His eyes went back to mine, and I was pierced all over again. The storm in his gaze was moving around, twisting. He was not happy, but as if following my train of thought, he ground against me. He would have been in me if our clothes were gone. I bit down on my lip, holding back a moan. "You feel that?" He'd started rolling my leggings down at the top, but he paused, his one hand sliding down my leg, wrapping it around his waist, plastering my cunt against his dick, and he rocked into me. I sucked some air. That felt so good. "I've been hard for you ever since you sent me that little text yesterday." He kept rolling his hips so a whole new cloud of pleasure was taking me over, so it took a little bit before his words penetrated. Wait, my text? I opened my eyes. When had I closed them? He was glaring back down at me, his face right over mine. My text. Oh, dear God. My text. I gulped. "Brett!" I tried to sit up, but he took my hands, both of them, and pinned me in place, lying down on me. My hands were pinned beside me, and he began grinding into me, going slow, going purposeful, going at a rate that was tortuous. I was burning up, wanting. He wasn't giving me what I wanted, but I still swallowed, waiting for him.
"Love you. Kick ass," he clipped out. "That's what you sent me. At the end of a text. When I was already rock hard and trying to keep from losing my shit and storming out of there, hunting you down and bending you over the nearest counter so I could sink in, knowing your pussy was built only for me. And you send those words to me? Love you. Kick ass."
He was angry. My chest deflated. I started to try to pull my hands out from his, but I couldn't move. At all. He drew back, then thrust back against me, his eyes glazing over for a second before they grew alert once again. His fury crystal fucking clear.
"You love me?"
He was still grinding into me, and I forgot all about needing to get away. Back to panting. Back to only feeling those sensations he was building in my body. "Brett, please," I whimpered, moving back against him and moving with a rush, yearning for more.
"I asked you a question."
He stopped, breathing harshly over me.
"Do you love me?"
My eyes snapped back to his. He was serious. He was asking me. At seeing something in me, his whole demeanor softened. He let go of one of my hands, his thumb pressing gently against my bottom lip, rubbing it before falling away. He also softened his tone, asking again,
"Do you love me, Billy?"
Fear filled up my chest, and it filled and filled and it kept filling. The pressure there, building until I knew it was only a matter of time before I'd break open. "Yes," I whispered, the word detonating a dam inside me. All the emotions that had been rising burst free, and I was saying it in a rush as if to save my soul. "Yes. I don't know when it happened. I don't. Maybe when you caught me from falling, let me ramble about Miss Sylvia Rivera, took me to goat yoga, or when you held me in your arms surrounded by bikers protecting us, or you started following Nellie Bly around and she didn't know what to do. Or Jesus, maybe it was all the fucking orgasms you gave me and we had to stop one time because I was losing my voice from all the screaming. Or I don't know. Maybe because you brought the sunshine back. And I know that as long as you're standing next to me, I'll only feel the sunshine, no matter how dark it might get. I don't care if you don't want to hear it." Tears were sliding down my cheek by now, and I was not meeting his gaze. I couldn't. I'd shatter when he'd pull away from me. Why I thought he'd do that, I wasn't sure. But he would. I was so very sure of that. He couldn't love me. He was angry I'd told him. I had changed everything when I sent that text. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." More tears slid down. I needed to get away. Both of my hands were caught in one of his, and when I tried sitting up, he lay back down over me, holding me in place. "God, no. Please, Brett. Let me go."
"No,"
he roared, deep and primal and low, coming straight from his chest.
"I will not let you go."
I went still again, looking at him. He relaxed, visibly, when my eyes met his. As he let go of my hands, both of his went to where he had stopped pulling free my leggings. He continued rolling them down my body. His hands worked between our bodies because he wasn't letting me up as he began, his voice so tender.
"You tell me that you love me as an afterthought. Like you'd been feeling that for a long time and kept it to yourself. Kept it to yourself for so long that when it slipped out, it was normal, comfortable. As if we'd been saying it to each other at the end of our phone calls for months, years even."
He paused, my leggings down to my knees, and his one thumb began rubbing over my exposed knee. A tingle trailed over my skin from his caress. He readjusted and whisked them off the rest of the way and leaned back into me, rubbing his dick against me. The ache was unbearable. I wanted him inside me so bad. But he wasn't done talking, and he tore his gaze from mine, his head folding as he looked between where he was grinding up and into me, against me. He kept moving, rotating his hips around before pushing, and holding as if he really was inside me to the hilt.
"You think I don't know what those words cost you?"
He caught my gaze again.
You have an entire family who loves you, but you won't let them have that last bit of ownership over you. That you're someone's daughter, that you're someone's sister, you're someone's aunt. They've claimed you. They love you the same. It makes no difference to them. It's you. You won't let them all the way in, but you love them. I know you do. You can't let them in. And it bothered me. I couldn't figure it out. Why wouldn't you? It wouldn't make a difference. They wouldn't change. He stopped pushing into me and held still, rising up so his hands rested on my hips. There was so much distance between us now. I ached from the separation. His thumbs began moving in circles, rubbing over my skin. It hit me one day. You loved your mom. She died. You loved your brother. Died. Your friend. Dead. Was it just them, baby? Were they the only ones you loved and lost? Were there more? No. I needed out. I needed to be away. I began to twist, but Brett caught my hands and pulled on them. Hey. My eyes went back to him, and at the mere look, he had captured me. I couldn't pull away anymore. That wish was leaving me as quick as it came. He drew one of my fingers into his mouth, sucking it deep before pulling it back out of him. He watched me all the while, that darkness flaring bright to me. I'm not angry you told me, Billy. I'm angry you said it as an afterthought. I'm angry you said it in a text. I'm angry you sent me that text when I was in a room with 15 other football players and I couldn't leave to strip you of your clothing and show you how I feel. Had I heard that right? My heart was pumping so loud, so fast. Had he just said? Wait. I tried to sit up, but couldn't because of how he was holding my legs in place. I collapsed down again on my back. What are you saying? His hands went to my panties, and he simply tore them off. His hand moved to my pussy, and he dipped in a finger. Oh, God. I couldn't think when he was doing that to me. He dipped a second one in, both sliding as deep as he could go, and he pressed down on my clit at the same time. Or when he was doing that. Brett, I said. He continued as if I hadn't said a word, both his fingers starting a smooth rhythm in and out of me. I had already prepared myself. You don't know that, but I thought that since you weren't letting your family pass those last walls, that you couldn't. You wouldn't let yourself love. Maybe that's why you love those chickens so much. Oh, Miss Sylvia Rivera. My heart clenched. He kept on, his fingers too. So you see, little Billy. He pulled his fingers out, ignoring my pained protest, and he began undressing himself, his shirt, his pants, everything else. And he bent over me, unsnapping my bra and moving back in place between my legs. One of his hands went to the inside of my thigh, pushing it wider, giving him better access. I was soaking the bed. My need was dripping out of me. His other hand went to his cock. He gave it a couple short strokes and then lined it up at my pussy. He held my gaze. I had prepared myself to go through life being okay that you wouldn't love me. But then you told me in a text, and you can't take that away. Even if you want to. Even if you regret saying it, I won't let you. You love me. I'm taking it. It's mine. Just like you're mine because I love you too. He shoved inside and I cried out, my body instantly arching from the sensation of him finally being inside me. But it was him, his words, the frenzy he had created, stoking it, poking it, turning it over, adding the right caress, the right gaze, the right word until I was absolutely fucking dripping for him and he was inside me, and he'd told me he loved me, and I loved him, and it was too much for me. Brett! I screamed, ripping myself out of his hands and jerking up to wrap my legs and arms around him, and he groaned, his hands picking me up from under my ass. He moved me farther up the bed, laying me down, coming down with me since I was in a ball, twisted around him, and he began shoving inside me, fucking me. God, baby, I love you.
he whispered, peppering me with feathered kisses to my forehead, my face, his lips falling to my mouth and opening over me, his tongue taking over the whole of me, sliding inside there as well. We moved together. He loved me. I was riding the wave of that. I couldn't believe he loved me.
I do. Believe it.
He pressed hot kisses to my throat, gripping me harder as he sank back into me. He never stopped.
I fell the second your face lit up talking about that damn chicken. A hen. I wanted you the second I saw you. Wanted to fuck you. Was making plans to make that happen even before you tripped in front of that camera. Then I touched you, and I sizzled, baby. Fucking burned from just that one connection. By the time your interview was done, I was almost obsessed. Then you started talking about chickens in that elevator and whatever that's inside you that falls when you fall in love. That happened. A piece of me broke off and fell at my feet. A goddamn chunk. That was you. That part of me had your name on it. That's why I wanted to rip the heads off of those guys on the street. They were interrupting me. I only had a window of time because you were going to run away. I felt it. Knew if I didn't claim you and made it where you felt me in your soul, that you would leave me in the dust. I could feel how scared you were, even then. And I needed to know you. I needed to have you because I was already in love with you.
Brett. I could only gasp, tears coming back to my eyes because it was all too beautiful. What he was saying, what he was doing to my body.
I got scared in that vehicle afterwards. Convinced myself you were too good to be true. But not because I was in love with you. A part of me was still in denial, though I know that's what I was feeling. I convinced myself you were too good to be true because you were perfect for me.
His head tucked down into my neck, and he kissed me there before holding me tight and moving faster. His voice was hoarse. The effort to keep talking was choking him. But he kept talking, and he kept fucking. I ain't the guy who gets anything perfect for him. You need to know that moving forward. I got a break with football, and I took it, even knowing I shouldn't, but I did. I was too greedy, needing another lifeline to pull myself out of that hell I'd been living in all my life. Hell, that was me too. But I never got anything else, just the football. I knew that too, and I was okay with it. If I just had football, I'd be okay. Then in you came, strolling into my life like a fucking demolition team, tearing everything down inside me. I knew nothing would be the same, and I got scared. If I hadn't gotten the chance to get you again, I would have deserved all the bad shit the universe would send my way as a punishment. You brought more good to me, and I'll never know what I must have done in a past life to get the shot at you. He was saying all of it. All the words. Beautiful words. Heavy words. Words that were making me sore, but he kept thrusting in, and I was going to break. I couldn't speak. Brett! I broke, my release flooding my sensations. My body snapped back from the ferocity of my climax. When my body calmed, the waves still crashing over me, Brett continued thrusting inside me. I reached for him, needing to tell him all the words back because everything he said I felt too. All of it. Every single word. We were made for each other. Then his dick surged inside me, unloading, and he let out a deep groan and lay on me. I welcomed his weight, all his smells that were just him. They wrapped around me too, and the next thing I knew...
53. Brett. Billy fell asleep, and I didn't have the heart to wake her up. I lifted her up, putting her under the covers with a bottle of water on the nightstand. She'd been clear that she wanted to go with me to see my brother, a visit that I'd almost forgotten about until I caught the time, and my phone's alert light was flashing from where it had fallen in the rush to get Billy naked as soon as possible. Shit. To go from this, from pouring out my heart and laying claim to every single inch of Billy that I could, I wanted her to feel me in her toes, and then go to a meeting with my nieces and nephews, plus Will, two completely different environments. I was raw, truth be told. Getting Billy's text yesterday ripped my heart out and slammed it back inside with renewed vigor. It wasn't anything I'd realized until I saw those words from her. I loved her. I was obsessed with her. I knew all of that, but I hadn't known the extent until those two words appeared on my phone. Love you. My phone buzzed. I took it, grabbed my bag, and stepped into the bathroom. Willie. WTF? Dinner's been eaten. Where are you? Me. Leaving my room in 3. Keep your panties on. Willie. Dick. Me. Yes, I have one. Thank you. It buzzed again, but I ignored the rest, jumping in the shower and quickly washing up. It was a little longer than 3 minutes, but not much when I was dressed and leaving the room with a note behind in case Billy woke up. I didn't think she would. She'd been out when I moved her under the covers. But if she did, and if she wanted to join us, she was supposed to text me. I'd come down to get her.
54. Billy. I woke with a jerk and knew something was wrong. Not bad wrong or really wrong, but just wrong. Something that should have been there wasn't. And rolling over, reaching, it was Brett. He was gone. The day came back to me, followed by the event of Brett and me. The whole love you event, because that's what it had been. I loved him. He loved me. Holy Christ. I still felt Brett inside me. I felt him in every inch of my body, and I groaned, wanting him by my side now. I spotted a note on the nightstand as I rushed for the bathroom, realizing that I must have fallen asleep almost immediately after the love you event because I was naked, buck naked, and pretty sure Brett's cum had dried, sliding down my legs. I kind of loved that, knowing I still had him on me. After washing my hands, I read the note. I went to see my brother and fam. If you wake up and want to join, text me. I'll come and get you. Do not come up alone. I'll worry. I don't care if they caught the guy. Brett. There was no room number, so I was sure he did that on purpose, forcing me to text him to find out where they were. I could have texted him. I should have. An easy text and Brett would come get me. But after the onslaught of pleasure and all the emotions from the love you event, and waking up without him here, I didn't text him. I texted his PR person instead. Me. This is Billy. What's the room number for Brett's brother? I assumed I might need to wait for her response, but it came almost right away. Kim, King's Public Relations. I'll give it to you, but you did not get it from me. I am fully aware that if Brett wanted you to have it, he'd give the number to you himself, and since you're asking me, that means he didn't. Her next text gave me the number. Kim, King's Public Relations. Delete these texts in your history. I dressed, using a washcloth to clean up a little, but there was one area I left alone. When I headed out for their room, Brett's cum was still on me. Since I was going up a few floors, I didn't run into anyone else, but I still pulled the hood of Brett's King's hoodie up when I knocked on their door. I could hear sounds of kids inside, running around, a few shouts. Footsteps came over, pausing on the other side of the door, and a muffled curse was said as the door was opened. Brett, found something of yours. The guy barely skimmed me with a look, shutting the door behind me and walking back around as Brett came over. A thunderous expression was on his face, but as he drew closer, I held up a finger and tipped my head back. He stopped just inches from me, waiting, his eyes firmly latched onto mine. We were in a doorway. Brett was blocking the view of us from everyone else. No one could see around his back, so I closed the distance and lifted up on my tiptoes. I held my finger still in place until I could curve it around his neck as Brett moved with me, fitting his body to mold around mine, and as our lips touched, we both exhaled a deep breath. It had been wrong to wake up without him. It was right to be back in his arms. His arm tightened around mine, and a low growl ripped from him before he deepened the kiss. "Keep it PG," came a flat female voice. younger. Brett froze for a second, then lifted his head and held my gaze for a moment longer. His arm moved, so both of his hands held onto my hips and his fingers flexed, keeping me against him. "You smell like me still." I grinned slowly. "It is your sweatshirt." His eyes darkened as his fingers flexed again. "Something tells me it's not just the sweatshirt." Okay. My wife is threatening bodily injury if you don't step aside and let the rest of us meet your woman." Brett held firm for a second before stepping back. I'd not taken the time to really take in his brother when he opened the door. It happened so quick, and I'd only seen Brett after. But now, studying him, it was a little surreal seeing parts of Brett in him. But not. Will looked younger, and on the outside he had dark blonde hair that was tousled, and with a white hooded sweatshirt and faded jeans, he looked almost the exact opposite of his brother. Brett was rough. He had his beard and some tattoos, but it was more. It was the air around him. At first glance, Brett could have been cast as a villain, or at the very least, an anti-hero. At first glance, anyone who met Brett knew that about him. They sensed it. His brother looked the opposite, like he was the hero. Smooth skin, clear eyes. He was classically handsome except for a nose that was crooked. Just a little, like it had been broken a few too many times. Will was the guy who went to church on Sundays. Brett was the guy who threw on a worn leather jacket and hit the road on the back of a Harley-Davidson. The two were so opposite, but on a second glance, a second feel for them both, and that's where the similarities lay. Underneath his almost preppy exterior, the same edge of restlessness clung to his brother, and then there were the eyes. Will's were sky blue, but it wasn't the color. It was the look in them, that he'd seen too much in life. As I pulled my gaze away and took in his wife, then their kids, I knew instantly whose were his and who were from their sister. His wife and his children were untouched. There was an innocence to them, and as Will moved back around to stand beside his wife, the rest of what I'd felt from him clicked into place. That was the edgy restlessness. He saw things he did not want to see again, and he would do anything to keep his family from viewing that side of life as well. That was where I knew he was Brett's brother. It was the promise that if someone hurt their family, they would kill that person. They would relish killing that person. Brett stepped close to me again, his hand resting on the small of my back. "Billy, this is my family." His nieces were adorable, the 14-year-old and the 8-year-old. Stevie was almost goth with dark lipstick and dark eyeshadow, pale skin, dark hair, but it was dyed blonde with the roots showing. She had a lip ring and a pierced nose, and she stood at the back of the room in an oversized dark plaid shirt and black leggings. She was Shannon's. She was also beautiful, though she was trying to cover it up. If I made eye contact, she'd avert her gaze every time. Her eyes tracked Will's wife, Harmony, constantly. The irony of that name was not lost on me. The 8-year-old, Sammy, was the opposite. She was the definition of sunshine. Bright blonde hair, bouncy curls, smooth brown skin, dark eyes, and she was all smiles. She even wore a yellow top with a white lace overlay over leggings, also yellow. She couldn't stop throwing herself at Uncle Bread, which was a hysterical nickname. Brett caught her every time and swung her in the air. Her delighted shrieks convulsed into giggles, and once he set her back on her feet, she'd back up, run, and throw herself at him all over again. Georgie was shyer, though I got a glimpse of him. The little boy. Deep dark eyes, wavy black hair, and his skin was also light brown. He stayed in the bedroom, playing video games with his 2 cousins, Brett's other nephews. All of them came out to see who arrived when I arrived, but quickly returned. None of them had come back out to our room. The 3 of them, Stevie, Georgie, and Sammy, were very much a unit. I noticed it when it came time for everyone to go to bed. Harmony was the first to mention bedtime. But everyone ignored her until Stevie stood up. Georgie was the first of the boys to stand from the floor, putting away his game player. Sammy extricated herself from Brett right after, skipping over to Stevie and taking her hand. They went into the back bedroom. Harmony moved between the rooms, but it was obvious that Stevie was handling everything with her siblings. When they were ready, she lingered in the doorway as Sammy first came to hug Uncle Brett goodnight. Georgie was next, holding his uncle long and tight. After they disappeared into their bedrooms, Stevie came over to give Brett a hug. She was fighting tears as she pulled back. "Hey." Brett stopped her, his hand on her arm. "I'd like to talk to you." She looked at it, and he dropped it away. She took a shuddering breath, her head down. "Thank you for everything, Uncle Brett." She raised her head, squared back her shoulders. "But no." Brett opened his mouth, so she spoke over him. "I know what's going on with Mom. I know that she's trying to get me back." She looked at Will and Harmony, who came out of their boys' room, shutting the door gently. "You're not going to take me away from them. I don't care that I'm almost an adult. I ain't going back to her, and if you try to make me, I'll run." Her gaze skimmed over me, and she shuddered. "I'll run, and I'll take them with me." "Stevie," Will said. She backed away from him, toward me, toward the door. Her whole body was trembling. "I'm not going back to her. You can't make me." "Stevie, honey." Harmony started for her, holding a hand out. Stevie jumped and jerked around. I was between her and the door, and she paused for 1 second. I saw it all. Everything. She was terrified, panicking, and determined. She would have bulldozed over me if it meant not going back to her mother. That truth ached inside me, because no matter who my father was, I was lucky enough to get 2 good moms in my life. "Do you know me?" I asked. I'd been quiet for most of the visit, making pleasant small talk with Harmony as the 2 brothers conversed together in the main sitting area, looking a little awkward. I'd been introduced to everyone, but I'd only nodded and smiled. Stevie hadn't said a word, but she'd watched me from time to time. Then again, she watched everyone. It had been fine talking with Harmony, but it was obvious she was nervous about meeting Brett. And she was overwhelmed with everything. I caught that a few times when she slipped, saying how tired she was. It wasn't just the words. It was in the way she said it, and the worried looks she sent to Stevie and Sammy. Harmony had grown up with money. It was in the clothes she wore, and I didn't think she realized that had an impact on others who didn't have the money to wear name brands, like Stevie. She had the newest phone model, rings on her fingers, and perfectly styled hair with the right products and sun-kissed highlights. But I also caught the other looks Stevie had cast in Harmony's way. Stevie was aware of how different she was from Will's wife. There was a disconnect between them. Harmony was yearning to be Stevie's new mother, and Stevie was throwing everything up between them to keep her away. She held my gaze for a beat before moving her head up and down in a brisk nod with a coolness in her eyes. She didn't care who I was. That was fair. I forged ahead. I lost my mom and brother the same week I lost my friend. The rest maybe you know. It's better if you don't, but I've been through things. I don't know you, and I don't know what you've been through, and I have no idea why you got it so wrong, thinking they want to send you back to your mother. Her eyes flared at that last statement, but I continued. But being as someone who just met you all, I can tell every adult in this room is crazy about you. Whatever you're thinking, you got something twisted wrong. Are you not seeing how crazy they are about you? I mean, look. I nodded to them. Will and Harmony stood together. Brett was slightly ahead, coming closer to me. All paused as Stevie turned, a slight frown on her face. This was so totally not my place, but I guess I was going there anyway. I stepped beside her, saying, "I'm fairly certain each one of them will shit themselves at the thought of you going back to wherever you say you won't go." Hearing Stevie giggle, just a little one, and she gasped almost right after, every cell in me relaxed. Catching Harmony's gaze, seeing the love literally swimming there, I moved close to Stevie and lowered my voice. I had a great mom, and I lost her. Then I hit the mom lottery when I got a second chance at another great mom. She's been my mom ever since. And that woman behind you? I am pretty sure she is bursting at the seams to try to be a great mom to you as well. Stevie tensed, but I quickly added, You do what you need, but I'm telling you, every girl should get a chance at having a good mother, or a woman who will love you like a mother. Those are just as great, too. I stepped back, but I'd scored. I could see it. I got in there and I got Brett's niece to start thinking, and when she looked Harmony's way, I swear there was a shift. Uncle. She gave in with that one word. Everyone heard it. Brett caught her up in a hug first. Will soon followed. Harmony was last. By that time, Brett joined me, tugging me so I stood in front of him and he looped an arm across my chest. I leaned back against him and held onto his arm with my hands, half tempted to prop my chin there to watch this moment. Brett tugged me backwards, holding his hand up in a silent goodbye. Will tipped his chin up, his eyes finding mine and holding, a silent thank you to me. Reading it, I gave him a little nod, and he turned back to his wife and niece. No one else existed for them. As soon as we were in the hallway, Brett swooped down, picking me up and carrying me to our room. Goddamn. He buried his head in my neck, nuzzling once we were through the door. His beard tickled me. You helped in there. You have no idea. Thank you, Billy. His voice broke off, and he wound his arms tighter around me. He was in his feels. So was I. I gauged his mood. Brett. He looked down, his eyes smiling. His hands flattened on my back, shoving up under my shirt. That was a good enough sign for me. I reached for his pants. What? His hands covered mine. Oh no. This time I'm the one getting you worked up. Let's see how you like it. Now, I stepped back. Strip and get on the bed. 55. Billy. Brett's phone buzzed at some point during the night. He answered, rolling out of bed, but when I stirred, he touched my arm. Go back to sleep. Since it was 3 a.m. and we'd been busy until 2 hours ago, I was happy to incline. As he was moving to the bathroom, I faded back out. The next time I woke, Brett was slipping into bed behind me. The covers came back down, and his arm pulled me to his chest. Oh yes, so happy. An abrupt knocking woke us up again. I was on my 3rd time. This was Brett's 2nd. The knocking wouldn't stop. Hard, insistent. Brett cursed, stalking over. He opened the door, barking, "Fucking what?" A muffled conversation happened after that. I was awake, barely. But I was up, and squinting at the clock, saw it was after 5 a.m. The other call had been 2 hours ago. What was going on? Brett was still in the hallway with the door slightly closed, so I grabbed my bag and slipped into the bathroom. I took a quick shower. The door was closed when I came back out, and Brett was dressed, rifling through his bag. I stopped in my tracks. What are you doing? He threw a distracted look my way, his eyes skimming over me before returning to his bag. I have to go. A knot rooted deep in my sternum. What? I stepped toward him. I have to go. He zipped up his bag. His wallet and phone were next to his bag on the bed. Where are you going? I have to go. Something in me snapped. I rushed over, and just as he was about to pick up his bag, I snagged it, walking to the other side of the bed. Holding it on the other side of me, as if he would lunge across the bed for it, I leveled him with a look. Okay, we're going to start over because it's obvious you're forgetting a very important key phrase we both said to the other not long ago. He scowled, but it was me, so he was trying to hold most of it back. I don't have time for this. I'm aware. So stop wasting both of our times. You and me, we're together. You said it yourself, unless you were lying when you informed me how much you loved me as you slowly inched that giant dick inside me. His eyes heated, but his mouth went into a flat line. You can't come with me. Well, that's bullshit, and we both know it. Billy, he sighed, running an impatient hand through his beard. Where I go, you go. You stick like glue, I quoted him. Remember those words? How does that not apply here? His hands were in fists. He growled, because that guy is caught. So all the other people out there, who are highly disturbed and unhealthily fixated on the Midwest Butcher, and who knows how many others are now obsessed with the copier killer, all those people don't matter? Now what? You're off to do whatever the fuck you're off to do and I get to go my merry way back to Texas? Lo and Roger are right now on their way to the airport. Travis left yesterday. I was supposed to go back with you. Some of his glowering dissipated. I made arrangements for your own private plane. Oh my God. I wanted to scream and throw things at him for 2 reasons. 1, a private plane? I've never traveled on a private plane. And the other, he did it now? When it was so apparent I wasn't going to leave without him, I met his level of growling with my own, and it quieted him. You have anything breakable in here? I held up his bag. His head raised, wary. No, why? I let loose with the most aggravated grunt I could muster as I slammed his bag down on the bed. You got me a private plane now? Now? I'm not going. Where you go, I go. Where you move, I move. And now I'm going to have that song in my head all day. But if you try to take one step out of this hotel room without me going with you, I will... Brett's gaze flared, darkening. You'll what? I swallowed my threat, not totally sure myself what I was willing to say. But this would affect me. He had to know that. If you leave me in the dust here, there will be consequences. You can't say that shit without backing it up. Put it out there. I need to know what kind of woman you are when you don't get your way. He tossed back, so icily. I was stung by those words, but swallowing past the pain, I just shook my head. Nice to know that's the kind of guy you are when your woman's not doing what you want. You throw out stereotypes. Like it when I do it back? Trust me, I've met my fair share of creeps. I could do this game all day long. Anger flared over his face. His jaw could cut glass, he was clenching it so tight. You're saying I'm like those— No! I exploded. My hands went in the air, and he moved at that small opening. He was so fast. He was across the room, and he got his bag back, grabbing his phone and wallet as well. He started for the door. Brett, if you go out that door— I cut myself off, because what? What was I willing to say, because I needed to mean it? I couldn't threaten something and not follow through, but it would affect me, and he wasn't hearing that part. He needed to hear that and understand it. This wasn't the Brett I knew, the one who said he'd do anything for me. Where was he going? It must be that bad for him to go against what he vowed to me not long ago. He stopped, his hand on the door, his back turned to me. He was waiting for me to finish what I started. Anger surged through me, heating me up. This is going to affect me if you leave me here. Are you understanding that? He turned back to me, slowly, but locked down. A wall had come over him. Why are you not getting this isn't normal? That where I'm going, you can't... His voice broke. The wall came down, but I only saw how hardened he'd become. This was almost a stranger. You can't go there. Ever. I vowed to myself that I'd never let you see. Some of my hurt was starting to shift aside. There was an opening, though it was small. I came around the bed. See what? See where? Haunted pain that I'd never seen in Brett showed suddenly. He didn't shove it back. He let me see it. I have to go home. Home? To Russo. After we left last night, something happened and Stevie had a breakdown. Will texted me at 3, putting me on guard in case they might need me to go to their room. 10 minutes later, he said everything was fine.
Then he showed up down here because it's not. Whatever Stevie initially said to them, she must have changed her mind because he came to let me know they're leaving. I'm going too.
There was a pit in my stomach. Why you? He opened his mouth, but I could see he wasn't going to be honest. This was Rousseau Brett. I didn't know this Brett, and he didn't want me to know him. That was blaringly obvious. Let me in. Say all the pretty words when he's fine. When his shit is good and he doesn't need to be the vulnerable one, but the minute the shoe shifts to the other foot, it's a whole different story. Suddenly I'm supposed to be jetted away where I'm sure he has people to escort me to his place, where I could go back into hiding, while he was going home to bleed. No fucking thank you. I was so mad that it was burning me up.
Someone needs to deal with my sister, and there's no way in hell I'm putting Will or Harmony through that. So far she's stayed away, but this is different. My sister is toxic. Will's stayed away. He hasn't needed to handle her, and I know my sister the best.
My head was whirling, but I nodded. You have to be there. I'm hearing you. I'd already washed and dressed. Reaching for my sandals, I pulled them on and started putting together my own bag.
What are you doing?
I'm going with you. His eyes flashed again.
Billy.
Don't, I clipped out, continuing to gather my things. My heart was pounding, and I raced as if I didn't get everything ready in time. He would literally leave.
Don't do this. Go back to bed. I know some people. They're going to take you to the airport and go with you until you get on the plane, and I have other people who'll pick you up when you arrive. They'll escort you to my home. You'll be safe until I get back.
He was still in the room. That meant he wasn't ready to cut and run. Not yet. I moved faster, grabbing my King's sweatshirt at the last minute. This one was my favorite. It was Brett's with his last name, and for a moment, I hesitated before picking it up. A heavy silence came over the room as Brett watched me, and then I grabbed it. No matter what happened next, it'd always be my favorite. I'd always want to keep it close. I pulled it on, and it fell just past my thighs, over my pants. Reaching for a King's ball cap, I pulled my hair through it, letting it fall down my back as I pulled the cap low on my forehead. It was too early for sunglasses, but I still kept them in my hand. If needed, I could slip them on. With my bag on my back, my purse inside, and my phone in my hand, I lifted up my chin and gazed coolly at him. I don't care what you say. I'm coming with you. I motioned for him, for the door. Let's go. I'm right behind you. His jaw was still so clenched. He went back to glaring at me. I met his gaze head on. I don't care how much you're pissed at me. I'm coming with you, so let's fucking go. He pivoted sharply, going first through the door. But once out in the hallway, he fell back to walk next to me, his hand going to the small of my back. I was tempted somewhat to shrug him off, but who was I kidding? It hurt that he tried to ice me out, and if he kept up this way, it'd erode what groundwork he'd already laid with me. I wouldn't be kept contained. That wasn't going to work with me. He either trusted me enough, let me all the way in, or this wasn't going to work in the long run. And because of that, as a dull ache took root in me, I knew this touch from him might be the beginning of the last touches from him. I'd take all the touches from him I could get. 56. Billy. It was early in the morning, but there were still a few other guests leaving for the airport, their suitcases in hand. A couple of the guys did a double take when they spotted Brett. One looked ready to come over and talk, but Brett flashed him a death look, and the guy rethought his idea. Smart guy. Good morning, Mr. Brudeau. The woman behind the front desk lit up as we approached. Her demeanor froze over when she saw me, but her smile warmed back up as she only focused on Brett. Your rental vehicle is outside and ready for you, sir. Was there anything else I could do for you? Emphasis on the anything. I fixed her with a glare. She ignored me, only focused on Brett. No, this is all, thank you.
I won't be needing that other service either."
His eyes flicked my way. 2 guesses what he was referring to. Her smile faded a little. Oh yes, of course." She studied the screen, seeing what that other service was, and as soon as she did, her eyes widened, flashing to me. "Miss Harm, I hope you enjoyed your stay here as well." I struggled from rolling my eyes. "I'm good, thank you." I didn't answer her question, and I didn't care how fast her attitude changed. Brett picked up the fob she set on the desk between us, signing a piece of paper next to it. She said, "Raoul is bringing your vehicle around as we speak, and he'll have another fob set in there for you. Congratulations on your win yesterday. Miss Harm, have a good rest of the day." Brett was all business, stepping back, his hand going to the small of my back, and he herded me out the door. The same businessmen were outside, waiting for their rides, and the same one who'd considered approaching Brett was eyeing us all over again. Another guy was eyeing me until Brett pressed closer to me, moving with me almost so his front was molded to my back. A younger man, dressed in a Rothschilton uniform, got out of an SUV and came around with a professional smile as the back was lifting open.
"Mr. Brudeau, his guest. Let me help with your bags, please."
He took Brett's, putting it in the back. I eased away. "I want mine with me." He dipped his head down.
"Of course."
He said to Brett,
"The other fob key is in the vehicle already. All the necessary paperwork is in the front. Will you be needing anything else?"
"No, thank you." Brett handed over some cash. The man took it, giving another nod before going toward one of the other businessmen. Brett went to the driver's side. I got in the front passenger seat, and we were off after that.
"Do you want to stop to get anything before we leave the city?"
Brett's tone was still cold to me, but he glanced sideways to me.
"Coffee or food for breakfast?"
I could have gone for coffee, and I knew Brett needed food, but God, he was so distant. It stung. "No," I said stiffly. "If you want something, you can stop." I knew people did that, said no to things that they'd normally want when they were in an argument. I never understood it, but I did it just now. It felt good, seeing the flare of irritation as his jaw hardened again.
"You're saying you're good to ride 6 hours in the vehicle with me without water or coffee? Be reasonable, Billy."
That had my back sitting up straight. I am being reasonable. If you want something, you can stop and get it. But also, 6 hours? I needed to search where Russo, California was on Google Maps. He bit out a curse, and that knot twisted up inside me all over again. I knew that was me, irritating him, but damn it. I wanted him just to open up, tell me what was going on with him. Not with the situation at hand, but inside him. Where were all these thoughts in his head? What was he scared of? How could he not see that he couldn't be so open, making me fall in love with him, with how protective, how caring, how loving, how fierce, how giving he'd been to me, and turn around and let a cement wall slam in place between us? That was not love. If it happened now, if I let it happen now, it would happen again and again, and it would keep happening until that wall was so thick between us that I wouldn't see the Brett I loved anymore. A shudder went through me. I couldn't let that happen. But we were just starting on this trip, and he was letting me come with him, so there was hope. I'd wait to start chipping away at that wall. 6 hours in the car was a long time to remain stubborn. When he'd stop to get food, because I knew he would, I'd get coffee then.
57. Brett. The drive was brutal. 6 hours of almost total silence from Billy. I almost broke a few times, but it was there. An impasse. We were both at it, but the thought of taking her to Rousseau sickened me. She couldn't see that side of me. She couldn't meet Shannon. My sister couldn't ever see Billy. Once that happened, Shannon would go in for the kill, and it'd be so easy. I gave her enough ammunition from all the bad shit I did when we were kids. Most of it was done for Bud, but it didn't matter at the end of the day. I did it. When Billy found out, it'd be over for us. She'd never look at me the same. But leaving her at the hotel and forcing her to return home without me, I saw that it was going to rip us apart. My conscience was yelling at me to do just that. If this was what would make me lose her, then it was going to happen eventually. Especially when I knew what was going to happen to Shannon. She would be out for blood, and I was the one standing between her and her kids. It wasn't really Will and Harmony. If Shannon got through me, the next line of defense was Channing Monroe. After him, it'd be his wife, Heather. The last line was Will and Harmony, and neither would stand a chance against Shannon. She was that vindictive and poisonous. I thought you lived in Rousseau. Billy spoke for the first time since we stopped for gas a little after leaving San Diego. Even that, she'd only said that she was going inside to grab coffee and snacks. I parked outside the hotel that was set up next to the Fallen Crest Country Club. It was relatively new, and they also offered a lot of anonymity here. I didn't think Shannon would dare come here when and if she found out that Billy was with me on this trip. It is, but we're staying the night here. Rousseau's just next door to Fallen Crest, and of the two towns, Fallen Crest is the better one to visit. I was going through my phone, making sure all my bases were covered before I reached for my wallet and anything else I'd need. I hadn't noticed that Billy went still until I glanced toward her, reaching for the door. Ready? My voice trailed off. A look of pure hurt, pure longing, pure agony, all were mixed together in her eyes. Oh, shit. She swallowed before her voice came out, raspy. I wanted to see your hometown. The hurt won out, and I could feel how dejected I was making her feel. Anger flared through me, right after knowing that I was continuously disappointing her today. I made myself look at her, long and hard, because this was what I might eventually only see on her face. It could take months, or years, or decades, but eventually, I'd stop playing football. Would I return to my roots then? Would I become the Brett that I used to be? And even though I would fight it, it might happen when I wouldn't even realize it. I'd just one day be me again. I should end it now with her. Give her a chance to find someone else. Someone who would always be good. Who'd never make her feel disappointed. No, I couldn't. I just couldn't. She was mine. I couldn't let her go. She made me hope for good things. She made me start believing that I deserved something good in my life because I got her, and that said something. Let's go. I shoved open my door, climbing out. Billy was slow to get out, but I waited by her door until she did. Taking her bag from her, the trek inside was slow as well. Her head was folded down, her hands stuffed into the front of her King's sweatshirt. The sight of her would be burned permanently in my mind because I did that to her. I made her feel like that. I just kept doing it over and over again, and I didn't know how to come out of this hole I'd dug. She was falling into it with me. I hated that. I said once we were in the room, I'm going to get my bag and food. Did you want anything specifically? She'd started to open the patio door. You're leaving? Just to get food. Fill up with gas again. Anything you want? They have everything around here. You could look up Manny's. It's a favorite local spot. I could pick up food and bring it back. Her lips parted, the ends curving down. You don't want to go there tonight? We have time. How about you order some lunch in? We're still in the late lunch hour. I'll be back by then, unless I run into someone I know. Her eyes narrowed. Are you going to see your sister now, and you're lying to me? A frustrated sound ripped from my throat. Why are you pushing this so much? It's my family. It should be my decision when you meet them. Surprise lit up over her face before she closed it all down, and she raised her chin up, though her bottom lip was trembling. She didn't know that happened when she was particularly distressed or when she was particularly aroused. Both emotions made her bottom lip shake. You're keeping me out. It's not about meeting your family. It's about whatever that's going to happen to you when you see them. That's why I'm here. It's my job to be at your side so I can help you get through this. And don't lie to me again. I know coming here is a big deal to you. I know there's things or people or memories that haunt you, and I know that's what you're trying to keep me away from, but Brett, you're stopping me from doing my job. It's not your job to handle that stuff. It is too, she cried out. Her hands went into her hair, balling it in fists, before she forced her hands to let go. You can't do this. You can't be all up in my business, knowing the worst that's happened to me, and shut me out when it comes to showing your skeletons. That's not fair to me or you. You want this relationship to work? You're either all in or you're all out. She delivered that as a silent bomb, letting it drop between us. You had 6 hours to think about it. It's your decision. Let me in, or I'm out.
58. Billy. I regretted my words as soon as the door closed behind Brett. What was I doing? Issuing ultimatums. I was wrong. So wrong. He could let me in at his pace. I shouldn't be kicking down doors and throwing threats around. It was wrong of me. I was an ass. Though I was thankful that I forced him to bring me along. No matter what, I would have felt hurt if he'd sent me home and kept this whole trip away from me. There were things, people, memories that haunted him. Those wounds were still there and deep and still fresh, or he would have shared about them. It would have been easier for him. I threw myself back on the bed. What had I done? My phone beeped. I lunged for it, hoping it was Brett, hoping we could fix this thing that I'd created. Low. Are you guys back? Me. No, we're still in California. Low. What? I thought you'd be back by now. I went by Brett's house. Low had been put on the guest list at both of the gates. She also knew the code to get past his own gate, and I'd given her one of Brett's extra garage remotes so she could get into the house if she needed. With everything happening before the copier killer was caught, it seemed prudent that 1 or 2 members of my family could access Brett's home, just in case of anything. We'd planned for worst-case scenario. Me. Was the house okay? Why didn't you just call first? Low. House was fine, except there was a girl there. Me. A girl? What girl? Low. Or a woman. I couldn't get a good look at her, but neither of your vehicles was in the garage, so I reversed out of there. I wasn't sure what to think or do. Me. Brett's with me. That's Callie. She sometimes spends time at his house. Low. That's a relief, but also that's weird. She's gorgeous. And what are you still doing in California? I groaned, eyeing the mini-fridge. It was stocked full of alcohol, and, well, if there was any time that called for booze, it was now. Brett wouldn't mind the extra charges, and if he did, I'd cover them. Grabbing a full bottle of wine, I searched for the opener and poured a healthy glass before I curled my feet underneath me. Then I hit call. Low answered a second later. If you're calling me, this isn't good. What is going on? I settled in. I fucked up.
59. Brett. The vehicle was gassed up and I was walking out of a grocery store. Besides water, I grabbed a few other items, but also a couple deli sandwiches. Billy liked to take apart her sandwich. She'd lay the turkey to one side, remove the lettuce, the tomato. Then she'd apply a generous amount of mustard before relining everything exactly how she liked it to be, and the top of the sandwich was left off. It was too much bread. But then she'd also cut off half of the bottom and lay that on top. After that, she'd cut the sandwich in half before taking one of those halves to start eating. It was a whole show, and the first time I saw it, I was amused, but also amazed. Now I couldn't wait to watch her do it all over again. There were a few packets of mustard in the bag as well. Right when I got to the rental, my phone started ringing. Getting in, putting everything to the side, I shut the door and took the call. "What's going on?" My brother's voice came over the phone, sounding stressed. "Are you here yet?" My alarm bells went off. "What happened?" "Stevie divulged more. This shit, Brett, this shit doesn't stop. She sent some texts to Shannon, and now Shannon is calling us, threatening us. She's threatening Stevie. This is a mess. But Brett," his voice dropped off, strangled at the end. "This shit, what Stevie is telling us, it's all so fucked." I grew cold because there was only one place my mind went, and it couldn't be. Not my goddaughter. What she's saying, My voice was just as rough as Will's. His tone went so low. You don't want to know. Will, tell me. He was quiet for a long time, a real long time. Will, I said again, clearer. I have to know. He sighed before cursing. Fine. Yeah. There was an incident with Shannon's boyfriend. What incident? Did he touch her? No, God, no. I should have said that right away. What happened then? He still hesitated. If you don't fucking tell me, he's a drug dealer. I got quiet. He'd been forcing Stevie to sell drugs for him at her school. She just told us, and she's terrified she's going to get arrested. I closed my eyes. Will had said Stevie was starting to talk about what living with Shannon was like. I never thought this. How long had it been going on for? She said 2 years. Jesus. Did anything happen with Shannon's other boyfriends? I didn't recognize my own voice. How many other boyfriends did she have? God damn it, I wanted to kill this guy. We don't know. But we're now worried about what else might have happened. Shannon dates real losers. We're preparing for the worst. We called in a counselor, someone we know from school. She's good, and she's coming over to help us through all this. I'm coming over. He hesitated. I don't think that's a good idea. Will, I warned, don't even think about keeping me away from my niece. It's not that. It's that this is a really pivotal moment right now. If you come in, or if you bring Billy, I'm worried too many people will be here. Stevie might close up again. I understood what he was saying, but I was reeling inside. I wanted to hurt someone. I needed to hurt someone, preferably whoever hurt Stevie. God help that guy because I was going to find him, and then God help me because I'd need his help to stay out of prison. Listen, I wanted to let you know what's going on. We filed for a temporary order of protection against Shannon on behalf of Stevie. With Shannon's recent threats against her, we had enough that we felt we needed to do the restraining order. Harmony was on the phone with the lawyer as he submitted it, and the police should be delivering it today. I know you're here, and you came to handle Shannon, but our lawyer and the police are saying we should steer clear. We need to let the courts handle everything. I think that's the right course of action. Right. He was right. Of course he was right. Whatever was best for Stevie. But Shannon's boyfriend was going to die. Brett, yeah, I barked into the phone. Yeah, I'll steer clear. Just give me a call if you need anything. If you're staying the night, maybe come over in the morning. I think Stevie would appreciate it. Of course. Anything, Will. My voice broke again. Anything. Yeah. His was strained again. I'll keep in touch. Update you. We ended the call after that, but I didn't see anything in front of me. Not for a long time. My phone was ringing once more, and I looked at the screen. It was Monroe. I declined that call. Then I drove, leaving town. My phone lit up again when I was entering Rousseau. It was Billy this time. I was wrong in getting involved with her, not with what I was about to do. Her boyfriend made her sell drugs. I knew all the bad shit that came along with selling drugs. I knew it because Bud forced me to be a part of that world too. History was repeating itself, and I'd be damned before I let anything else happen to my niece. I'd need to stay away from Billy after this. A drug dealer had a boss, and they had a boss, and they had a boss. So once I found Shannon's boyfriend, I knew what it would take to get all the information out of him, knew how long it would take, the blood that'd be shed, the screams I'd wring out of him, and only when I was satisfied with all the names he could give me, and after I'd make him plead for his death, then I'd end him. I was like my sister. I was like my brother. There was more bad in me than good. And that bad just surged over the line, overtaking me. I'd had a good run, but it was time to return to my old roots. I should have stayed away from Billy from the beginning.
60. Billy. Knock, knock. I gasped, jerking upright from the couch, my phone still in my hand. Lo gasped, too, from the other end of the call. Who is that? Knock, knock. But it sounded more like bang, bang. It was that hard and that quick. Someone's at the door, Lo. No shit, Billy, who is it? It sounded again. Oh my God, what are you going to do? I stood. My knees were shaking. I clutched the phone tighter. I don't know, what should I do? You could call the police. I could. I frowned, looking at the emptied wine bottle on the table. I think I'm drunk. I am too. Brett never got back to your room, did he? Come on, a male voice yelled from the other side. It's a guy. I raised the phone, speaking into it in a hushed voice, my head folding down. My shoulders hunched too. Again, no shit. I'm on speaker, Billy. Are you going to call the police? I can't. Why not? I'm on the phone with you. Oh, yeah. Do you want me to call the police for you? Where are you again? How are you going to call? You're on the phone too. With me. She'd been drinking with me. We'd been commiserating together, but after Lo reassured me that I hadn't been totally wrong because Brett was all up in my business and not returning the favor, so a part of me had been right. The ultimatum part, which I never meant as an ultimatum, was a bit harsh. We came up with a plan on what to say to help ease the sting of that threat away because I loved Brett. I had no intention of leaving his side anytime soon, except now in the very literal sense. I can have Roger call. Where are you? I migrated closer to the door, whispering into the phone, Fallen Crest. Where? Fallen Crest. Only a little louder this time. Where? Fallen Crest, I shouted this time. Hey, came from the other side of the door. Shh, he heard me. I didn't say anything. Then on her end, Roger! Roger! Lo cursed into the phone. I swear, if I'm not talking about sports, alcohol, or golf, the entire house could fall down around him and he wouldn't hear. Knock, knock. Seriously, woman, this isn't a joke. I whispered into the phone. He's getting impatient. We've talked too much. I need to do something. My God, I can hear that too. You're not being quiet. That was the guy again. Did you hear that? Another hiss into my phone. Roger! She muttered another curse before... Billy's on the phone. She wants to know what kind of wine you want her and Brett to pick up on the way. A squeak sounded, and then... What? Roger's voice came over the phone next. What did you say? Billy's coming over with wine? No! You need to call 911 for her instead. No! I shouted into the phone. 911? Is she okay? I was fully yelling now. If he calls 911 where you live, that'll go to your local dispatch. I'm not in Texas. I'm in California. Oh, shit. Wait! You need to call 911 in California where Billy is. She has some guy trying to break into her hotel room. What? Roger yelled right back. For fuck's sake. The guy on the other side pounded against the door once more, but he was losing momentum. I'm a friend of Brett's. I'm coming for you. You're Willow Harm, right? He knows who I am. Lo added right after, also horrified. He knows who you are. She must have turned her head away. He knows who Billy is. Who Billy is? What? I don't understand what's going on. Where am I calling 911 for? How do I do that? I've never had to do that before. I don't know. And from the other side of the door, the guy said, frustrated but resigned, He'll need to look up the phone number for the Fallen Crest Police Department, but honestly, woman, you're killing me. I'm here for you because I got a call from Will, Brett's brother. He thinks your man is going to do something stupid, and if I'm remembering Bruto correctly, only a couple people will be able to get through his head if he's in his old head-busting mindset. Wait, I said into the phone. What? Lo squawked, then yelled, She said to wait, although still get the number for Fallen Crest Police Department just in case. I inched closer to the door and yelled through it, What's your name? Channing Monroe. I have no idea if Brett's mentioned me or not. We're not super friendly. I was racking my brain, trying to remember. It was all foggy up there. I had a bottle of wine. I don't know if I would remember even if I hadn't. I could hear his sigh. Then he was muttering under his breath. What's going on? Lowe's voice cut in. Roger could be heard in the background. I found a fallen Crest Lane in Arlington, Texas. Is that where she is? Should I call the Arlington Police Department? What? I tuned Lowe out as she could be heard talking to her husband, took a deep breath because to me, this stuff was scary, opening a door to a stranger, and I peeked through the opening. What happened to Brett? The guy shifted so he could see me better, but he was inspecting the opening between us, and seeing something or not seeing something, he suddenly kicked open the door. I yelled, scrambling back. He smirked at me, motioning to the door. Never open a fucking door without the chain attached. Right. That's what he'd been looking for. Apparently I got stupid when I had wine. Did you open the door? Lowe yelled. Who's there? Are you okay? Are you still alive? I'm shitting my pants. What's going on? Roger's voice came closer. I was eyeing the guy now, who had remained standing in the hallway, an eyebrow raised up, waiting for me to do something. Billy just opened the door for the guy, she told me. We gave up on the number. Please tell me you're still alive. Who is it? What's the guy look like? He was, I considered the best phrase to describe him. The dirty blonde hair, the ripped and lean body, the gun holstered on his hip, which was making my stomach feel a certain way because nothing was between us. The taser gun and handcuffs hanging on his other hip, the loads and loads of tattoos all over him. And then there's his face, which didn't seem right that he'd be that pretty with all that weaponry on him. I didn't know why that made sense to me, but it did. He's a dirty, golden, tattooed warrior god. He crossed his arms over his chest, and I saw a badge hanging there on a chain from around his neck. He's a cop. He's what? Lowe barked. I'm not a cop. He's not a cop, I repeated. I'm a bounty hunter. He glanced away, muttered, Fuck's sakes. Roger must have grabbed the phone. His voice came out so much louder. A dirty, golden, tattooed warrior god? Take a picture of him, just so we have it on hand. I did, also saying, He's not a cop. I don't know if you heard that. He's a bounty hunter. A bounty hunter? Roger was impressed. The guy, who could hear everything, had tipped his head backwards. His hands were braced at his sides. I sent it to them. Roger saw it first. Oh, he's good looking. Lowe sucked in some air like I had earlier. Good looking? That guy is hot. And he's a bounty hunter? If he says he's there for Brett, I say go with him. And normally I would never say that, but if he'd been there to abduct you, he already would have. Plus, if it's true and Brett's in trouble, you need to go to him. What's he doing now? He's still standing there. He rolled his eyes, his hands lifting up in frustration. Your man is probably already doing something seriously fucking stupid, and you're still discussing this? My woman would have been out the door carrying a baseball bat and grabbing a bulletproof vest on the way the first second I mentioned anything. I lowered the phone and scowled. Okay. One, I don't know you. I don't remember Brett mentioning a Chandler Modic. My name is Channing Monroe. And Brett told me to stay put unless he himself came for me. Don't know if you're aware, but I had a couple run-ins with serial killers. That makes me cautious. I caught sight of the door that had been kicked open. Normally makes me cautious. Plus, I've already maybe pissed Brett off beyond repair, which was why I was drinking that. I swung around to point at the wine bottle, and I forgot that I'd opened a second one, too. Because I needed to calm my nerves. Not the best idea, but I felt really bad. And I was talking to my sister on the phone, and she was making me feel a little better about it all. Lowe gasped again through the phone. What? Roger was now squawking. What? What? Why are you gasping? I could hear her tears. She called me her sister. Roger, she called me her sister. I looked down at the phone. I was going to be a blubbering mess in 2 seconds. I did. I yelped as the guy crossed the threshold, grabbing my wrist, and he pulled me after him. Ow! Ouch! I can walk, you know. What's going on? The guy plucked the phone from my hand, shutting the door behind us and tugging me after him.
My name is Chandler, he cursed. My name is Channing Monroe.
He rattled off a bunch of information. The phone number for the police department, then the phone number for the Russo Police Department. He also gave his own personal phone number, followed with instructions to call his wife with her name and her phone number. For some reason, he gave the number of a restaurant called Manny's, which I perked up about because Brett mentioned that place too. But for the love of me, I couldn't understand why he was giving that information to Lo and Roger. Also, I doubted they were able to get everything down by the time he was done because he said it all so fast. We got to a truck, and he finished the call with,
You can stay on speaker with your sister. But when we get to Russo, you both need to shut the fuck up.
He unlocked his truck, opened the door, and didn't wait for me to climb in before he hurried to his side of the truck. I climbed in, shutting the door as he was already starting the engine. I asked into the phone, Did you get all that? Yes, Lo said in wonderment. With bated breath, too. Roger added,
We got it because Luna ran in and hit record on my phone. I was still searching for it when he got to the second town's police department.
Thanks, Luna. Oh, she's gone, Lo sniffed. We need to get them to bed, but I can't leave this room. I'm so wired. Also, I hope Brett's okay. The guy cast an annoyed look at my phone, and his mouth flattened, but he didn't say anything. I frowned. We're not usually like this. It's just, the thought of Brett being in trouble isn't totally computing with us. It's Brett. That knot was back and sinking lower in me. And also, the guy shook his head, holding up a hand. His voice came out softer.
I get it. The shit you've been through and a stranger's busting down your door. I get it.
I finished. The quickest way to draw me out of a hotel room is to tell me someone I love is in trouble. I needed to wait a little bit, think it through. The door part without the chain was a drunken mistake. He cast me a sideways look, his hand resting on the steering wheel.
There's a case of coffee and a can at your feet. Drink as many as you need to sober up. Will briefed me a little on what's going on, and he said that although Brett sounded okay when they got off the phone, he wouldn't put it past him to do something stupid. Hence his call to me. When I called Brett, he wouldn't pick up.
Billy, Lo said, her voice now very somber. Get off the phone with me and call your man. She ended the call from her side, and I had so much dread and fear and panic, and all of it was now hitting me at once because I wasn't the one in trouble. Brett was, or might be, and I'd wasted time in getting to him. I'd been so foolish. I went to my call history, went down one name, and called my man. Please, let us not be too late.
61. Brett. I turned my phone off as I broke into Shannon's trailer. She wasn't there, and based on the looks of it, she hadn't been back in a long while. I gave no fucks about breaking in. Old cigarette stubs were in a can, the toilet hadn't been flushed and stank up the place. Old needles were discarded on the table, empty beer cans littered the floor everywhere. Jesus Christ, this was where my sister lived. The last time I'd been at her place it wasn't like this. I took pictures of everything, along with a video as I walked back through the place, before stepping out and relocking the place. Keeping the extra key, I walked back to my rental when a door opened behind me. "Little monster, is that you?" Jesus, little monster. I'd not been called that since I was 11 when I let the other kids call me that. That got changed to monster in high school, and then all of it went away when Bud went away. "Brett?" she asked again, trying to see me. An older lady's head poked outside her door, her head lowered as if that would help me see who I was in the shadows. I moved her way. She heard the crunch of my feet over the gravel and sticks. Her thin shoulders tensed, but as soon as I stepped into her own trailer's light, she relaxed. She cast a hand over her graying hair, but it did little to tame the frizziness of the strands. It was still long, pulled back behind her. A smile spread over her face, moving her wrinkles aside. "It is you. How are you? You've gone and made us all so proud, you know. Our own boy, coming from this trailer park, going all the way to the big screen, the Super Bowl. Real proud." "Hello, Mrs. Navarro. I thought you would have pulled out and gone to Arizona to live with your kids. You got grandbabies down there, don't you?" Mabel Navarro. She'd been one of the kind neighbors. She liked baking cookies, taking care of any kids in the park in her own way. If we needed a place to crash after school, she'd let us watch her television as she put some popcorn in the microwave. She liked making lemonade, too. It was one of her staples. She laughed, her voice more gravelly than I remembered, and waved a hand toward me, still smiling. "Oh, you know me. I like my drink too much. I put up next to my kids. They're in my business, telling me what's healthy or not healthy for me. Love my grandbabies, but I like having my freedom at the same time." "You're not tied down anymore? No more Wallace?" A slight glimmer of pain showed in her gaze, and she let it shine. A sheen of tears appeared. She only blinked those away, moving so she was standing in the doorway and hugged her jacket tighter around herself. She was pale. Her skin was usually kept tan from sitting outside in the sun so much, but it had lost that color. "No, Wallace passed on a year ago. Cancer." She cursed. Her hand flicked away one of her tears. "Damn things. I don't know why I'm crying. He was an abusive asshole most days. I spent most of my time keeping him out or keeping him away from here. Nothing good was he." She drew in a deep breath, shaking her head slightly. "Guess you miss what you know, right? Enough about me." Her eyes flicked past me. "You won't find your sister there, if that's who you're looking for. Last I saw, she'd been holed up at her boyfriend's." "Yes, that guy. What's his name?" Her eyes narrowed a bit. "I was relieved when those kids were taken out of there. Considered reaching out, but you know the situation. Your sister's gotten worse since this last boyfriend. He ain't a good one. He was around a while back, then was gone. He's been back again. I tried convincing Stevie to live here or sleep here, but she was too worried about the other ones. Then your sister stopped showing up, and around a week later, vehicles pulled up and those kids were taken out of there. I hope everything's being made correct regarding them." "His name?" I repeated. She was studying me, knowing the situation, which a new surge of fury lit through me. She knew, and she hadn't said anything. Of course she wouldn't reach out. That'd make her a narc. "I've no doubt you'll find him." She raised her chin up. "You'll get his name then." She fully knew what I was planning on doing. God, this life. It had a way of always pulling you back unless you got out and stayed out. And look at where I was, back here. "I need the boyfriend's name, Mabel." Her gaze continued to hold mine for a good 30 seconds as she was weighing whatever she saw in me, what she heard from me, and maybe what she remembered of me as a kid. I'd been one of those sitting at her table, the sound of popcorn popping in the microwave. The buttery and slightly burnt smell wafted over me. I felt it all again. The fear. The desperation. I didn't know what was right back then. I only knew how to survive. She drew back inside her trailer, the door shut. A long minute later, she came back out and extended me a piece of paper. "Once you get there, you burn that." I took it, seeing a street name. It was enough. I could find him from this. "It's nice seeing you, little monster. I've no doubt you'll do what you need to do." She went back inside, shut the door, locked it. The outside light turned off.
62. Billy. I had no clue who the guy was driving me to Russo. No, I couldn't ask his name again. But he told me he knew Brett from school. I'd asked if they were friends, and he just laughed at me. He'd not elaborated on that laugh, and I hadn't asked any more questions. We drove the rest of the way in silence until, as we entered Russo, which Brett was right, was so much smaller than Fallen Crest, when his phone rang. He hit accept.
"Did you find him?"
Another male voice said,
"Got a couple calls from different sources. He was at his sister's trailer, but the last tip said he's parked out front of a house down on Bowl. Shannon's current boyfriend lives there, Corey Hughes. He's got a bad rap sheet. Domestic violence, restraining orders."
The guy got quiet before clipping out,
"He's a drug dealer." "Text me his house number." "No problem, texting now."
They ended the call, right as another beep came through his phone. Since entering Rousseau, he'd grown harder and harder. He'd been hard to begin with, and I was surprised at how I could sense that, considering I'd only gotten irritation from him. But this was different. The call helped, adding a cold feeling that would normally have my alarm senses tingling, except they weren't. The only thing I was alarmed about was getting to Brett now. I surveyed the street as we slowed and took another turn. He was slowing down, looking from house to house. I picked up his phone, swiping the screen to see the last text.
"Hey,"
he balked. I let go of the phone, now searching with him, telling him the house number. I saw Brett first, pointing at him without saying a word. He pulled in, parking next to Brett's rental, and as I rounded the truck, I heard Brett's tone.
"Why the fuck did you bring my woman, Monroe?"
I faltered, not recognizing that voice from him. I'd heard Brett when he was angry, happy, about to release. I'd heard his growls, his savage curses, his fear and alarm when I'd almost been taken. That was not this person. I didn't know this person. He was so far from human that a part of me broke. I paused, just slightly, before I surged ahead. Monroe didn't respond. Smart of him. Brett almost stopped me in my tracks.
"I wouldn't, little Billy."
My heart clenched. He had no idea why him saying that name, how it came from him, affected me so much. I would need to rectify that. "What are you doing, Brett?" I kept going to him.
"No."
A savage growl burst from him, and it stopped me in my tracks, but only for a second. I leveled him with a look and surged forward. My hands went into my sweatshirt, pulling his hoodie tighter around my frame, but my eyes were on his. They weren't moving from him. I could feel the other guy lingering behind me. "Stop!" I closed the distance. If I swayed just a little toward him, we'd be touching. My front against his knees, since he was sitting on the top of a picnic table, his feet on the bench between us. A baseball bat was beside him. Seeing that, my heart sank. "What are you doing here?"
"Go away, Billy. I mean it. You gave me an ultimatum, and I'm choosing."
His eyes sliced through me.
"I'm not choosing you."
My chest swelled, and I let myself sway the rest of the way. We both stilled at the contact. I savored it. He was here. He was solid. He hadn't gone anywhere. He hadn't done anything yet. I could take back my words. He couldn't take back his actions. "Don't do this." I moved in closer, pressing harder against him.
"You have no fucking idea who I am."
"You're Brett Brudeau."
"No fucking idea who I really am."
I leaned back, cocked my head to the side, and repeated his own words. "You're twins in prison for attempted rape. Your mom never left the trailer park. Your dad was a drunk all your life. Your sister—"
"My sister is going to prison for letting her daughter be around a drug dealer and whatever fucking else she failed to protect my niece from, because I know this is just the beginning."
His words were so ugly, filled with hate.
"And, baby, it's about time you realize something, because I'm just tuning in myself."
He shoved in against me, ignoring my gasp as he quickly reversed our positions. He jumped down, caught me, and lifted me up so I was on top of the picnic table, and Brett shoved my legs apart, moving in and leaning over me. His hands went down to the table on either side of me. He was pushed up so close to me I could feel his dick, feel him hardening for me. I closed my eyes at how good he felt as he slowly began rubbing against me. I didn't think he was aware of moving. His eyes were so heated, the need to hurt was spitting back at me.
Stevie was selling drugs for her boyfriend. I know that world. Know what else he might have been making her do for him.
Torment wrung from him. He hissed, a low snarl coming next.
I had no clue. Not one damn clue. Thought Shannon would never go back there because, baby, that's the world I used to live in. Bud sold drugs, and I enforced for him. A part of me liked it. I liked hurting people. It made sense to me. That world's not going to touch Stevie. I won't let her get pulled back in by him, by his boss, by his boss's boss, because that's how it works. Once you're in, they don't let you leave.
His eyes burned at the same time they were dead.
I know what it takes to get out. I won't let that land on my niece.
Pain sliced through me.
Not this time.
He started to pull back, his words so icy.
It's time for you to leave. You don't want to be here for what's going to happen next.
My hands clamped down on his arms, holding him in place, although we both knew that was a lie. I wasn't strong enough to do that, but my touch on him had the same effect. He froze, still wrapped around me.
Billy,
he sighed, tipping his head back. You think words like that are going to scare me? I leaned in close, and he looked back down to me. An inch separated us. You forget who you're talking to. His nostrils flared. We continued to battle each other, silently, until he clipped out, I'm going to do what I was born to do, and I'm going to protect Stevie as I do it. I know what'll happen to me after. Prison or death. That's where we end up in my family. It's my time. My turn. I'm okay with that. If I survive whoever this asshole's boss sends after me, then Bud's going to be fucking ecstatic when I show up in the cell next to him. The guy jerked ahead, starting for us. I stopped him with a look, mouthing no. He stopped, but his face twisted up. He really did not know Brett that well. That was now obvious, but I did, and I ran a hand down the side of Brett's arm. He tensed, but he didn't move away. His head moved down, his mouth and beard nuzzling against my throat. I tilted my head to the side, giving him more access, and he pressed in harder to me, his dick nearly entering me through our clothing. I felt him shuddering, and I felt this different beast in him. This one was different from when he took control of me, giving me sinful pleasure, but he wasn't too far away. If they were a coin, this beast was on the other side. And whether he realized it or not, whether that guy who knew Brett realized it or not, my Brett was coming back. I could feel him. He was less animal, less stranger, and more mine.
I'll tell you again because I don't think you're hearing me. I hurt people. If they looked at me wrong, if they didn't move out of the way fast enough, I'd deliver a beating. Sometimes they'd go to the hospital. I never cared. Not one moment. I used to think my dad made me into that kind of person. But it wasn't just him. That's who I am. You can't be with me, Billy. I ain't any better than the killers obsessed with you.
He suddenly tensed, his head raising. Then he said,
One way or another, that piece of shit is going into the ground. I'm here to speed up the process.
The door opened behind us. I stiffened. Brett had heard him coming somehow. The guy still waiting with us cursed under his breath, before he was moving, but he went back to his truck. Light from the house shone over us, and we heard a female exclaim, What the hell is going on here?
Babe?
Another voice from behind her, a male this time. A shiver went through me, a bad one, at just hearing his voice. She hadn't sounded good, but he made me feel that dirty inside. This was the boyfriend. Brett was still arched over me, and as he began to move, I clamped my legs tight, trying to hold him in place. I reached around, my arms winding around his back, too. You're going to leave me? I breathed against him. He stayed in place just for the moment. My time was running out. I lifted my chin up over Brett's shoulder so I could see better. The woman was heavy-set, a tank top stretched over her front and belly with scrub pants, the kind a nurse would wear to work. She wore no bra, and her dirty blonde hair was long, but messy. A portion stuck up on the side of her head, as if she'd been sleeping on it. The rest was flattened in the back. Her makeup looked old, applied days ago and forgotten. She had a cigarette in her mouth, and she'd stepped outside to smoke it. Her hand was rising with the lighter, but she paused at seeing us. That was Shannon. There were slight similarities to Brett, but not much. They were big-boned. That ran in the family. The way their jaw and chin were structured were the same. There was a flattening from their eyes to their hairline that also looked the same. Nothing else, though. The guy, I didn't even want to look at him. Tall. He lumbered over her, also big-boned, but not heavy-set. He was solid. Mostly muscle, but not ripped how Brett had worked his body into being. He had a white t-shirt, stained yellow in giant splotches. Baggy jeans hung off him. Dark, greasy hair that stuck up all over as well. He'd not shaved in a day or two. His skin, a weird red and white pallor, was flushing red as he also stared at us. He flicked an impatient look over his face, rubbing at his eyes briefly before blinking multiple times, then leaning forward to squint at where we were. "Who's there?" she barked, not sounding scared. She lit her cigarette now, taking a puff and holding it to the side before she exhaled. I hated her. She was too smug, too comfortable. She was going to piss herself when she saw her brother, who had tensed all over again. He was getting ready to pull back, but I held him in place. He wasn't staying because I was forcibly making him. He was staying in place to indulge me, and I used this time for my advantage. I began whispering into his ear as I pulled one of my hands between us, running it over his chest. I was using any weapon in my arsenal to bring back the rest of my Brett, because once he turned around, she couldn't see her old brother. She couldn't have him. He was mine. "I love you because you've only called me Willow one time." I felt Brett go solid. I wasn't letting him go. "I love that you didn't play with my mind when we first met. You asked me out. You told me you were interested in me. You laid it all out between us. I love you because you crashed 2 of my dates. I love you because you know how I love being pressed against things and being trapped, but how I only love it because it's you who's doing it. I love that you like sleeping under the stars, because it's one of my favorite things to do too. I love that you drove me around to see Halloween decorations, that you took me to goat yoga, that we slow danced in the middle of a group of bikers." Some vehicles were approaching, then slowing down to park. Doors opened and closed. Heavy footsteps thudded on the pavement. I touched his cheek, pulling his head back so he could see me, only me. "I love how much you love your nieces and nephews, and now that you've met Will's children, you love them just as much. How you've kept tabs on your family members. How you continue to support them even though they have no idea about it." There were voices talking. I ignored them all because I hadn't gotten all of my Brett back. There was a feeling, a warmth that wasn't full blast yet. I didn't have my sunshine in my hand. Not all of it. He was close. So close. He tensed, fighting against himself. His hands were rock hard. His stomach was a cement wall. He was breathing harshly. His hand moved to grab onto me, curling around my back, half splayed down over my ass. "I overheard your phone call the other day. I know you're setting up a scholarship so Stevie can go to some rich private high school. I didn't mean to overhear, but I was walking past and your office door was open. And your voice carries." I readjusted my arms around him, moving higher around his neck, and I pressed my forehead to his chest, speaking. "I know that's not the first scholarship you've set up, and it won't be the last. You seem to have absolutely no idea, but you are a good person. Present day, now, today. You are not who you were back then. You might have almost slipped tonight, but I'm here and I am not letting you go. You got that? I'm not letting you go. You had one job back then, and it was to survive, which you did. Congratulations, but you're not that person anymore. Your twin isn't here. You got out, and Stevie will too, but not at the expense of me losing you. Are you getting what I'm saying? You do something stupid, and I'm doing it with you. I'm right there with you. Where you go, I go. Billy, he murmured. That was my Brett. He was back. Relief started to trickle in. My hands remained on his arms. His slid to my hips as he straightened. You want the ugly truth? I asked, studying him. At his brief nod, I said it. I don't give one fuck what you've done in the past. I don't care. The only thing I care about is what you're planning on doing or not doing right now because you're mine. You're my future. Nothing and no one is going to take that away, including you. So get that shit out of your head because I need you. He flinched, and he started to step all the way back. I held on to him. No one in your family could scare me. One day I'd have to tell him why that was the case. Today wasn't that day. He stared down at me, his eyes darkening, and deep emotion showed as he cupped the side of my face, so gently. Thank you. I clasped his hand one last time before I let him go. It was time to handle his sister. 63. Billy. We flew back to Texas 2 days later. Brett missed an extra day of practice and he'd be fined. He'd pay the fine. Nothing and no one would have and could have pulled him from California with his family. After Brett stepped back from me that night on the picnic table, the exchange had been heated between his sister and him. The guy, too. But Brett hadn't used that baseball bat he brought with him. Whether that was because of what I said, because those extra vehicles that showed up had been other bounty hunters coming in as backup, or because 2 police squad cars showed up not long after, I didn't know. He just hadn't picked up that baseball bat, and that's what I cared about. They parked in the middle of the street. We were on one side of the street, and Shannon and her boyfriend were on the other. We found out later that not only Will and Harmony spent the entire day with a counselor, but she called in a detective she trusted. With Stevie's accounts, her own testimony, and with enough other evidence and testimony that came together fast, they were able to move fast in bringing charges against Shannon and against her boyfriend. Shannon thought the cops were there to protect them, so when the cuffs were pulled out, I pulled my phone out to record it all. I never wanted to forget the look on her face when they started reciting their Miranda rights. They were taken away, one in each squad car, but more cops showed up because when they went through their house, they found another kid inside. A little boy, the son of Shannon's boyfriend. Shannon was charged with being a part of the drug dealing business since it happened under her roof, but there were more charges. A lot more. I didn't even understand them all. That night was brutal and heartbreaking all at once. Neither of us was hungry, so we went back to the hotel after Brett talked with Monroe for a bit. Channing Monroe. I remembered his name after that night. The next day, we went to Will and Harmony's, and that was one of the rawest days I'd ever experienced. I knew the look in Stevie's eyes when she saw everyone there for her. I recognized it because I'd had the same look one day, long ago. It was in the afternoon when we were on the couch, she and I. We were just sitting, not even talking. Stevie was talked out. The boys were on the floor, their legs folded in front of them as they played video games. Sammy was next to her brother, playing with 2 dolls. Stevie kept watching the adults, who were talking in the kitchen. Her mouth tightened, and I saw the regret on her face. I leaned over and said, "They're not upset at you." She went eerily still before her eyes jerked to me. "They're upset because what you were put through. You were hurt, and they hadn't stopped it. They're mad at who hurt you, at who should have stopped it, and also at themselves. Not at you. Not because of you. They're upset because they love you." Her mouth started trembling. Tears shone from her eyes. She quickly looked away. I pretended she hadn't, saying, "When that man killed my friend and Jojo's family, and when my mom and brother died, it took me a long time to figure out what that weird reaction was that people had around me. Of course, not all people had that reaction, but some did. The good ones. They'd get all tense and have this odd, half-twisted expression on their face. Sometimes they just got real mad, their whole face getting tight and swollen. But it's because they were mad at what happened to me, not at me. Took me a long time to figure that out. Don't take that on. When people get like that, it's because they're just mad you got hurt. Shows they love you." She began picking at the pillow in her lap, and she mumbled, "But I did it. What he made me—" "No." I made sure to look her straight in the eyes. "You think about what would have happened if you hadn't done what he wanted you to do. What might have happened to Georgie? To Sammy? Would he have hurt them in retaliation?" Her eyes clouded over. "You were 12. Jesus Christ. The same age as when I'd— Don't put that on your shoulders. It doesn't deserve to be there." She tore her eyes away and went back to picking at the pillow. "Still, not their fault. Any of them." I relaxed a little again. "Yeah, but they're adults. They all think they're superheroes and think every bad thing that happens is their fault. It's easier to blame someone than accept they were powerless, including blaming themselves." She didn't react anymore or respond. I wasn't sure how she took my words, but Brett and I left the next morning after breakfast, and she'd hugged me so long and so tight. She'd heard me. Now we were back in Texas, and we were driving to the farm. I wanted to grab some things and see Vicky and Howard for a little bit before going to Brett's for the rest of the night. We'd just turned onto the driveway when his phone lit up. Callie calling. He frowned, but took the call. "Callie." A blood-curdling scream cut him off. "Brett! Brett!" "Callie?" He jerked forward, hitting the acceleration and closing the distance between us and the farm in record time. "Callie!" "Brett!" She was sobbing. "Help! I need help! He won't stop, and—" She choked off as another scream came over the phone. He cursed, but braked at my place. He threw open the door, shouting at me, taking his phone with him and speaking into it as he yelled at me, "Grab your bag!" "My bag?" He was at my place and through the door. I'd gotten my bag and my phone in my hand when he came back out. "Your place is safe." He stepped to me, grabbing my shoulders, and pressed a firm kiss to my forehead. "I love you. I love you so much, and we've not talked about all the heavy shit that happened this weekend, but know that I love you with everything in me. I have to go." He began running back to his truck. "Brett!" He started to get inside but stopped in the door and pointed at me. "Get inside. Be safe. Call 911 for me. The cops will get there faster than me." My heart was pumping strongly and loudly, and my hands were sweating. I was having a slightly delayed reaction. It happened so fast. Callie's call, her screams, and now Brett was going to rescue her. It took 1 minute for all of that to transpire. And I needed to call 911. Shit, I needed to call 911. I sank down on the bed and did that. 911, what is your emergency? I told them everything, gave them the information they needed, and as I did, I held up my hand. It was shaking. Not a slight tremor or tremble. The entire hand and wrist were uncontrollable. The screams. It had been Callie's screams. It brought it all back. Of course it would have come back. They hung up with me almost right away and were going to call Brett's landline. I didn't have Callie's cell number to give them. After that, I took a few deep breaths before I realized I could call someone else. I called Travis. 64. Billy. I went out to see the ladies. Vicky's car was here. So was the truck that Howard used, but the house was locked and their phones weren't on. They only turned off their phones if they were in church or at some church-related event. Brett would be okay. Travis reassured me, said the police probably got there before him. They'd secure the house. Brett would show up to be there if Callie needed anything, but Travis was also going to run over to double-check as well. I felt better hearing that, but I was hurting, and my family wasn't here. Plus, I had missed the ladies so much. I needed to hold Miss Sylvia Rivera in my arms. I needed all the hens around me. There was a flurry of activity when I opened the door, but I made sure to shut it quickly. I fumbled to pull out the light I'd brought, a solar flashlight. Vicky and Howard had a bunch sitting outside in case we needed them. I shook it and it lit up, and right at my feet was Miss Sylvia Rivera. The rest were on the roosts they used for sleeping. I made sure to hunch down and not hit my head on the nesting boxes or roosting bar. In the far corner was just enough space for me. I grabbed a broom from outside and got to cleaning that area, and when that was done, I laid a blanket out. As I sat there, I yawned. Miss Sylvia Rivera moved into my lap and settled in, making a low clucking sound. It was like her purring. I leaned back against the wall for a bit. With Miss Sylvia Rivera in my arms, I didn't think about Brett, or whether I'd been wrong about what happened. I just held her. After a bit, my eyelids got heavy. I curled into a ball on my side. Miss Sylvia Rivera clucked and moved to sit next to me on the ground. That said so much. The hens slept in the air. It was their way of keeping safe from predators, so if she was beside me, that meant she was guarding me. I started to feel bad. I didn't want her worried about me, and I told myself I'd get up. I needed to check on Brett. My phone was back in my place, charging. 5 more minutes, then I'd go. The hens were clucking their alarm to sound. I jerked upright, which sent Miss Sylvia Rivera jumping away from me, flapping her wings. But I settled, my pulse calming a little. The solar light had fallen over and my blanket covered it up, so there was no light in the coop. Instead, I could see headlights flashing outside through one of their netted windows. It was Brett. Or Vicky and Howard were getting a ride back wherever they'd gone. I didn't know the time or how long I'd stayed in the coop. I hadn't brought my phone with me because I hadn't meant to stay long, just a little. Get some comfort. Spent some quality time. A part of me wanted to stay out here, or bring Miss Sylvia Rivera with me inside, but I couldn't. Grabbing my blanket and the light, I headed for the door. Or I tried to. Miss Sylvia Rivera stayed at my feet, slowing every step because I didn't want to step on her. When I got to the door, she clucked louder and louder. The others joined in, feeling whatever she was feeling. She was alarmed, or she wanted me to stay. I appreciated her support, but I needed to deal with the real world. Brett was probably losing his mind. I needed to check on him, let him know I'd fallen asleep. I reached for the door, but Marcia P. Johnson had moved to the roost right above my head, and she started flapping her wings. What is going on? I moved Miss Sylvia Rivera aside. She ran right back, stopping me. I did it again. We repeated this cycle until I was sure Vicky and Howard wouldn't be able to fall asleep, and Howard would be coming out to make sure the chickens were okay. Were they okay? Was there a predator outside? I bit back a slight laugh at myself because this was probably the issue. Why was that just now occurring to me? A coyote? Or a snake? Either way, I needed to find it and take care of it. I scooped up Miss Sylvia Rivera and put her on her rung of the sleeping roost. Marcia P. Johnson soon joined her, and then I dashed for the door, getting out before Miss Sylvia Rivera could come with me. I heard her wings moving, but got the door closed in time. I made sure they were all inside and grabbed for a flashlight, the one to shine around if we really needed to see what was going on. I swept it around the coop, expecting to see grass rustling as whatever had alarmed them scampered away. Nothing moved. There were no threats from outside the coop. The headlights. I'd assumed those were Vicky and Howard, but maybe not. Brett would have been yelling for me, and he would have come down here to find me. He knew me. An alien feeling settled over me. The hens were still in a tizzy. I moved toward the house, turning my flashlight off. What did I have on my body? I'd only brought a blanket and the solar light, but that was too small, too flimsy. The flashlight was all I had. I kept it gripped in my hand, my arms loose at my sides so I wasn't locked up. Step by step, my heart pounding louder and louder in my eardrums, I edged toward the house. When I got past the shed, I stopped and exclaimed my relief. There was no new vehicle, but a light was on upstairs in the house. It had been Vicky and Howard getting a ride back. The car must have left when I was leaving the coop. But then why were the ladies going crazy? Was there something inside the coop and I hadn't realized? Oh, God. Miss Sylvia Rivera hadn't wanted me to leave. Maybe it had been just outside, and I was the one who let it in? Horror speared me. I turned to run back to the coop, but a hand wrapped around my arm and pulled me back. I screamed, reacting on instinct. I twisted my arm down and out of their grasp and swung with the other one, the one holding my flashlight. "Hey, whoa!" a male voice barked as he twisted to catch my other arm right before the flashlight would have hit his head. His face scrunched up in anger and he shoved me back, taking several steps away from me. He held both hands up in surrender. "Hold on! It's me, Travis. I'm not here to attack you." Travis? Not whoever I thought it might be. I jerked backwards, bent over and sucked in some air before I was steady enough to speak. "Holy shit, Travis! Holy shit!" I shook my head and pretended to hit him with the flashlight. "Announce yourself! Jesus!" He laughed, but kept an eye on the flashlight. "I thought you'd be in bed. I pulled in and shit went nuclear in the coop. I thought maybe a coyote was trying to get in or something." "No, or..." I looked back. They were still worked up. "I don't think so." I walked back that way and I went in through the cage first, so if the hens ran out, they still wouldn't be loose. Travis was right behind me. I threw open the inside door, and the hens ran out. Every single one of them. I wasn't able to count them, but I went inside, my heart in my throat about what I was going to find. But there was nothing. No predator inside at all. "Are you here about Brett?" "I fell asleep in the coop. I haven't checked my phone. Is he okay?" I looked around. "Is he here with you? Wait. Where was his truck?" Travis stood in the middle of the cage, the hens running around him, and he had the coldest look on his face. A chill went down my spine. "Travis?" He continued to stare at me, hard. He looked like a stranger. I didn't know this Travis. A chill sliced through my whole body, and pieces began connecting to one another. "Travis? Is Brett okay?" He'd been interested in me for a long time. But no. The killings had started north in the Midwest, leaving a trail to here. The truck on the road. The guy watching. I would have recognized Travis, wouldn't I? "Little Billy, you need to know my secret." My mom's voice came to me, echoing through my mind. I frowned. Why was I remembering her at this moment? "Travis? What are you doing here?" I asked again, a wholly different tone in my voice. I felt detached from everything, already knowing and feeling the cold that only death could bring. "You know how we move from place to place all the time?" my mom asked me. I shook my head, needing to clear that voice from my memory. It wasn't the time right now. But I heard my own voice respond like I was 12. "Yeah?" "Things are out of my control now, sweetie. I need to tell you the truth." "Mom?" I started crying. "Brett sent me." Travis's voice was off. His demeanor was off. "He couldn't get a hold of you, and he needed to stay with that girl." Right. That made sense. It was something Brett would do. I couldn't focus. I was distracted by the flashback in my head. My mom was crying too. We didn't move around so much because I kept getting fired, sweetie. I didn't want you to get attached. I told you it was because I didn't want you to have friends. That wasn't the truth. It wasn't? No, honey. I would have loved it if you could have friends. You and your brother. You were both so full of goodness and love, and you both deserved to have that in your life. You know that, right? I'd been so young back then, and it was the day after I lost my friend.
Billy, are you okay?
Travis asked. What? I couldn't focus, yet every fiber of my being screamed that I could not be distracted in this moment. Travis was talking. From a distance, I heard him say,
"Did something happen after the game? Bruto seemed off tonight."
He kept talking, but I couldn't hear him. I could only hear my mom. It's your father, Billy. Dad? I whispered aloud. Travis stopped abruptly. He's not a good man. You know that, Mom continued. He keeps finding us, and he's never done anything to you, but yesterday... She trailed off, more tears cascading down her face. Her hands shook, and she tried to draw in some oxygen. She tucked my hair back, smoothing it before she forced herself to move away. He hurts me, sweetie. And he did something with your brother yesterday. What did he do? My voice was so flat. The panic was locked up, real tight. My emotions needed to be off. It all came back to me. I used to do that. That's how I would get through those visits with him. I'd shut everything off and become a rock. I'd pull all the way inside myself, turning into a robot when he was around. Travis came closer to me. I needed to step back, but I couldn't make my feet move. This, whatever had been unleashed in my mind, I needed to remember it first. I made a choice and went back to the memory. What did he do with Ben? I asked my mother. He took him somewhere, and I can't let it keep happening. I have to go somewhere, Billy. Where, Mom? She bundled me in her arms, hugging me so tightly before she set me down again. She rocked back on her heels. I can't take you with us. I'm so sorry, Billy. You need to be here because of what you saw yesterday. You know what I'm talking about, right? Pain burned me, and it jolted me in the present again. Jojo, I managed to whisper.
What?
Travis asked. My mom nodded. Her tears wouldn't stop. I'm going to take your brother with me so he won't turn out to be like him. Okay? He's going to go with me, but you can stop that bad man. The bad man? Fear gripped me now. Fear of the bad man. Fear of whatever my father had done to my brother. Fear of what my mom was saying. What was she talking about? I couldn't understand. Mom, I said aloud. What are you going to do?
Billy.
That was Travis's voice, sharp, angry. You're not going to see me again. Or your brother. But don't for a second think it's because we don't love you. We love you so much. I will always love you. And in his way, your father loves you too. But you need to stay away from him. Okay? She spoke more urgently, pressing my hand in hers. You need to listen to me so that you're safe. You need to go to the police, and you need to tell them who you saw yesterday. I know you saw the bad man. You can describe him. It'll be enough. They'll catch him. I know you didn't tell the police you saw him, but you did, and you need to be brave. You need to go to the police, tell them who you saw. And Billy... She started choking, hiccuping on the words. There will be a time when they ask you who your parents are because they won't be able to get in contact with me. Listen to me very carefully. You do not tell them your father's name. You need to forget who your father is. They'll take you away, and they'll put you with other people, and I will do everything in my power to make sure you get a good family. He won't come for you. That's the only thing he's ever promised me. So you'll go with other people. Good people. People who will love you and protect you. I'll make sure of it, okay? But you can't tell them who your father is. That way you'll be safe, okay? You can do it. I know you can do it. You're a very brave girl. You always have been. She looked over her shoulder, as if someone was coming, then turned back to me. I love you so much. Never forget that. Ever, Billy. Ever. She tore herself away, and after a moment, there was a cry in the distance. Mom! I wanted to go after her, but she was already gone. I opened my eyes and ached. It was happening all over again. I was back there, back outside the police station as she was leaving me behind. I wanted to go after her, but no, that was back then. Ben had been in the car with her. She left me at the bench across the street, then ran to our car and took off, she and Ben. That was the last time I saw them. Time spun around, bringing me back to now with a sob in my throat. I folded over. It was like losing her all over again.
You need to start talking, Billy, Travis demanded. Or I swear to God,
I lifted my head, and for a moment, I hated him. I hated where I was. I hated everything because I just had her back. I'd give anything to have her back in my life. One more hug from her. Travis cursed, his face pale.
You scared the shit out of me.
I gulped, my fingers curling around my flashlight. What are you doing here, Travis? I expected him to drop the wall, show me his true self. But he only shook his head in confusion.
I told you. Brudeau sent me. That girl who was staying at his place, her friend and a guy showed up. He was threatening them. They're fine now. The officers took the guy in, but Brudeau felt he needed to stay back. He couldn't get a hold of you. Neither could I. Plus, I was going to see if Vicky and Howard were here. I couldn't get a hold of them either.
Wait, I was confused now. Vicky and Howard just got back. I saw their light on. They're probably in bed by now. I stopped, looking him over. He seemed normal to me again. The same Travis as before. He wasn't... I was losing my mind. I must have been losing my mind. But the flashback from my mom... Until now, I'd forgotten that conversation. My brother. God. Ben. What she'd done after that. Their car accident. I couldn't concentrate on Travis anymore. My mom and my brother. I'd lost them that day, and I'd been so wrong.
I feel weird leaving you here tonight. I could sleep on the couch.
Travis was inside my place, glancing around. The place was small, really small, which I loved. It felt right and cozy when Brett was here. But with Travis, who was smaller in size and height, it felt suffocating. I'll be fine, I promise. My phone was ringing. I'm sure that's Brett anyway.
Okay. Well, are you sure? I can stay. I'm getting a weird feeling here.
The phone stopped ringing. It was charging in the other room, so I hadn't grabbed it yet. Saw who was calling. It started ringing again. Travis, I need to grab that. Go, I'll be fine. I started for the phone and heard Travis saying behind me,
Well, okay. Oh, hey.
I stopped, looked back.
Brett mentioned you still wanted to see the picture of the guy, right? Or was I wrong and you don't need to see the picture anymore?
It took me a little bit to remember what he was talking about. The picture?
From the traffic cams. We got Haskell, but I promised Brudeau I'd show you. It took me this long to get it cleared for your eyes only. You still want to see it?
Yes, right. Yes, I want to see it.
Okay. I got it in my truck. I can send it through on your phone. Type in the last 4 digits of your birthday to open it. Helps with the clearance.
My phone stopped and started again. I was distracted and said to Travis, sure. I got to the phone and snatched it up, not looking at the screen before I swiped it open. "Brett?" There was silence on the other end. I frowned, pulling it away to see who'd called. It was a blocked number. Ice lined my insides, and I hung up. What to do? Travis. But I heard his truck starting and ran to the door, throwing it open. He had parked on the other side of the yard, closer to the driveway. No wonder I hadn't noticed his truck. It blended in with the shadows. His red light shone brightly, then switched to a lower setting as he pulled out, heading back to the road. My phone beeped a second later. I glanced down, still distracted, that uneasy feeling starting to eat more of my insides, but it was the image Travis promised to send. I clicked on it, my hand starting to shake. I typed in the last 4 numbers of my birth date, and the picture popped up on my phone. My blood ran cold. I almost dropped the phone. No. No. It couldn't be. I grabbed my key and tore out of my place, letting my door slam against the side as I sprinted for the main house. I already knew it'd be locked. They were in bed. Unlocking it, I threw it open and yelled out, "Vicky!" I stepped inside, and just then the living room lights turned on. I crossed to the doorway, still speaking. "How are—" They were there, and they were awake, but their mouths were taped shut and they were lying on the floor. Their hands and feet were bound. And standing by the light switch was the man I just saw in the image Travis sent me. Everything went flat inside me, like I used to have to be when our father would show up. He smiled, brandishing a butcher knife, as he motioned to me. "Come in, Billy. Join us," I said, my voice dull, matching my insides. "Hello, Ben." My brother was alive. 65. Billy. "He did something with your brother yesterday." "How are you alive?" I asked. He shook his head, tisking me. "No, sister dear. We don't skip over the meat before going to the dessert. Try again." He wagged his finger at me, then wagged his knife in the air at me. I couldn't stop staring at him. A part of me had stepped out of my body, but that also couldn't stop staring at him. There was nothing about him that stood out. He would have been described as a cute guy, but nothing more. Lean. His shoulders were slightly wider than his frame. Brown hair that was cut short where he could just comb it and leave it alone. He wasn't ugly. He wasn't handsome. He wasn't quite plain either. He was nondescript. Blue flannel shirt, jeans, work boots. He had some gruff on his chin, having not shaved in a day or two, but I recognized that jawline. "You're the one who tried to take me from the gas station," I said, dazed, because this couldn't be true. This couldn't be happening. God, my brother. He laughed. He wasn't right. An unhinged look was in his eyes, but he smiled at me. "We've been waiting for you all day. I was about to come and get you, but now that the cop is gone, we can get started." He lowered his head, a mischief gleam coming from him. One side of his mouth twitched up. "Should we hug, Billy?" "I'm going to take your brother with me so he won't turn out to be like him." "Mom!" If he was alive, hope lit up in me. "Is Mom alive too?" A dark warning cast over his features. He grew still, an ominous grumble deep in his throat. "What did I tell you, sister? All mommy talk for the end. We eat the meal before we get the dessert." There was nothing inside him. His corpse was here. He was here, but the Ben that I knew was gone. There was no soul inside him. He gave me my name. He couldn't pronounce Willow when he was little, so he called me Billy. I became Billy to everyone I loved after that. "It was you? This whole time?" I whispered, my voice raw. "No, big sister." The playfulness was long gone. He grew grave, Mean. Cold.
It wasn't all me.
Young male. White. Someone who was affected when the Midwest butcher was captured. An event correlated in his life, bringing trauma as a result of the Midwest butcher, or because of an event that happened in his family, like a divorce around the same time. He fit the profile. An event that correlated in his life was me, when Cameron Fowler could have killed me. His eyes narrowed, his head turning almost sideways. He began playing with his knife, swishing it through the air like it was a lightsaber. None of this touched him. He was used to murdering, bloodshed, evoking terror in other people. The pieces began to fit together, horrifyingly easy. You were the one watching the farm. I saw you. He went still, his eyes cutting back to mine. He lowered the knife, stopping his gameplay.
Yes.
2 men. It was the only thing that made sense. 2 killers. Did you kill all those people?
No, but I had a hand in it. I molded him, you see. A Billy for a Billy. Appreciate the irony, sister? Your name, my face. He looked like me. He was the perfect mix of us. He was already obsessed with the Midwest butcher. That's how we met, in an online forum. It was easy after that. Easy to get him to write to Fowler. Easy to get him to step over the line. A first kill. He already knew he'd like it, but he needed to learn how to do it properly. Fowler primed him, got him ready for me. After that, it was about waiting for the perfect moment.
His head lowered, his eyes remained on me, and it was as if he were bowing to me.
We waited for you, sister.
The perfect time. What are you talking about?
I watched you your whole life. You were hiding, like me. I waited for you. Waited for you to step out of the shadows, and you finally did when he came along.
Him? Who? Brett? His eyebrows furrowed before smoothing back out.
Billy with the IE, not a Y. I couldn't have him completely have your name, because there can only be one of you. There'll only ever be one of you. Only one Billy.
He smiled, the image of a child demon playing in a man's body.
You preferred the name I gave you. I liked that.
His smile vanished.
Most would have taken the name our father gave you.
I didn't want to talk about our father. He didn't matter. I wanted to hear about Mom. Was she alive? That hope was there, battering against a cage in my chest. We were never allowed to say Dad's name.
What?
Ben's eyes flashed again, snarling.
You're not listening to me, sister. Don't make me give you an incentive.
He leapt to where Howard was laying and picked him up by his ear, dragging him over. Howard started yelling, his voice muffled through the tape. His face was gauntly white. Vicky was yelling too, her voice muffled as well. Fresh tears streamed down her face, laying over dried tears, dried blood. Ben dropped him on the floor, in front of where he'd been standing. He was beside the stairway, the front door behind him. I was just in the doorway of the living room and kitchen. Nothing was between us, and Ben wanted it that way. No barriers. Except now the man who'd become my father. Ben bent down, and before I could act, he sliced his knife over Howard's head. There was a pocket of air, of silence, before the ramifications of what he did was comprehended. As he stood back up, he straightened with Howard's ear in his hand. Fresh blood poured over his knife, dripping down to Howard's face as more blood burst from the side of his head. Vicky was screaming, still muffled. A scream was caught in my throat. I couldn't scream. I didn't know why that was. I didn't know how I knew, but I just knew that I could not scream. Ben was watching, waiting. He was judging me, waiting for something. I wasn't sure. His eyes were latched on me, and he was eerily still, an evil smile starting to tug at the ends of his mouth. I didn't scream. Barely. Sweat formed on my forehead from the effort not to let out how I really felt. Howard was moaning at his feet, rolling over. The blood spewed as he did. I thought that would be an incentive. But you surprised me, sister. I can do an eye next time. Or maybe below his knee. I shuddered. What do you want, Ben? His face suddenly darkened, and he stepped over Howard, lunging 2 steps to me before stopping. Standing at his fullest height, he thundered, "You will not call me that name. Ben is dead. I'm your brother. I'll be referred to as your brother." He was close enough I could reach out to him. I could grab him, fight him, and as if he could read my mind, he retreated back on the other side of Howard, making himself so he was dramatically smaller. His head and shoulders both hunched down. It's been so long, sister. We have so much to catch up on. I didn't know what questions to ask him, which ones would set him off. What happened to you, brother? His eyes jerked to mine, but he relaxed as I used the appropriate term. You'll need to be more specific, sister. My mouth pressed tight. He was boxing me in. He didn't want to talk about Mom. After what happened with you and... Another warning lit from him. Where you've been this whole time? He shifted to the side. His mouth pursed before he rolled one shoulder back, tightly. Some people raised me. The ones who found me. They kept me for themselves. Said I'd grow to be a backwoodsy like them. They taught me to shoot, to kill, to hunt. They beat the shit out of me every Saturday night. It was their entertainment. They taught me other things, too. How to live off the land. How to be a ghost. There were things they couldn't teach me, where I would need to leave to learn those skills. They didn't want that, but they didn't realize who I was. They thought they were turning a stray dog into a killing machine. They didn't know they took in a cub that would grow into a wolf. That was their mistake. He raked his gaze over my face. I killed them. I did it the way he used to. He, the Midwest butcher. We'd come full circle, back to the start. I didn't care about Cameron Fowler. He'd already destroyed my life once. I wanted to talk about Mom. I wanted to ask so badly, is she alive? Please, Ben. Maybe it was time. Or maybe he felt my silent pleading because Ben all of a sudden dropped the murderous gusto. He wouldn't look at me. He was more than half turned away from me, turned away from the entire room. If he lifted his head, he would have been looking directly at the stairs. Layers left him, lifting off him, and vanishing away until he was someone else. My lips parted. A sense of longing filled me. Ben. Now I saw him. There was my brother. She lied to me. He half turned back to me before swinging away. His back was almost to the room. She left you on that sidewalk and told me that we were going to get ice cream. But we kept driving and driving and driving. We drove for so long. His voice thinned, sounding like a little boy, one that was scared, confused. I don't remember when I realized she lied to me, but it hurt. I didn't understand what was going on. Then she told me to get excited. He paused again, frowning slightly. She was crying, but she was smiling. She said we were going to see the Mississippi. She told me I'd never see a river so big, so grand. I was excited. The last was breathed out, as if he was reliving it, but he felt something wondrous was happening. He stopped again. His shoulders slouched so far down. We just kept going. The car went off the road, and Mom, His voice was thick, so sad. She turned around as we were going down and told me to close your eyes, little angel, because we're flying. Close your eyes, little angel, so we can fly." I heard her, clear as day. A tear trickled down my face. He still wasn't looking at me, and his voice grew harder, more bitter. "I missed you, but I was excited for ice cream. Then I was confused, and I wanted you. I kept asking to go back to you. She told me we were letting you go. She said the time had come when we could all be free. She told me we were letting you go live with another family." He turned my way. The soulless eyes had returned. I shifted back, readying. "I never agreed to that." His eyebrows furrowed together, and an ugly resentment gleamed from underneath them. Joining that cold, mean glint that had been there in the beginning, it was back. A belated thought skipped in the back of my mind. If this was the last thing his victims saw before he killed them. "That was her gift. Not mine, sister. I did nothing wrong. I was a victim, just like you." His lip lifted, showing his white teeth in a snarl. "Except are you? Actually a victim?" I went cold again and took a step back. He began to follow me. "She died on impact. Her neck snapped when we hit the water. It happened in front of me." Mom knew what he was going to become. This was what she tried to stop. She knew before anyone else. "What do you want, brother?" He ignored my question, a fleeting smile on his face, and held up that knife again. He turned it over to show me the jagged edge. "It's a hunting knife," Ben informed me. "I use it mostly for big game. Elk, bear, special occasions. I thought about using it on you. I learned how to use this from the people who raised me." Suddenly, he dropped his hand and he stared at me, hard. "I was going to kill you, sister. I came here to do that, but I admit." His eyes skimmed over me, a softness appearing. "Seeing you now, in front of me, I forgot what it was like." "What was what like?" He ignored that too. Vicky was rolling around, trying to get my attention. He had moved forward enough, toward me, as I had edged backwards, so she did this behind his back. Her eyes went to the window, and back to me. To the window, back to me. Howard was doing the same until he couldn't keep looking. The movement was too much for him. He only stared out the window. Their message was obvious, but if I ran, I needed a plan. I had no weapons on me, none close to me. I couldn't run from him. He'd come back to them. That would not happen. If I ran, I'd stop him. That was the only option. Ben was talking, and he got my attention again. "Saw you on the screen, and you're a star. It's why Mom chose you in the end, because she saw it too. You're a star. I thought so when we were little, but this was different. These people already love you." He motioned toward Vicky and Howard, starting to turn. I opened my mouth, needing to say something, do something. I had to distract him. He didn't turn all the way, his gaze quickly averting to me again. He sneered as he said, "Your new family. But you still went into the shadows with them. I watched you, so I know what made everything change. He changed everything. When he came into the picture, you stopped hiding. You no longer went into the shadows. I couldn't have that. Too many would start loving you. I won't share anymore. You're my family. You're my sister." He leaned forward, his face eerily calm, peaceful. An unnatural, possessive look shone from him. I edged back a step, another step. I never closed the door. I'd let it go in my haste to find Vicky and Howard. I could make a run for it, draw him away from them. I glanced down, saw both Vicky and Howard watching me, pain-filled eyes wide, the terror so evident. But there was more, a plea. Vicky gave me the slightest nod. She was telling me to go. Travis said the killer had real fighting experience. Brett had added,
Learns how to maneuver like that if he's gotten hit 100 or more times. I had skills, but they wouldn't have been on Ben's level. He got the shit beat out of him every Saturday night for entertainment. If he took the beatings, he learned how to give them. Sweat trickled down my spine. Whatever I was going to do, I needed to do it soon. Ben was peering at me solemnly. He wasn't blinking.
Do you know what I'm saying to you?
I drew in a breath, but something switched in me. If he was going to kill me, I was going to take him with me. If he was going to try and kill Vicky and Howard, I'd fight like hell. He messed up. His head twitched, seeing my change. I don't care what you're saying, he snarled. I took a big step backwards. His eyes flicked to my feet.
I told you my rules about that name. Ben died in that river, Billy.
I don't care, I clipped out again. Another step backwards. You messed up, Ben. Another step. I was almost to the door. His eyes bulged out. I said, my voice rising, You caught me off guard. I needed to process that you're alive. You gave that to me when you talked to me. You let me hear you. In doing so, I made a few decisions. One last step and I was outside. My pulse was in my eardrums. Ben's eyes narrowed to slits. His entire face twisted from fury.
Stop moving, Billy. I mean it.
Or what? I lifted my chin. You'll do what, Ben? A light turned on in his gaze, and I knew what he was going to do. I read his intent as he started to go back. If you harm one more hair on either my mother or my father, I will take that knife and I will gut you with it. I meant it. Every fucking word. I let him see it, too. I wasn't scared anymore. I wouldn't be intimidated anymore. There would be no more threats either. I was done being anyone's target or obsession or pawn. I was done with it all. He froze at my words.
Your mother?
That's what got him? More sweat ran down my spine because this was it. I wouldn't let him hurt the people I loved, and that was all he was here to do. No one else was coming to our rescue. It was just me, and I had no weapons. Howard's guns were locked away. Ben would be on me if I even took a step in their direction. The only weapon I could see was that knife, though I'm sure he had more somewhere. That meant it would be a fight to get the knife away from him. And remembering how he took that hit from Brett at the gas station, what Travis had said about him having real fighting experience, let alone what Ben himself said about how he grew up. I could only focus on what I had. I had everything to lose. That's what I had. I tipped my head back and drew in a breath. Then I had to laugh a little.
What?
Ben frowned. It's just a dichotomy. I've wished all my life that I still had my mom and my brother. And I also feared this very scenario, of a killer showing up and going after the people I love. The fact that my wish came true and delivered my worst fear is a real fuck you from the universe. I had nothing else in me. No more bullshit to summon. He was either going to die, or the rest of us were. He lowered his knife, a startlingly real sadness coming over him.
I was going to take you with me. I wanted my sister at my side again.
A new look showed, a new determination. His jaw clenched and he raised that knife back up.
That will happen, Billy. I know you're on a suicide mission, but I won't let that happen. I'll take you away from here. I'll try not to hurt you.
I ran at him. Enough talking. He changed his stance, and once I got to him, he ducked my first punch, but I landed my second. As he fell back a step, I was on him again, yanking one of his feet out from him. He fell hard on the floor. I raised my foot up to stomp down on his balls, but he rolled to the side, sweeping my feet out from under me. As I fell, he was on me, pinning me. Oh, hell no. I snarled, twisting out, trying to. He had my legs pinned and one of my arms, but he didn't have the other one down because he was still holding his knife.
Stop, Billy. I don't want to have to hurt you.
He was ridiculously strong. Did all serial killers get an extra strong genome in their DNA? Was that why they were psychopaths? I panted and raged, but I kept twisting. He cursed, readjusting his hold, but in doing that, he gave me an opening. I rolled to my side, my feet free, and he cursed again more savagely as he rolled completely off me. I jumped to my feet, ready to attack, but I braked. My world flipped upside down. He'd gone to his collateral, and he had Vicky up on her knees. He stood behind her, the knife at her throat. He was panting too, sweating too, but his eyes were a stone-cold killer's. Don't, Billy. Don't. I will kill her. I'll do it now in front of you, or I'll do it later. It's up to you. But if you go with me, peacefully, she'll have a chance then. I scowled, but God, I couldn't beat him in hand-to-hand. I wasn't skilled enough. I shot back, Howard too. He grinned, darkly approving. You're a smart girl, aren't you? What did Dad like to call you? The sounds of clucking started, at first quiet, timid, then louder. They grew, and I looked behind me to the opened door. Miss Sylvia Rivera was leading the flock. I'd left the coop door and cage open when Travis had been here earlier. That seemed so long ago. The ladies came looking for me, and running right to me, Miss Sylvia Rivera sped up, her clucking getting louder and louder. The rest swarmed around me, going to Howard, and then bypassing to Vicky. She was their other mother. They knew her, and apparently they decided now was breakfast time, despite it was still at night. Ben was distracted, and Vicky surged to her feet, throwing her head backwards. Thunk. Cluck, 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 cluck. All the hens were in an uproar. They didn't like bodies suddenly almost landing on them. She got him, and both were dazed for a moment, but it was enough. I lunged over the couch where they had landed and grabbed Ben's wrist, yanking the knife away. He didn't have a strong enough grip, and as it came free, he paled. I twisted it in my hand, moved my body so I went away from him, and as I did, I tucked the knife under my side, and it sunk in. I threw my body to the side, still gripping that knife. It was all engineered into one motion where I'd use my body's momentum to drag the knife across his stomach. He howled, jerking forward. He clutched his stomach. As that happened, I grabbed Vicky and dragged her across the floor. She was yelling through the tape, but raised her wrist up. I used the knife to cut her free. No! Ben started for us, but he was bleeding too much. I quickly stood in front of her, and I held the knife up, testing it in my hand. Ben, I've taken lessons on arson knife fighting. I'm not the best, but I know enough. He stood, his chest heaving, the blood quickly pooling around his feet, but he was still steady and he exhaled a deep breath. You should know better considering our childhood. He bent down and pulled out a gun that was in a hidden ankle holster. I couldn't do anything. If he'd been a lesser fighter, I could have thrown the knife at him. Maybe. Ben was too good. I'd recognized it when I fought him, and he raised the gun toward me, a flicker in his eyes before he aimed it at Vicky. The safety was turned off, and his finger went to the trigger. I couldn't. No. Not again. I lunged toward him, and at the same time, bang! I was in front of him. Time slowed down, and I looked up, my eyes meeting his. His were alarmed, but mine, I didn't know what mine looked like. But I wasn't just seeing Ben anymore. Images flashed in my mind, coming at breakneck speed. Brett telling me he loved me, us kissing, me crying, as we held onto each other on the picnic table in Rousseau, talking to Stevie on the couch, at the football game, laughing with Lo and Roger, Travis grinning at us, Brett sacking the Orca's quarterback. Then they sped up even more. The first time I slept at Brett's, the first time he slept at my place, the day Lo and I walked and talked on the driveway, Luna crashing her bike into the fence on purpose, Brett coming for Sunday night dinner, Jack's barbecue with Brett, the alley with Brett, The street where Brett protected me from teenagers. When I stumbled and Brett caught me on the show. When I walked past and saw Brett for the first time. Coffee with Vicky, with Miss Sylvia Rivera in my arms. When I first met Miss Sylvia Rivera. When I got my first graphic design client. Moving into the guest house. Meeting Deandra and Martell for the first time. Getting my high school diploma with Vicky, Howard, and Lo there to celebrate. Laughing with Lo in her car as she drove us to the movies. The first time I met Vicky and Howard. Sleeping over at JoJo's and sneaking out into a fort we'd made in the backyard. Laughing with little Ben. My mom kissing me. My mom holding me. Christmas with Ben and my mom. Ice cream with my mom and Ben. Holding baby Ben. When Ben was born. My mom tucking me into bed. My mom kissing me on the forehead. My mom telling me she loved me. Then the last one, which should have been my first happy memory, but it wasn't. I went back in time to the one and only time my father showed me that he loved me. And I gasped, coming out on the other side, because movement shot past me and I watched as Brett ran past me so fast. My brother couldn't react in time. The gun was knocked away, and Brett grabbed my brother around his chest, taking him with him, his momentum sending both of them out of the house through the back door. Brett rolled once with him before he launched my brother clear from the house. I gasped, shoving to my feet. At some point I had fallen. My arm gave out and I fell down again, so I rolled, needing to see what happened. Brett stood, standing between my brother and us, and even though Brett filled the doorway, there was a small opening where I could see my brother getting back up. He started for Brett, and then bang, 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 bang. Bullet after bullet hit Ben's chest, his body jerking from the force. Whoever was shooting stopped, but Ben remained on his feet. His eyes were wild. I already knew, having heard him, but there was no humanity left in him. He took a step toward Brett, and the shooter unleashed more gunshots again. Over and over again, Ben's body jerked from each bullet as he took one more step, before finally falling to his knees, then stopping. He held himself there, somehow, and those crazed eyes looked past Brett, to me. He was dying. A tear welled up and slipped free before I could stop it. He'd been my brother. I loved him. I raised him. He'd been mine just as much as he'd been our mother's. Emotions welled up in my chest. Ben was so crystal clear in the moonlight, and I whispered, "I love you." Ben faltered, just for a fraction of a second, relief showing over his face. Then he died. It was over. 66. Billy. Police sirens lit up the air, coloring it red and blue almost as soon as Ben's body hit the floor. Brett ran to me, dropping to his knees, a sob in his throat. "Jesus, baby, Billy." I was fine, but he looked scared to touch me. "Help Howard." Vicky was just finishing untying Howard, pulling the tape off his mouth and holding one of their couch cushions against his head. "I'm fine. We're fine. Take care of Billy." But seeing a plea from Howard, who was looking from him to Vicky, Brett ignored her, picked her up in his arms. She was protesting as he stood, saying to me, "Don't move. I called Travis, and he called the rest of his people. We got 20 squad cars out there and 5 ambulances. They're all coming down the driveway, so sit tight." He took her outside, bypassing Travis, who was kneeling beside Ben. As Brett disappeared from sight, Travis felt for Ben's pulse. There'd be none. I saw my brother die, knew it the instant it happened. I felt it. A weight lifted off my chest, and I swore I heard my mom's voice whisper, "It's done now." An odd sensation of peace and warmth wrapped around me before that also lifted away. Travis came in, holstering his gun. His eyes were hooded, his face like granite. His gaze skimmed over me, a question in there. I shook my head, just slightly, and cut my eyes to the side toward Howard. Travis raked a hand over his face as he seemed to have aged 5 years in one night. Giving me a brief nod, he went to Howard's side.
"I'll help you outside."
"No, you won't," Howard said it loudly and proudly. His Adam's apple was bobbing the whole time, and he was so pale. There was a slight yellowish tone just underneath, which was worrying.
"I am just fine. You help my daughter, you hear me?"
Travis wavered, knowing I wanted him to help Howard first. Brett came in, striding to Howard, and he didn't give him an option this time. He knelt and picked Howard right up in his arms. He paused once, gritted his teeth, but then readjusted Howard in his arms, and looking like freaking Superman, he carried him back out the door. Travis said under his breath, watching them disappear,
"Jesus."
I pulled myself up, resting against the back of the couch. It was nearest to me. I wasn't quite ready to go out there. Whether I walked, Brett carried me, or if the paramedics transported me. It'd be a scene so similar to another that I couldn't stomach. So, stalling. I was doing that. Plus, Brett would want to carry me out. He was doing his thing where he needed to help, but in a way where he could deny it later. Travis eyed me, but as if reading my mind, he didn't come over to help me. He leaned against the wall behind him, sliding down to the ground.
"Brett called me. He couldn't reach you on the phone, so he logged into Howard's security system. He wasn't human when he called me. I'd only ever heard another person talk how he did, and that guy was jacked up on drugs, and it took 30 cops to stop him from going on a rampage. I don't know how your man reined himself in, but he did."
"You're the one who was shooting Ben?" Guilt flared in his eyes. He looked down.
"I killed your brother. I'm so—"
"Do not!" I said it swiftly, so swiftly that his head jerked back up. I leaned forward, letting him see everything I was about to say, letting him see how much I meant it. It is a fucking tragedy what happened to my brother. And I'm not talking about today. I'm talking about when my mom drove into the river, when she died and he didn't, when he was saved by the worst possible people who could have been there at that moment. I'm talking about how he was raised by them. They helped create him into this, but I couldn't go there. What I now realized my mom had known, and why she made the decision to drive into the river. It was ghastly and horrible, and no mother should do what she did. But she did it for a reason. That wasn't for Travis to know. Not yet, anyway. It morphed him into who he became, which was a killer. He told me Ben died in that river, and I believe him. That guy out there, I gestured to him, not looking because a part of me was still aching at the loss of what could have been. He's not Ben. He had no soul, and putting him down was the most humane thing you could have done. A tear slid down my face, and damn it. I turned away, saying, my voice dipping, "The brother I loved would have been horrified at the man he became. You put him out of his misery, and you brought justice to all the people he's killed. Don't ever feel guilty about what you did." Brett was coming back. I felt him before I saw him. He stood in the doorway, his eyes on me, so dark, and Travis was right. His beast was there, but Brett was doing what he needed to appease him. A nerve in his jaw twitched before he came to my side. As he bent down to me, we both heard Travis say, "I shot him in front of you. You shouldn't have to watch your brother die, no matter what kind of man he became in the end." Both Brett and I looked his way, but he didn't notice. A distant expression was on his face. I would have had it no other way. Travis's head snapped to me, surprised. I saw my brother at the end. I was with him. That's all that matters to me. I got my brother back, and it doesn't matter how short it was. I still got him back for a brief moment. I would have had it no other way. Wetness pooled on the bottom of Travis's eyes, but he blinked rapidly, clearing that away. His jaw turned rigid, and he looked away as it seemed our moment was done. Brett gently slid his arms under me, and just as gently stood with me cradled against his chest. He took me outside, saying gruffly, "Look away." He wouldn't know this until later, but I tucked my head into his chest because I didn't want to see the police, the ambulances. I didn't want to see the chaos that my brother created. That's what was making my heart so heavy. He thought he was saving me from looking down as we walked past Ben's body, but that didn't bother me. I peeked. "Goodbye, Ben." I asked Brett later, "Is Callie okay? What happened at your house?" He shifted closer to me, lying on the bed with me until that wasn't enough. He reached over and deposited me on top of him, his body relaxing almost dramatically. I'd been given the all-clear from the hospital, and Howard had been taken back for emergency surgery to see if they could reattach his ear. Vicky was being taken care of, so Brett pulled me into an empty room and held me as his giant body slightly trembled against me. I breathed him in, balling his shirt in my fists. His beard grazed against my neck as he answered me, "She's fine. Her friend got a ride to the house by her brother. Callie said she was only supposed to drop something off for her, but they talked for a little bit. And something must have sent her friend's brother off, because he suddenly started making threats. I guess he's the reason Callie couldn't stay at her friend's, and he's got some deeper struggles going on. It got scary, and that's when she called me. The cops arrested him, but I guess that family member was the reason Callie stopped staying at her friend's place. With him in jail, she went back there." "Are they going to be okay?" He began kneading at one of my hips. "I think so." The door opened. A nurse stood there. "You can't be in here." She stopped when Brett lifted his head, and her eyes got big. Oh, Mr. Brett Brudeau, hello." She blinked a few times, her face getting serious. "I'm guessing the plethora of men wearing badges and carrying guns are here for one of you?" Brett bribed her with an autograph and a promised video message to her son if she'd hold them off for another hour. She sighed, looking back out the hallway. "That's going to be a team effort sort of thing. Order some pizzas for the nurse's desk, and we can probably get you 2 hours." The 2 hours went too fast. After that, the questions started. So many detectives and FBI agents and other kinds of government people came to question me. Then the press. There was so much press. People became obsessed with how my brother, who had been thought dead, turned out to be the mastermind behind the copier killer. A floodgate of cold cases were reopened, as police all over were now matching my brother's DNA to unidentified DNA found in their cases. There was a count of how many victims my brother had killed, but I didn't want to know. I couldn't bear to know. I'd learn it one day, probably from walking past a room as a report would be discussing my brother on the news. I was resigned to it, having lived through this maelstrom of events once before. Howard had to stay in the hospital for a week because he was suffering from internal damage we hadn't known about, but he got his ear back. Vicky looked ready to either cry or beat someone up when she saw the scars Howard would have for the rest of his life. Howard winked at me. The scar didn't bother him that much. It took months later, but we buried my brother in a grave next to my mom. His headstone was unmarked, and the ceremony was private. I couldn't stomach thinking about asking Vicky and Howard, or Lo and Roger, if they wanted to come for the ceremony. So with a local minister, just Brett and I were there. Until Travis walked up behind us, admonishing me, "Are you serious? You think we wouldn't want to be here for you?" I stiffened. Then shock spread through me as I saw Vicky, Howard, Lo, Roger, and my eyes began watering because there were so many more behind them. "Don't get mad at your man. But Brudeau told me what was happening." Travis shrugged. "I made a few calls." "Brett?" I was already plastered against his side, but at his name, his hand slid around my waist and he pulled me to stand in front of him, his arms firmly holding me in place. His head dipped, and he said next to my ear, "He was your brother, Billy. They're here for you." He pressed a kiss to my forehead, brushing some of my hair back. My family was here. They'd come for me. Vicky and Lo gave me hugs, and right after, I returned to Brett's shelter, almost sagging back against him as I took in the entirety of people who now surrounded my mom and brother's graves. Olvander and Kayla, Dusty and Stone Reeves, some younger men that I hadn't met were also with them. Jake and Emma Bilson, Colby Dubard. These people were here for Brett, which almost had me crying all over again because following the showdown Brett had with his sister, which was more of a showdown between who he is now versus who he was before, and what I had to say all about that, he started letting people in. As this happened, the biggest surprise was that Colby and Brett were almost inseparable. Everyone had been surprised by that, but I wasn't. I knew Brett, and I was starting to understand Colby behind the mask he showed to everyone else. The two were similar in so many ways. More people were still joining, more of Brett's friends. Channing Monroe and his wife, Mason Cade and his wife. 2 other men were also with them, both giving Brett a nod in acknowledgement. Will and Harmony were the last ones to join, filling in the last spot in the circle everyone had created. And I didn't think it was done on purpose, but as Will's brother closed it up, somehow, it was perfect. My hand found Brett's and squeezed so hard, grateful. But a shudder went down my spine because there was one more thing I needed to tell Brett.
Epilogue 1. Brett. 3 years later. Hey, man. Channing slapped me on the back after Will and I brought in the last of our things. He held out a beer, holding his own up for a salute after I took it. He handed a non-alcoholic one to Will, since we both knew my brother didn't drink. Are you all done? How's it feel? I took the beer, and all of us touched our cans together, but I gave him a look before taking a drag. How's what feel, Monroe? Me? I'm fucking tired, but I also know we got a lot more shit to do yet. Channing hid a grin as I skimmed through the house. It was 10:30 at night, and the house Billy and I were moving into was riddled with boxes, packing paper, bags, and the furniture was spread out in every room. For the most part, Billy had already walked through the house before our trip with an interior designer. They mapped where they wanted everything put. I wasn't sure how much Billy was going on the designer, but she liked having a partner to go over everything together. Me? Tell me to put our bed in the living room, and I might have given her a funny look, but I would have done it. Whatever made Billy happy made me happy. An edict that we'd been living by for the last 3 years. We'd finished the trip today, with Will flying down and doing the drive with us. I drove the bigger truck with the last of our items, while either he or Billy drove the other vehicle. If Billy was tired, he switched with her and she rode with me. We had movers take the bulk in an earlier trip, but this was the last of it. Vicky and Howard were flying in tomorrow to help unpack everything, but in all honesty, Billy didn't need the extra hands. She had enough here with Harmony, Stevie, and there were others who were waiting to jump in and help. They were holding off, waiting for the go-ahead. That was Channing's woman and also Samantha Cade. There were others in their group, and Billy had met them all during a few of our trips here to visit my family. We'd come more during Shannon's trial, and my sister pleading not guilty was a given. Something she'd do no matter the evidence that had been built up against her. I'd not been shocked. She kept turning down any deals offered to her, and the whole trial had been a shit show. The Shannon shit show. Though in the end she was found guilty of every charge they threw at her. There'd been things inside their house that the police found. Dark things. Dreadful things that ensured both Shannon and her boyfriend would be gone a long time. Everyone felt better knowing she was there and she couldn't get out. I was referring more to your decision about football. You and Mason retired at the same time. His mouth turned up in a crooked grin, and because Monroe was Monroe, I knew he was baiting me, seeing if he could get some form of reaction from me, just so he could get a feel on how I was really doing. He'd done it in high school, when we were enemies, and that habit never went away. Channing liked to rile people up in general. Since Billy got in my face, literally, or technically as I got in her face when I'd almost done something stupid that might have put me in prison, I took her words to heart. She wanted me to let people in, so I did. Or I worked at it. It was still a struggle because that's how I had been all my life. But I trusted Billy, and she said she wanted me to have friends. So I have friends. If she said it, I did it. Channing laughed for 5 straight minutes the first time I called him and explained what Billy wanted, hooting how adorable I was, doing what my woman wanted. I tossed shit right back at him because he was wrapped tight around his own woman's pinky and he knew it. Since then, there was a friendship between us, but we'd always been on the opposite side of things for most of our lives, so that push and pull between us wasn't going to go away. It helped that I'd been paying him to give me updates on my family, which paved the beginning of our friendship long ago. I grunted at his comment, though I'd been just as surprised as everyone else when Mason Cade's announcement to retire broke the day after mine. And we both moved to Fallen Crest. Will grew quiet, listening to our conversation. Channing smirked. It's kind of funny, though. You and Billy moving to Mason and Logan's old neighborhood. You're just down the block from Mama Melinda and Sam's dad. I gave him a look. Stop fucking needling me, Monroe. He laughed, taking a drag from his beer. Or what? You'll take back my friendship bracelet? I'll break your wrist so it'll heal so you can never wear another friendship bracelet. He and Will both started laughing. I was joking. Somewhat. Kinda. I wasn't really joking. Which both knew and then made them laugh harder because in the end it wouldn't matter. After the initial phone call when I told him Billy wanted me to have friends, something switched in Monroe. He wouldn't have let me not be friends with him after that, and me breaking his wrist, he'd still show up the next day. He'd demand an apology, as he'd also be unloading things to help me build a treehouse, which he would tell me that I needed to do for my nieces and nephews because he'd done it for his own kids. Where did they end up moving to? Are they back in this neighborhood? Channing was loving this conversation. There was a look of amusement but also a twisted grin on his face. They moved to a different neighborhood, but their dad's old house is in this neighborhood too. I can't get over how everything is just coming full circle. He was referencing old shit from when we'd been in high school. It was in the past and had no bearing on the now. None of it mattered. I was getting tired of the direction this conversation was going. Channing got a kick out of it all, but I didn't. We'd only be here half the year anyway. 6 months here for my family, especially since Stevie had taken to Billy in such a strong way. Stevie was almost obsessed with Billy. It worried Harmony a little, who was more tentative in her own relationship with Billy, but that's because of Harmony's family. Her parents considered themselves in the old money society of Fallen Crest. They adored their new grandchildren, but Billy's past with the Midwest butcher and how it came out about her brother made them decide they were in some place where they could approve of Billy or not. A lot of people were hesitant to form friendships with Billy. The part where they decided they were in a place to have an opinion was something I'd be clearing up to them, and shortly. They were in no place to approve of Billy or disapprove, and I was looking forward to the day I made that abundantly clear to them. I'd already started making moves to help me when I'd solidify that fact to them. The sooner the better. However, the funny part of all that was that Billy didn't care. She truly didn't, and said it took off the pressure of her having to be friendly with them. She was good with the circle she had, with me, Lo, and now Stevie. I only cared where no one had any fucking right in deciding not to accept Billy, unless she decided she didn't want to be accepted by them. But Billy reassured me this wasn't a fight I could or should take on. It was useless, because narrow-mindedness wasn't something I could break, like Monroe's wrist. Still, it pissed me off, and the few times we'd come together for a holiday, Harmony's parents, and the rest of her family, knew exactly how much I didn't like them. Will wasn't a fan either, and it had affected his own relationship with his in-laws. That was family shit that would happen no matter where we lived, who we were, or how old we got. Family would be up and down, as far as I was concerned, but Will and I were good. Will and Billy were good. Billy and I were good with Stevie, Georgie, Sammy, and now Will's 2 boys. So, in that regard, I was content as fuck. What's this I hear that Stevie decided to transfer to FCA? Channing sensed I wasn't going to react to any of his questions, so he let it go, throwing his next question to my brother. That got my attention. Will faltered as he was in the middle of taking another drag from his nah beer. He glanced my way before coughing and nodding. She decided she wanted to do public school here. Thought Fallen Crest Academy would be too different from Rousseau. That's what she was used to, but she made the decision a week ago. She's going to FCA? I asked him. He frowned at me, watching me carefully. I'd extended a scholarship to Stevie years ago. If she wanted to go to the private school in Fallen Crest, she could go. It was her decision. Will and Harmony were financially maxed out in a legal fight against Shannon for custody before she'd been sentenced to prison. I helped cover Stevie's therapy fees, but I found out later that they decided to have Georgie and Sammy both see a therapist, and they were also covering those fees themselves. They hadn't wanted to use their insurance, hence why I set up the scholarship, though I would have set it up regardless, and already had started before they told me. Stevie turned the scholarship down, though she didn't know I was the one behind it. He nodded. We checked. The scholarship she was originally offered said they'd cover her. They said it was set in stone for whenever she wanted to use it. Real generous of them. Channing's head moved back an inch. I'll say. I had no idea there were scholarships for kids to go to FCA, though it makes sense. That school is expensive. Will and I both shared a look. Channing was talking as if they weren't in the way where they could afford to send their kids to that school. They could. They could afford to send 30 kids through that school if they wanted. They'd franchised his wife's local bar in other locations, and they were doing well. They were doing very well. But I shook my head slightly to Will. We didn't bring it up. I didn't care about it enough to bring it up. Seeing Billy trying to hide a yawn as she was going through some boxes, I said briskly, It's time for you to say goodnight, Monroe. He paused, his eyes skirting my way and then toward Billy before he dipped his head down. You're right, it's that time. The goodbyes happened quickly, no fuss about it because it's how we were. He finished his beer, then headed out, holding up a hand to Billy. It was good seeing you again. Billy looked up, swallowing a second yawn. Hi, yes, thank you for your help, Chandler. It was a joke now between them, and Channing flashed her a grin. Heather will kick my ass if I don't remind you that she'd love to come and help you unpack. Billy flushed before nodding. Yes, I'll give her a call in the week. Just need to get my bearings until then. Channing held up his hand in another wave before he was gone. I was watching Billy, but Will was watching me. I felt his attention and wasn't surprised when he noted quietly, Something going on there? Between Monroe's wife and Billy? I shook my head. No, Billy's just content with keeping a small circle. It's how she operated growing up, that's all. That was true, but Channing's wife made it known she'd love to befriend Billy, and all that would come with that. She had a group of friends that came with her, but there'd also be a load of support that would also come with them. Billy wasn't used to it. Took half her life to finally accept Vicky and Howard as her parents and Lo as her sister. Small steps. That's how Billy was right now. Whatever Billy wanted, whatever made her happy. That's nice of them, though, to extend that friendship branch. Will was watching Billy now. She was moving around in the kitchen by herself, but she was doing it happily. He spoke quietly even though Billy couldn't hear. The house was that big. Stevie wanted to come over to help Billy so bad. We just felt with school starting tomorrow, and it'd be late when we got here. It was better for her to wait to come over later in the week. Solid thinking. He flicked his eyes up. Harmony's coming around. Will? He stopped at my sudden firm tone. I said, Don't do that. Don't start to say some shit that'll be some excuse why your wife isn't coming around when our niece would move in here if all of us allowed that. We both know what's going on, and while it doesn't make me really like your wife that much, I probably wouldn't have liked her anyway because she's got a personality where she cares what other people think about her. I'm not like that. Billy's not like that. She's not hurting because your wife is scared of befriending her, and it is what it is. I know your wife is getting some asinine opinions put in her head, and I know who's putting those asinine ideas in there. So let's just say that we'll make sure to come to family holidays when certain people make their leave. However, Harmony isn't a bad person either. You love her, she loves you. She also loves Stevie, Georgie, and Sammy, so there's no bad blood between us either. Will picked up on who I was including and who else might have been at their family holidays. He nodded, sighing. It bothers me, though, but it doesn't bother Billy. We were in agreement there, sharing another look. He said, We need to have a talk about how much we're going to let Stevie come over here. She'd come over tomorrow before school if we let her. Sure. Just talk it out with Billy about what you guys want, and I'll talk to Harmony too, see what she's okay with as well. We know Stevie will be here a lot, and I know it somewhat hurts Harmony's feelings, but we'll deal with it. We can all tell that it's good for Stevie to be around Billy. I agreed. He left after that, finishing his non-alcoholic beer before going over to hug Billy and say his own goodbyes to her, whispering something to her which got him another tighter hug and lots of smiles from Billy. She swung her eyes my way, still smiling, but I also caught a shadow there. She didn't come over, so whatever it was, she'd tell me later. If she didn't, I'd be bringing it up. I didn't like seeing that shadow over my woman. She liked the sunshine, and I'd make sure to remind her of that tonight. There'd be no more shadows for Billy. Ever.
Epilogue 2. Billy. I was happy and wired and so tired that I'd progressed to hyper-level 3000. I liked my little home at the farm, but I also got used to Brett's big house, and now we were in Fallen Crest, and if I were going to have a dream big house, this was it. It was past midnight. We'd gone to bed shortly after Will left, but again, I was wired. Brett tried holding off from falling asleep until I went first. He did that all the time, but this time, he finally faded a few minutes ago, and I slipped from the bed. God, I couldn't believe how far we'd come with everything. There were shows about the Midwest Butcher, and now those shows were revamped to add the last section that involved my brother and me. It spurred a whole new frenzy of the obsession people had with serial killers, and there was even a show coming out on Netflix loosely based off my life, including my relationship with Brett. They approached me to do the show, but they could have done it anyway, so I signed off with it as long as my name was never included in any line of the show or in the credits, and if I got financially compensated. Brett had lawyers look over the contract, so there was no loophole to screw us, which at first and second pass, there'd been some items that needed to be smoothed out. In the end, my secret hope was that the show would either crash and burn and no more shows would come out, or the opposite, where it'd get so big that people would forget it was even inspired from my life. Fingers crossed. I'd made peace that the show was happening, and after Ben's death, I hadn't been hated along with him. That had been my biggest fear. It hadn't happened, and I finally felt like I could breathe easier. The rest would be fine. I was content with my world how it was, with Brett, with Keanu, the dog Brett gifted me 2 years ago, a rescued German Shepherd. He was named after Keanu Reeves, but Brett talked me into dropping the full name policy for our future pets. So Keanu, and he was gorgeous and lovey-dovey and the bestest of the bestest best friend a person could get. I was currently on my knees getting all sorts of licks and kisses from him because when I slipped out of bed, he came with me, and we were on the first floor of the house. I was in giant-sized wool socks, and I snagged Brett's King's shirt he'd thrown on the chair, and standing, I backed up, eyeing Keanu, who was prancing on his front 2 paws next to me. We backed up until we were at the end of the long hallway on the first floor, and then, bam, we both took off. Or I took off, running as hard as I could in these socks. Keanu was bouncing along with me, his giant tongue hanging from the side of his mouth until, whoosh! I turned and let the socks let me slide the rest of the length of the entire house. This was awesome. As soon as I stopped sliding, we went right back for another trip. It'd be cool if I could find some sort of engine just to propel me around the house. The whole first floor was either hardwood or a fancy-looking tile that looked like real rock. The kitchen had a giant square island in the middle. The cupboards were European style, which I didn't know what that meant, but I liked the look. They weren't typical cupboards, and one of them even lifted up. Plus, there was a hidden door. Actually, there were 2 hidden doors and a safe room. Brett had the safe room installed especially for me, but I knew in my heartest of hearts that it would never be needed. All the bad stuff was done. Or I hoped, because the rest was all sunshine, smiles, and sex. Lots of sex, my favorite part. Brett was so good at it, too.
What are you doing?
I'd been about to let loose for another slide, but stopped. Brett had come down the stairs and stood in the giant doorway leading to the kitchen, stroking his beard, which he trimmed after playoffs every year, but this was his first year in retirement, so we'd have to discuss his new policy. It had grown out again after he trimmed it last year. "Hi!" I was breathless and panting a little bit. The whole running to slide part was some work.
Hi.
His hand dropped from his beard. He fixed me with a serious look, his hand automatically dropping to pet Keanu on the head, because every time Keanu saw Brett, he went nuts and acted as if it had been 10 years since their last meeting.
What are you doing?
I motioned to the hallway. Sliding. He looked where I gestured.
Sliding?
Yeah. I lifted up my feet. See? These are perfect for sliding on this floor.
You're having a Tom Cruise moment?
What? No. I was slightly aghast at that. There's no moment I'm having. This is a Billy moment, a happy Billy moment. I'm happy. He was back to studying me. As he did, his shoulders lifted up and back down, and his eyes began darkening. A slight tingle was starting to warm me because I knew what that look meant. The sex was going to happen.
What did Will say to you before he left?
Oh, the tingle went flat. The sex wasn't going to happen. I misread that look. I lost the tingle for another reason, too, which I was nervous to bring up, but since Brett had asked, he told me that Harmony is pregnant again. His eyebrows shot up. He'd not been expecting that.
Really?
I nodded, my throat swelling up because of the other part I wanted to bring up to him. Seeing it, because he was Brett and I was Billy and we were each other's person, he asked, gently,
"What is it?"
Okay. My pulse skipped a few beats, but brave face. I could do this. I blurted out, "So I know we're not married." His eyebrows went flat. "We've not talked about making anything official, I realize." His eyebrows started to fold down. "But we're living together, and it's been 3 years, and now we have Keanu together, and Nellie Bly is really more your chicken than she is mine or Vicky's, so we kind of have 2 pets together now, which are like our children, so it's like we have children together, and—" I was so nervous. My palms were slick with sweat. I began toying with the end of Brett's shirt, which was super big on me, which made me love it even more. And, well, his eyebrows were pinched together, and that wasn't a good face. I stopped talking. If just the mention of our pets as kids were making him look like that, I couldn't go through with it.
"Billy," he rasped.
"What?"
"What were you going to say?"
"Nothing. It's nothing." I needed a moment to collect myself. I'd been wanting to bring it up, but I couldn't. Not if it meant there was a possibility Brett wouldn't be okay with it. I couldn't lose him, ever. Hugging myself, I stopped keeping track of Brett until he was right in front of me. He bent, put his head against my side, and lifted me up as he stood. I grabbed onto him from instinct. Though he'd done this so many other times, I didn't squawk like I normally would. "What are you doing?" With me hanging over his shoulder, he turned the lights off in each room as he went back upstairs, then into our room, and he tossed me down on the bed. But he came with me, which I always loved, and we'd negotiated the throwing me over his shoulder stuff. My policy was that I was okay with it, as long as he put me down in this manner. Always on the bed, and he always came with me, and there were addendums added if sex followed right after. I was hoping for that addendum to happen tonight. It wasn't happening this time because Brett propped himself on top of me and raised himself to look down at me.
"What were you going to say?"
I slid a hand around his neck and tried to pull him down to me. "Nothing. Come here." He resisted.
"Billy."
I sighed, my hand falling back to the bed, and I let it thump with a bounce because I was trying to distract him here. He ignored it, only raising an eyebrow at me. The nerves came back to me, fluttering in a tizzy all around inside me. They were worked up. Tears formed at the corners of my eyes. Did I really want to say this? Once I said it, it would either happen, or it would definitely not happen, and I wasn't sure which would break my heart. "Billy," he said again, softer. He moved my legs apart, settling between them, but he only held himself there. "We've been through literal hell and back. You can tell me. There's no secrets between us." My eyes held on to his, almost clinging in a way. He frowned slightly, brushing some of my hair back from my forehead. Still in that soft tone, he said, "We've not married because you wanted to wait, remember?" I bit down on my lip. He was right about that, too. "When we talked about that, it was right after Ben." I looked away. "Yeah, but I've just been waiting for you to bring it back up. I'll marry you tonight if you said the word." I looked back. "You would?" "Of course I would." A gentle smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "You're my forever, Billy. You were my forever the second I saw you at the news show that morning. I just didn't catch up until you began talking about chickens. But you're it for me. There'll never be anyone else. It's always been you for me. You want to get married tonight?" My heart was going to burst out of me. To go from being so nervous to this? The sunshine. He always made me feel it in these moments. "I don't want to get married tonight." "Tomorrow?" I smiled a little. "I don't want to get married tomorrow." "The day after?" I laughed, reaching for him again, both of my hands sliding around his neck and lacing together. "Not the day after." "Okay." "Okay?" He relaxed more on top of me, and he moved against me where I could feel his dick. He was hard, and the sunshine grew more inside me because I also really loved his dick, so much. And I loved how he began moving it against me, rubbing and grinding. I groaned, my eyes closing, beginning to move with him. Loving how I'd learned that if I pushed my hips off the bed and began rubbing up and down over his dick, clothed or not, Brett went still because he loved that sensation too. I was about to do just that, but he stopped moving. My eyes popped open. "What? Why'd you stop?" His eyes were dark with lust, but also narrowed on me. "You need to tell me what is going on with you." He pressed a hand to my chest, his palm flat, right over my heart. "Let me in, Billy." I melted. Who wouldn't at that move? "Not fair," I retorted, but he only chuckled and waited. "Here we go." I blurted out, "I know you're old." "What?" "I don't mean like that, but I mean in child-rearing age. You're old, but I'm not. I'm younger than you, but I'll be too old soon, and—" He sat up, all business now. He knew where I was going with this. "You told me you didn't want kids." I went back to chewing on my bottom lip. This was stressful. "Well, that was before you. And when we had that talk, Ben had just happened, and I told you my secret. Having a kid would— well, you know the reasons I was nervous about having a kid." He said it bluntly. "You were worried about your father's reaction, if he found out." My throat was searing, especially when I heard him say my other fear back to me, putting it in words. It was different feeling it, thinking it, than hearing it spoken out loud. "Well, yeah. He's not a good person, and there's a reason my mom did everything she did. But yeah, if he found out, how would he react, and would he want to be in some part of our kid's life? I mean, there'd be no way. You and I would never let that happen, but he might try. And if he did—" I couldn't say it. If he did, chaos would ensue. And it'd be really bad chaos. We survived the chaos my brother put us through, and my dad would be a different storm altogether. Brett went back to studying me. He murmured, "It'd be okay." When he saw I couldn't say anything, he moved to the side of me and pulled me into his arms. He cradled me, relaxing down on the bed, and I was half lying on top of him. One of his hands rubbed down my back. The other began toying with my hair. I let one of my legs slip between his, resting completely against him. He spoke again, his voice vibrating through his chest underneath me, relaxing me even more. No matter what your father did, I'd never let him hurt you. Vicky wouldn't. Howard wouldn't. We all know Lo would go insane on him. Roger, their girls, my nieces and nephews, Will. Even Harmony wouldn't let him. You'd have a wall of people between you and him. We just got here today, but I know that once we get settled, Heather, Channing's wife, is going to adopt you, and you'll have all their protection too. You've met that group, but I don't think you realize how protective they are of each other. You have almost an army of your own to rally around you, protect you, and that's in any facet needed. Either literally or through going to the press. I know you've been scared all your life, but you don't have to be anymore. He was saying all the right words. How did he always know the right thing to say? It was like his superpower, besides the sex, and besides his usual athletic abilities, which the entire nation could attest to how great those skills were. But his best superpower was in how he loved me. I know after Ben, you went back into hiding, but you don't have to. You really don't. You can say and do whatever you'd like. You want to go to Congress on how they should better protect chickens, I'm with you. Just like you're with me. You got me to pull my head out of my ass, and here I am. Not just letting Monroe come over to help carry our furniture inside, but I called and asked him to help. Monroe is not a buddy that'd do that as a favor. Be okay with some small talk over a beer before he'd head out for his own place. Monroe's an all-in type of friend. I wasn't looking, but I could hear his glare, which is annoying. But knowing that, I'm still friends with him. That says everything about you. Whatever you want to do, you have your army behind you. I lifted my head to look at him, and I whispered, I want to have a baby. He didn't blink. He didn't react. He held my gaze, and his own warmed at the words. He smiled after, slowly, and I saw how genuine it was. He framed my face, both of his hands cupping the sides of me, and he half lifted me as I raised myself, my mouth going to his. And just before they touched, he whispered, Will you marry me, Billy Harm? I gasped, jerking out of his hands and sitting up. My heart was in the middle of its own stampede. Are you serious? I frowned. Or is this a joke? Are you teasing me? He held my gaze, long and serious and drawn out. That tenderness never went away. It only increased, and he sat up too. Reaching into the nightstand beside our bed, the nightstand that was just put there today, he pulled out a little box. I started crying. The tears I'd been trying to keep from shedding, even though I knew I was going to shed them. They were free-flowing now. I was smiling so hard, so wide, that it was actually hurting. I cupped both of my hands over my face as he got off the bed, kneeling down, and he held the box up to me, opening it. I had no idea what the ring looked like. My tears were blinding me. It was there, and it was sparkling, and it was so pretty. He asked again, Will you marry me, Billy? I nodded. Everything in me was overflowing, and as he lifted the ring and slid it onto my finger, he paused once again as he said throatily, I would love to have a baby with you, and I don't care what comes first, the marriage or the baby, just as long as you're included. I laughed, still sputtering out my tears of happiness, but Brett stood and picked me up. Then he laid me down and crawled on top of me. We didn't do the sex that night. We did the love-making, which was also known as slow sex, which was so good, too. One more epilogue. Billy. 3 months later. I was nervous. Really nervous. If I'd been nervous thinking about telling Brett that I wanted to have a baby, then that had been No. They were different situations and different reasons for being nervous. This one was about telling a secret I'd had all my life and waiting for them to hate me, condemn me, or get mad that I'd lied to them as long as they knew me. Brett and I were in Texas, and we'd just parked at the farm where everyone had gathered, or the adults. I'd asked everyone to be here, even Travis, but had asked for a babysitter to take care of the kids. It wasn't appropriate to have them here, not for today. And thinking all those thoughts, as Brett turned the engine off and started to get out of the vehicle, I didn't move. I couldn't. I couldn't tell them. I'd lose them. I'd lose everyone. Everyone who supported and rallied around me when it came out who Ben was, what Ben was. I'd been lying to them too. I told Brett right after because he needed to know everything. I knew there were new DNA testing measures, and they would have taken Ben's DNA. But I hadn't known what would happen after that. But when I told Brett, I also explained to him why I loved when he called me Little Billy. Our father was abusive. He hurt our mom. He's the reason she didn't want us to have friends. She didn't want us to get attached because we kept moving to get away from him. He'd find us, and then when he'd leave, we'd run again. It happened over and over until Jojo died. That was the end of it. My mom saw a way where I could be safe from him. I hated talking about my father. It was easier to talk about him as another person, as someone I didn't know. When I referred to him as someone related to me, it twisted up all my insides. It sickened me. He sickened me, which was why I said, "He used to call me Little Billy." Brett had tensed, looking distraught for a brief moment. I shook my head, needing him to understand. "You took that name from him. It's yours. That's why I loved when you said it the first time, because it was like another part of me was stripped away from him. You claimed that piece of me for you. He couldn't have that anymore." My voice shook. When you live in fear for so long, you don't realize all the pieces that get taken from you. That was a piece I didn't know I'd lost to him until I got it back. Thank you. He was still frowning. "I call you that during sex. I laid a hand to his arm, hoping, praying he'd understand. Really understand. "I know, and because you did, it's in no way connected to him anymore. It's not his at all. But my dad wasn't abusive to me. He hurt my mom, but I didn't know that. And my mom said he took Ben with him somewhere. I didn't know that either, not until the last day I saw her. But he never did anything to me or with me. He was just cold. That's what I remember feeling around him. Cold and distant, but I could always feel his anger. It scared me. He scared me. I grew up associating fear with him. So when he called me Little Billy, there was no bad association with it. It was his nickname for me. My mom slipped one day and called me that same nickname, and he got angry. I stuffed down a shudder. Really angry. I think he hurt her that day because she sent Ben and me to the park. She said we could stay there all day and get ice cream on the way back. Regret sat on my shoulders. I wish I'd known what was really going on. Your mom protected you from that for a reason. Don't take that away from her. He was right. I nodded, drawing in some air. Do you understand about the name? It's not his anymore, and because you use it mostly during sex, there's absolutely no association with him. You burned it all up, and now I love when you call me that. I love hearing it from you. It's only your name for me, no one else's. Just you and just me, and it makes me want you every time I hear it now. You did that. Do you understand? He had, but like everything and anything that was connected to my past or my brother or now my father, there was a time period afterwards where I couldn't quite breathe freely, wondering how much could Brett take, how many more truths before he decided he didn't want me anymore. It hadn't happened. Today, I needed to tell the rest. The back door opened and Lo ran out first, going right to my door. She hauled me out, hugging me tight and declaring, "I decided. You're never going to California. Never again. Brett can go, and you guys can have a Zoom relationship. Sexting. You can make it a thing. I'm not letting you go. Also, Roger really wants to go to that place you and Brett go to all the time now. What's it called?" "Rinashita." I hugged her back. "I hope you feel the same in an hour." I had 2 things to tell them. I started with the bad one first. Everyone was sitting down in the living room. We'd gotten through the hugs, and all the beverages and snacks had been passed around. Everyone was comfortable. They were ready. I sat in a chair in the corner. Brett was behind me, half sitting on the chair, so I felt more than just his hand. I needed as much of him as possible, but I started. I always thought my mom gave me up back then." Someone gasped. I was guessing low because Vicky wasn't a gasper. I hoped it was low and not Vicky. I didn't want to start this out with her already feeling betrayed by me. I was looking down. I could do that for this first part, but when I needed to tell them the end, I'd look. I'd look them all in the eyes. I was strong enough to do that. I just never knew because she left me at the police station and then she died. I didn't know if it was an accident where she was trying to run away, her and Ben going on the road when she knew I'd be safe from my dad. A second gasp. My heart hurt because that was Vicky. The first gasp had been her too. I kept going. "I never told you guys about him, and I know you only know what was in my file, which was that I told the police I didn't know who he was. That was a lie. I've known who my father is all my life. I've known him until I turned 12. That was one of the last times I saw him in person." "What?" Lo asked. "You saw him another time? When?" I glanced up, fleeting, before I looked back down and continued. I told them a brief summary of what I'd said to Brett 3 years ago. That he hurt my mom. That he took my brother away with him one time. That my mom was doing the best she could. This next part hurt to say because why had it been me? I do think he loved me. Loves me still. He could have come forward, said he was my father. My name's been in the press so much, but he never has. My mom told me one time that he promised to stay away from me. She said it was the one thing he promised her. So far, that's been true. "Maybe he's not alive," Roger said. I didn't reply because I knew that wasn't true. Here was the hard part. I closed my eyes and took a moment. Brett's hand curled over my shoulder, giving me a squeeze before he reached down and took my hand in his. When he felt me trembling, he cursed under his breath and stood abruptly, but only to grab me, lift me, and he sat down underneath me, then pulled me onto his lap. His arms circled me, that hand finding mine again and lacing our fingers. I settled back against him, a little of my tension easing. Just a little. "Billy." Vicky's voice was so hoarse. I looked up, seeing her leaning forward, her gaze shining with such strong emotion. "Whatever you have to tell us, we aren't going anywhere. I mean it. Anything. You are my daughter. I don't care that you don't have my blood. I love you, and nothing would tear you away from me. You got me?" Her eyes flashed with intensity. "Now you say what you need to say because I need my second daughter to be able to breathe without it hurting. When you told your brother that I was your mother and Howard was your father, that was one of the best days of my life." 2 tears streaked down Howard's face as he blinked, nodding vigorously. His hand was clasped in Vicky's, and I could see how tightly they were holding on to each other. Maybe they already figured it out, or maybe they were preparing for the worst, but it helped me tell them the rest. I didn't think about the movement. I'd think about it later because Vicky and Lo's eyes both got so big when I moved my hand and Brett's to my stomach, both of our hands opening to spread over my, for now, flat tummy. After I found out what happened to Ben, who he'd turned into, I realized what my mom meant by needing to take him with her. and now I really understand. She couldn't choose between one child and the other. She didn't want Ben to become who our father was, so she decided to go with him. She chose to set me free. Ben told me the night he was here that Mom chose me because I was a star. That wasn't the truth. She let me go, and she chose him. It just didn't turn out how she intended, and we both lost her in the end. But she tried to go with him. It hurt to keep going, to say the rest, and somehow I flashed back to that day. I was hiding under Jojo's bed. The screams cut off, and there was a pained moment of silence. I was so scared. Every part of me was shaking. Even my teeth were rattling against each other, and I bit down on my arm to keep quiet as much as possible. A floorboard creaked. Another. His pants swished. He was drawing near. The door opened, and he stepped inside. He opened the closet, and then he came to the bed. His boots stopped right in front of me, then shifted back as he kneeled down. He lifted the bedspread, and a face came down to look at me. I took a deep breath. I never understood why she did what she did, or why my father did what he did, but I do now. Ben and I were both loved. My mom loved Ben so much, and that's why she chose to die with him. And that's why my dad chose to let me live that day, after he had killed everyone else in the house. This recording of My Antihero was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC, narrated by Andy Arndt and Teddy Hamilton, produced by Eric Black. Text copyright 2023 by Tijan. Sound recording copyright 2024 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.